Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pasco, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket.
Good morning, good evening, good dawn to good dusk, wherever you are in the world. It's game 28 of the World Cup. I'm knackered, and it's Saturday morning, it's early. I do feel sorry for Brian. He's up at 4:30 on the west coast, east coast of America, because, well, Tony drafted him in. Because he's off to fucking football, and Hendo can't be asked to get out of bed. But there you go, that's life in the fast lane. Get a few digs in. Max O'Dowd, sorry, Netherlands have won the toss and have elected to bat first, which may be a wise idea. Could all fall apart. We shall wait to see. The playing 11s are as follows. Max O'Dowd is opening batting with Vikramjit Singh, sorry. Wesley Baresi is in. Oh, I don't think he's played yet. Colin Ackerman, Scott Edwards is captain, Baz de Leder, Sybrand Engelbrecht, Logan van Beek, Shariz Ahmed, Aryan Dutt and Paul van Makeren. Pretty unchanged side, except for possibly Wesley Baresi. Bangladesh go in with Litton Das, Tanzid Hassan, Najmal Hossain Shanto, Shakib Al Hassan, Mushraka Rahim, Mamadullah, Mahidi Hassan Miraz, Mahidi Hassan, Taskin Ahmed, Mustafa Zur Rahman and Shoriful Isram. So Taskin's back, that's a good move for me. And, well, I guess the Netherlands will be looking for a bit of a fight here. I mean, they've had one good victory and quite a few poor losses, which probably, I think, is the way that their World Cup they thought might pan out. There's always a victory in them. It's just consistency against top teams. It'll be quite hard. I'm joined this morning by Al Hodge, all the way up there in the north and northwest,
West.
of England. The Wirral.
Yes, that's right.
Yes, that's right. Not Liverpool, it's the Wirral. And,
Yeah.
and all the way from Philadelphia, it's our man on the east coast of America. It's Brian Barish. Good morning, boys.
Good morning, gentlemen. It is way too early for this, but you know I love you, which is why I'm doing this. I'll tell you what, these two teams are not getting any love from any help from Australia right now, because not only do they need to win to keep their slim playoff hopes alive, semi-final hopes alive, England's in the same boat, but their elimination number is 3 at this point, and that will drop to 2 if Australia wins, and whoever loses will essentially need to win out and get some net run rate help. So they're going to need to do it on their own today, is basically what it comes down to.
Well, yeah, I mean, Pakistan losing yesterday in a tight one was a bit of a shame for them. That could have opened things up for other teams as well. Dragging South Africa down, but it kind of looks like a done deal for the semis, doesn't it? I mean, Australia storming ahead on 350 odd against New Zealand. They always seem to batter New Zealand. They really don't want to meet them in a semi or a final if I were New Zealand, because that's the way it goes when they play Australia in big tournaments. Big brother always seems to win. However, oh look, Towid's decided to arrive just in time for kickoff, huh? I shall play some jingles because that's what I'm here to do too. The Netherlands are opening up with someone's got rid of his jingle. Fucking no, they haven't. Here he is. This guy.
Oh, it's not a lie, it's Big Red Chick Sing. It's no lie, it's Big Red Chick Sing. Come on in, 'cause he's making runs.
And Max O'Dowd.
This is the big stage. No pressure. You're the future. No pressure. And now is the time. Max O'Dowd, what will you do?
And the first ball is bowled by Shoreful. It's wide of the off stump, swinging wider. Vikramjit Singh doesn't have anything to do with it. Somehow it's not given as a wide. It's a dot ball, and we are off and running. Morning, Towid.
Morning.
Decided to turn up just as the first ball's been bowled, yeah?
Well,
You know.
Fashionably late.
Exactly. Second ball. Oh, fished at. Didn't really carry through to the keeper either, weirdly. But a poor shot. And a bit of swing here for Shoreful. What do we know where they're playing? Kolkata. Have they played any games at Kolkata so far? Is this Eden Garden's first game?
This is the first game, yeah, in Kolkata, so quite a bit of support for Bangladesh. Obviously, we're in West Bengal, so they speak the same language as everyone in Bangladesh, and yeah, it's not far from Dhaka across the border.
Aye, indeed. Shoreful. Third ball of the first over is a good bit of swing there. Singh gets across and out to the ball, which is probably the wise thing to do. Plays it under his nose, out to point, and there is no run. How are you expecting it to play out today, Towid?
Yeah, I mean, it almost feels like the battle for the wooden spoon, this one, doesn't it?
Well, I don't know how England are in that battle, mate.
Well, exactly. I mean, between those three teams, I think they should have a little mini triangular series between themselves, really.
Yeah, well, Bangladesh have played all right in some games, I suppose. That one is sliced off the back the side of the bat. Sorry, the outside edge of the bat goes out to point, and there ain't no run.
They're probably being a bit generous there, Bear, but yeah, they've shown glimpses of what they can do. I mean, yeah, they won their first game against Afghanistan, and to be fair, they have come across, probably 3 of the 4 semi-finalists in their last 4 games.
Well, that's it. England haven't. We've still got to play most of them.
Well, Bangladesh are the only team that England have beaten, so maybe that says it all.
Shoreful in again. That is whipped into the leg side. He should get 1, 2, maybe 3. It's not going to make it down to the boundary for 4 though. They do come back for 3.
They still have England. Excuse me. They still have the Netherlands to play, so that may very well be the toilet bowl match, so to speak.
Could well be. Yeah, I mean, I'd say there's lots to play for in this game for both teams. I think Netherlands after that South Africa win. They got absolutely tonked by Australia the other day, didn't they? So, both teams on the back of big defeats. They're looking to give their fans something back a bit. So.
Oh yes. Now there's a good message on YouTube as our first super chat of the day, as that's delivered by Max O'Dowd. And there's no run. I will let Brian read that out at the end of this over now. Which is now. But I highly agree with the sentiment. I will explain why afterwards.
Well, Mog has given us a 10 Australian dollar dues to tell us if you want to hire a dark web try that again. If you want to hire a dark web hacker to deal with the copyright strikers, there's more where this came from.
Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. The fuckers at YouTube have struck us once again. Mooney Ponds was on air covering the cracking game between Pakistan and Australia yesterday. And South Africa yesterday, which didn't end closely in terms of time left in the game, but it got right down to the wire. And the bastards, some fucking Indian company again, came along and said we're infringing someone's copyright, which of course we know we're not. We're perfectly legal, and it's the kind of thing that fucking irritates me. And I think that channel will now be blocked for 3 months, which is fucking irritating as well. So I'm angry and tired, and yeah. Taskin back in the side is going to bowl a second over. That swings into the pads of Vikramjit Singh, who clips it with quite sweetly, but it bounces just before mid-wicket, and there is no run. Let's give you some jingles for the bowlers, shall we? Where is Taskin? There he is. Oh, it's a rather long jingle. I'll talk over the top of it.
If you get to the ground by 9, you can see this fella shine. He starts his run up looking real mean. If he ever gets annoyed, he's got himself a brand new ploy. He loves to get at batsmen all day, and he'll be tasking care of business every game.
He's coming in to Singh. Wells across him this time, and it goes through to the keeper. No run.
Yeah, it was a little bit uppish, wasn't it? That
Yeah.
last but one ball into the sort of mid-wicket region, but just dropped short of the fielder.
Indeed.
But yeah, good to see Tuskin back. He's missed the last couple of games with a bit of a shoulder niggle. So yeah, back in the team today, and really needs to kind of step up and lead the line today.
Indeed. He's good for them. Good 100 by Mamadullah in a lost cause, admittedly, but driven. And Shakib Fields, and there's no run. I can't even remember who you lost that game to. Who was that?
South Africa.
It was South Africa.
Yeah, no, it was a good knock by him. I mean, yeah, in a lost cause, clearly, but yeah, they all count.
They do. In the stats book, he'll have 100, another World Cup 100. It's quite mad
And
that he
also-
comes in at number. He was coming in at 7, wasn't he, or something stupid like that?
He did, yeah. He's come down generally at sort of 6 or 7 this World Cup. I mean, I get the impression that the coach didn't really see him as featuring in part of his World Cup plans, which is probably why he's found himself down there.
Okay. Oh, now that's gone up in the air, and it's the first wicket. It's trying to work it into the side as Vikramjit Singh. But no, it is leading edge as he works it out there. It's gone up in the air. It's carried to, I think it's Shakib at mid-off, and Vikramjit goes for 3 off 9, and the Netherlands are 3 for 1.
Yeah,
The
just to
crowd
start.
says, the crowd says you're out.
There you go.
Yeah, just to start, the Bangladesh would have wanted back just turning in Vikramjit Singh's hands there, and big leading edge.
I'm going to be a bit selfish here and say, honestly, I'm kind of hoping that you fucking wipe them out for about 60 and this is all over by midday. Just to make my day shorter.
What did they make against?
Against Australia, they're all out for 90, but they
80,
were
is it?
they were chasing 400, and they didn't really have a choice.
Yeah. I mean, it's
Yeah.
interesting that they put themselves into bat. They did win the toss, didn't they?
Yeah.
Netherlands, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what the other interesting thing is. Anybody who had any doubts about South Africa yesterday goes, right, win the toss, make sure you bat first against South Africa.
Definitely.
Because the amount of missteps they make chasing down even what looks like minor totals considering they quite happily score 400, 360. I mean, what, they got 3 or 4 of the top 4 scores at this World Cup, all batting first. Put them in second and they look shaky, man.
Absolutely. I mean, that game they lost to Netherlands. I mean, they could have easily lost yesterday. In that game they lost to Netherlands, they were chasing an even smaller target. I think it was about 240 odd.
It was about 260. It was 260. And it was, wasn't it? But it was a reduced overs game as well, wasn't it? It was only 43 overs. But yeah, I mean, they've got to hope that if they get to the semis and finals, they win the bloody toss, because if they don't, they're probably going to get sunk. Taskin, who's got a wicket in his second over, bowls a wide down the leg side as a new batsman comes in. Have we had him? I don't think he's bowled yet in this. I mean, played in this side yet, has he?
Wide.
In fact, I don't have a jingle for him.
I can look that up real quick. Excuse me.
No. I'm sure I've got one somewhere. 2 balls to go in this over. And Taskin comes in again to Max O'Dowd, who just defends that back down the track, and there is no run.
Yeah, good to see. Sorry, Brian. I was just going to say, good to see a few smiles on the Bangladesh faces there, the players, as they were celebrating that wicket. Haven't had too much to celebrate in the last few games.
Yeah, unbridled joy, which is always good when you take an early wicket. I was just going to say, this is Barassi's first match of ODI since he played against Sri Lanka at Harare in July. So this is his first of the tournament.
Well, he's driven that. Can't beat the man at cover. Thinks about a single as he palms it off to the man at mid-off. It doesn't get through, and there ain't no run.
Last I heard of Baresi, he was playing centre-back for AC Milan.
Well, yeah, that's what comes into my mind too. Go on, Brian. Who's there?
Well, just a lot of talk on YouTube about the match in Dharamshala, which I will tell you that Australia has been bowled for 388.
They've been bowled out.
Bolt got three wickets, all 3 of his wickets in the 49th over, taking out Inglis, Cummins, and Zampa within 6 balls, and then Stark was bowled out, bowled or caught out off of Henry's bowling. We're back to play here.
Yep, Shoreful comes in, nips back into O'Dowd, worked out on the leg side, and there ain't no run. I found a Baresi jingle. I've just got to get it into the machine because it wasn't there.
Into the mystery machine.
Yeah, sort of bloody jingle machines. They're going to want a license soon as well. I'm sure I've done this before apparently, but anyway, sounds like this.
Wesley Baresi knows the best way to
Oh, well, he's out. No, it wasn't. It was Max O'Dowd. That's terrible. Just fishing at one outside his off stump. My wish may come true. Shoreful's just angled that one across Max O'Dowd, who has just fished at it. I mean, it was a really lax shot. No real conviction in it. It's flying off the outside edge, and Bangladesh have a slip in at second slip. This could do wonders for their net run rate. Anyway, he's out. Did he score? Don't think he scored even.
Nope.
He was out for a duck. It's 4 for 2 in the 2.2 overs, and Bangladesh are on their way. Oh, got to play a jingle too. That's one. Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
It's always funny when Bear's on ball by ball and he plays a jingle with himself doing ball by ball.
Well, you know.
It is one of my favorite out jingles.
Well, exactly. I have my favourites that I can't find some of the ones sometimes that I want to play. And plus, time is going. I've got to press buttons here, buttons there. Got to do it all, you know.
No, I just am liking it. I just like it very much. There is just taking this interlude. We don't have anything on Twitter as of Twitter is fairly quiet. Jeremy, our own Messi Jez, saying that Wesley Baresi is the oldest player in this World Cup at 39 years and 178 days. Thank you, Messi.
Indeed.
Messi to the rescue.
He says, as this match is on YouTube, it would be great if possible you could put preference on YouTube messaging. Yeah, Twitter recently has been absolutely fucking useless, it has to be said. Shuraful bowls across the new man, who is Ackerman. Sounds like this.
From Cape Province
just going back to Baresi's Italian namesake, he played into his 40s, didn't he? So maybe it's something to do with the name.
Maybe. When I first saw that, I thought of Ron Barassi, the AFL player.
Well, there's the first boundary of the day as Ackerman gets a fat inside edge off a Shoreful delivery. Goes very fine and too fine for long leg. Down to the boundary. It's the first one of these of the day. That's 4 runs and the score moves on to about 8.
Yeah, looking back at that O'Dowd wicket, just seemed to guide it into the hands of
Exactly. It was a bit like Moeen Ali to point the other day. That was a fucking useless shot. And the dozy Adil Rashid. That one is worked into leg side and there's no run. How often did you see run outs off wides? Not very often. And that was a particularly weird one.
Yeah, I was listening to someone talking about that dismissal, and they were saying there was an element of fake fielding about it from the Sri Lankan keeper, where he's kind of almost hiding the ball as he takes his glove off. And yeah, there was an element of I don't know.
Yeah, maybe there was, but it's still bloody dozy by Adil Rashid. I mean, he had probably 10-15 seconds. He could have quite easily got back into his crease and was still bumbling around outside it. God knows why. Wide down the leg side by Shoreful. Jason has arrived. Morning, Jason. And
yeah, he's obviously speaking to Johnny Best about that.
Yeah. It'd be just typical now that England are pretty much down and out. They do something against India tomorrow.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
Which would be highly frustrating, but that's life. And we can't even.
It's the hope that kills you.
Well, it is, and we can't even do any damage to India, really. Oh, that's flashed across. No foot movement whatsoever by Ackerman. Just flayed his bat at it. Shoreful thinks he wants to review it, but no one else is particularly interested. And that ends the over. 9 for 2 after 3. Over to you.
Twitter remains quiet. The White Line wireless jingle is lovely, but that doesn't have anything to do with us. What I will tell you then, Andrew Cook bringing up that Australia were 200 for 1 in the 24th over and lost their last 9 for an additional 188. Well, I will take this opportunity to remind you, since I am thinking about it, and since you might not have much of a chance to do it, to get in on the GPL. If you want our game of skill and chance and all of that other, not skill, well, you know what I mean. The skill.
Taskin comes in to start his second over, and it's just defended out on the leg side, and there's no run. Scott Edwards as captain, looks like he's in next. Now, Tony said he sent through a bloody jingle, which I cannot find, and he hasn't sent to me, that he wants me to upload for tomorrow. Really annoying. But there you go. Taskin coming in to bowl to Baresi. And he cuts it out to point. And there is no run. Was Baresi in the defence with, who was that other one? The old guy.
They're all old in that defence.
Well, exactly. But there was one, he went on to be...
Paolo Maldini.
That's the one I'm thinking of.
Fantastic player, yeah.
Won everything, those guys.
He did. Yeah, getting a few shots of the ground. Interesting to see what sort of attendance there'll be today.
It's quite sparse at the moment. There was an interesting thing on our group chat, actually. That's cut nice by Baresi. Quite a slow, poor ball. Well, it wasn't slow. It was 86.2, but it looked quite slow. Outside off stump, too short, too wide. Gets what it deserves, and that's getting hit down to the boundary for 4 runs. Nice shot.
It was, yeah.
Poor ball.
There to be hit and just, guided that nicely to the boundary.
Taskin in, 4th ball to the over. That's defended by Baresi, out into the offside. There ain't no run.
I was going to say, there's a lot of people there. Sorry, Tyler. There's a lot of people there masquerading as empty seats at the moment.
Well, that's pretty consistent with the rest of the tournament so far, I'd say. But I'd expect, like I was saying, that there should be a good number of Bangladesh supporters in for this game.
A lot of green. There is a lot of green, and one dude wearing orange who they just showed on camera.
As Taskin seemed to maybe float that a little bit. Nope, it didn't. It was full and driven. Not a great timing. Baresi up to mid-on, gets himself a single.
Yeah, the last time Bangladesh played Eden Gardens Kolkata, it was actually a test match in 2019. It was a day-night test match, which I went over for, and it lasted about 2.5 days.
Oh dear. Well, that's, there's a lot of test matches that last 2.5 days in India. Was it a raging Bunsen?
Well, it was under lights, so yeah, basically once the lights came on with that sort of pink ball, it was doing all sorts.
Yeah, well, that is the way it goes. Driven nicely, but there is a man at cover who's right back on the edge of the circle. I think it's Litton Das, and it's a dot ball to end the over, no run.
The old day-night test seemed to have died a death. But, there we go.
Well, they only ever have won a series, don't they, really?
I don't think they even do that anymore. Can't remember when the last one was.
Well, we didn't have one in the. There wasn't one in the Ashes, was there?
No.
The last one we played was probably the last Ashes. I can't remember another
They
one.
played one in India that last tour.
Yeah, but our last away tour would have been.
Yeah.
We played last winter. I can't even remember who we played last winter.
I can't remember what I had for dinner last night.
Yeah.
Bear Messi is saying that the jingle was in a Gorilla Cricket email, and you've sent it to your WhatsApp address.
Oh yeah, but that's not really very fucking handy, is it? That's short and over the keeper, and there's no run. I need to get it into a machine. It's all right. I found it in my email, and I found it just. For
Was it the West Indies?
No, we played Pakistan, didn't we, just before Christmas?
Well, it was New Zealand, wasn't it?
Oh god, and then we went to New Zealand in January. Did we play a day-night tester? I don't think we played a day-night tester. We only played 2 tests. We're going to fucking New Zealand again the other side of this bloody Christmas. We're always going to New Zealand. It's fucking irritating.
And there was a white ball series in Bangladesh just the day after that New Zealand test series finished, so there were completely different squads.
Yeah. Cut! Oh, aerially. It's gone quite quickly past a man diving at backward point, but it's beaten him, and there's no one down on the boundary. And so it's going to be 4 runs.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Presume Dutchburg Kate will be there somewhere. Was it aerial? It was aerial. Oh, just out of reach.
Yeah.
There's a man at backward point.
Yeah, Mehdi Hassan Miraz there. Bit of a diving effort, but
Would have been a fantastic catch.
no fingertips on it.
Nope. Sharaflil again to Baresi. That's a wide down the leg side. Poor ball.
Yeah, I think Sharaful's he's bowled well generally in this World Cup, but he's still very much a work in progress, so you're going to get a few all sorts throughout and over.
Yeah, especially when the pressure's on as well.
I think he's actually up there with the top wicket takers for Bangladesh, certainly amongst the seamers.
That's a nice drive by Baresi. He's doing all right. He's going to move on to 13 off 10 deliveries as that one is driven once more out to the boundary for 4 runs.
4 on the floor, and 1 more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Score moves on to 23 for 2. He's looked quite fluent, Baresi. Much like an Italian defender.
I was worried that this was going to turn into a Mercer County, New Jersey pitch where earlier we had it wasn't a game I called, but the 2 teams combined for a total of 89 runs in a T20, and the team that batted first defended 51, won by 13 runs. I was worried we were in for that sort of game. We're not, which is good.
Oh, now that one's come back into the pad. There's half appeals, but I think it's too high probably. Maybe going down leg. No real sense of urgency in the appeal, and not let it slide. Well, I like this. Suter who says Cafu, Baresi, Maldini, and he's forgotten the centre half. So if anyone can remember the other centre, Cafu was good as well, wasn't he?
Yeah, fantastic Brazilian. I know Costa Curta was there, but maybe that was a little bit after Baresi. Maybe it was Costa Curta.
It's a little bit closer than I thought, that one. I thought it hit him higher up on the thigh. It hit him just around on the knee roll. It's all round the wicket, though. Left arm round the wicket. So you must have thought that the swing's already gone. It seems a bit weird. Anyway, defended into the offside and there's no run. Unless the swing's already gone in the 5th over, which is quite possible with a white ball.
I think that may have missed leg. I think had it kept swinging. So
When it wasn't seem to swing, that's the thing. I think it just went with the arm. But I mean, that's the thing with the angle. You'd expect it to be going down, but the Netherlands' top 3 contribution is the worst of the World Cup. Weirdly, England aren't far behind South Africa, but the results have been vastly different. That one is guided behind square on the offside. Think about a run, but it's not there.
I guess that goes to show that England have generally got off to good starts, but just haven't really capitalised.
Well, yeah, Roots had a couple of decent innings, but I mean, he was shockingly got himself out the other day. Fell into the trap against who was he caught in a leg? That was against South Africa, wasn't it? When he got caught by leg slip.
Yeah.
That was a bit shocking, really. I mean, they put the fielder there, and you go and then play it straight to him. I mean, it's that's the kind of thing he can't afford to do. So he's probably let himself down a bit. I think they'll just want to get out of there, won't they? I mean, they look like their heads have been down since basically losing to Afghanistan, which was a shocking result, and it's just gone downhill from there.
I think it was that South Africa loss that really did for them.
Well, yes, and the stupidity of it as well, as Taskin is bowling his 3rd over, and Ackerman just defends that up to mid-off, and there's no run. He's only faced 6 balls, Ackerman. Baresi, who came in first drop, has faced 13.
Costa Curta was who Colin was forgetting. The other defender.
As I mentioned.
There you go, yeah. Well remembered. You were watching Channel 4 coverage back in the day.
I mean, grew up with that, yeah.
I never really got into that. That was when Gaza was playing, wasn't it? For
That's
Lazio.
Right.
Defended, left alone. Sorry, through the keeper and there's no run.
David Platt was there for a little while.
Yes.
Lazio.
All I know is I'm going to an MLS playoff game tonight, so I'm nowhere near.
That looks really. Is that haze or is that just pollution?
Yes.
Probably a bit of both, I'd imagine.
That looks fucking horrible. To be fair, if that is pollution, you don't really want to be living there.
I feel like you could walk in the air on that.
It almost has defended out into the covers off the back foot. Quite nicely, and there's no run. A lot of tankers going up and down that river. Is that the Bay of Bengal then?
So that bridge it's either named after Victoria or Albert.
Yeah, we've got a lot of those. There's one in London too, obviously.
We have a super chat in, gentlemen. Couple of euros from Stephen Kelk saying down payment on a Netherlands victory. No victory, money back.
Doesn't happen, I'm afraid, Kelky.
Yeah.
Taskin in again, and that's defended by Ackerman. That's the offside and there's no run. I mean, I would be tempted if I was Bangladesh looking for a quick victory to probably go a spinner in now and see how they plan out against that. They might try and hit him. It's the power play. Might get another couple of wickets. I mean, the one thing about Netherlands is because they're one of these licorice all sorts sides. They do, as proved against South Africa, they kind of bat all the way down, except for probably number 11.
Yeah, they did bowl Mehdi Hassan Miraz in the power play in the last game against South Africa, so could well happen.
Yeah, Taskin in again. That's driven nicely, but can't beat the man at cover. And there is no run.
Of course, they did concede 380 odd runs against South Africa as well. So.
Oh, that's the thing. I mean, South Africa kind of threw it away yesterday as well. They were cruising, weren't they? And then, what's his name? Markham got himself out in the 90s.
Yeah,
And it all started going tits up from there.
yeah. They've generally kind of relied on their last 10 overs, haven't they, in terms of really
Putting on a
launching
really
a
huge scores,
score.
but yeah, well, look at, I mean, if you let Heinrich Klaassen get away, he's a beast.
Yeah, the 399 against England.
Taskin in and defended. Out to the offside, and there's no run. Indeed, 400 have got it in one of the games as well, wasn't it? I can't remember who that was against.
Yeah.
End of the over. It's a maiden. 23 for 2 after 6 overs are the Netherlands.
Nothing really on Twitter at the moment. All the action seems to be on YouTube. They're talking about Adam Zampa, the slow bowler with the specs in this tournament. I haven't had a chance to work with Talwood before, so I will 6 overs in and say, good morning, Talwood. How are you?
Morning, Brian. Yeah, no, I'm good, thanks. Yes. Yeah, like I say, it's been a bit of an underwhelming World Cup for Bangladesh so far, so hoping they do well in this game. But in some respects, I can kind of see them maybe beating Netherlands. They've still got to play Sri Lanka, maybe even beating Pakistan. But
Well, yeah. Oh, short from Sharaful around a wicket. Tucks up Baresi, thinks about a shot, and then kind of pulls out of it. Looks quite ugly, but it goes through to the keeper, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem with this format, isn't it? I mean, there's, apart from the surprise wins by Afghanistan and Netherlands, which have actually made it more likely that the top 4 is already the top 4, especially with Pakistan not being able to pull off that victory against South Africa yesterday. As everyone has pointed out, it may well be a handful, more than a handful, double digits number of pointless games at the end of the qualifying stage.
that's it, yeah.
Which isn't good for the competition, really. Sharaful is half driven with no great timing by Baresi out to mid wicket, and there's no run.
But I think
Go ahead, Talwood.
the other thing I was going to say, yeah, if Bangladesh do end up winning sort of 3, maybe even 4 games, I think it does kind of paper over the cracks quite a bit for Bangladesh, because I think they really did get found out in their last 4 games against kind of the big boys in terms of, well, batting and bowling wise, really.
Well, yeah, that's cut, and they'll get through for a single. Ooh. Ackman had to took the dive in. I think he would have been in. He was in quite comfortably when he did make the dive, but maybe it was a sharper single than they thought, but they get one. First of the over.
I think as well, with talking about the format, it's because it's such a long, like, drawn out thing. You know, the one group, and everybody's playing 9 games, you're going to end up with a lot of dead rubbers, especially in a situation like this where the top 4 teams have pretty much separated themselves from the pack.
Yes.
You know, say what you want about, say, the 2007 format, but at least it was, you know, the first phase was pretty quick and there was a lot of excitement about it.
Well, I agree. That's short. Second one for the over. It wasn't given as a wide.
I totally agree as well. I think 4 groups of 4, it's just the best way. You know, every game there's something on it.
Yep. I mean, England managed to go out their own World Cup in their own country before getting out of the group, didn't they? In one of those, but you have to take that. It's the rough with the smooth.
Yeah.
You need a competition that has some sort of meaning all the way through. And in fact, they should just make it, you know, 4 groups of 4, quarters, semis, instead of having this bloody thing that goes on for 6 weeks. You could wrap it all up in about 3. That's guided down towards third man, and they'll get themselves a single. I mean, I know football game is only an hour and a half, but I mean, you have what? How many teams were in the last World Cup? 32, or was it 24?
Yep.
32.
32, and they're going to 48 when it comes here.
Wow.
Yeah, and it'll still be over in 4 weeks roughly, because they'll manage to get it over and done with. Because competition shouldn't just drag on and on and on. I mean, the Rugby World Cup has dragged on and on and on, and the only reason for that really is the fact that the impact between the players. It's a very violent sport, and you can't really play a game 2 days after playing a last one. That's a nice shot by Baresi. He's looking good. He's cut that behind square into a gap, and it's gone all the way down to the boundary for 4 runs. Score moves on to 29 for 2.
Well, and of course, all this comes down to money. You know, this generates more money. You know, not having India and some of the bigger teams getting knocked out at the expense of teams like Ireland and Kenya.
Well, that's exactly what happened in 2007, where
Which is why we
effectively Bangladesh knocked India out in that group phase, and we've never seen that format ever since.
I know, which is, you know, you got to take that chance. Really, if you're good enough, you should get through. You know.
Well, when you have enough money, you can buy that out.
I mean, there was an interesting article on our WhatsApp group, which I haven't even read yet. That's cut hard by Ackerman, but he can't beat point, and there is no run. And Indo was saying that apparently the TV ratings in India have been fantastic. I don't know what they are in the rest of the world, but and you know, that's what the BCCI wanted probably. I mean, it seems to be a World Cup that is designed for TV. It's all over the place. Teams aren't playing at the same grounds all the time. I mean, they're just basically on one long trek around India playing. I think they each get 2 games at one ground, don't they? They get to stay somewhere for 2 games, and that's about it. Taskin slower ball. Ackerman adjusts and just guides it down a third man. It'll be a single.
Well, and that's what so many leagues are banking on is TV numbers and TV revenue, and that's all and good. But it's not very good optics when you have a game in a World Cup. This is the pinnacle of the sport, and it looks like a Jets Broncos game from 1984 at Shea Stadium.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is it. I mean, I have a certain amount of sympathy if you were playing these games in England, which the last World Cup obviously was. You know, places like Taunton only have a capacity of about 12,000, so it's quite easy to make a ground look really full and get it rocking, right? I don't think a lot of these grounds, as Varese just punches down out to cover and there's no run. I guess in India, the sort of minimum crowd capacity at some of these places is like 45,000, but then there are 1.4 billion Indians, and they're all supposedly cricket mad. So
yeah, no, I totally agree, and I'd say, not all of the Indian grounds are like absolutely huge in terms of capacity, and also going back to sort of 2019 World Cup, I'm sure some of the games that likes of Taunton or Bristol kind of hosted, I reckon they could have probably ended up with double the number of spectators.
They could have done. Pulled short ball. I'm not sure he was looking at it very much, Baresi, but he got into shape early, pulled it out to deep mid wicket. It's 4 more runs.
I'm 4. Have you met me before?
The score moves on to 34 for 2. And I guess as well, England's got most of the cultures that play in the World Cup. There's reasonably large communities of them already here, so you don't have a problem with away fans having to come around. I mean, in terms of that, for this World Cup, it's been quite poor.
Yeah, the organisation as well just hasn't particularly been good at all. Which I do think there's lots of things that the UK are bad at, but organising sporting events generally pretty good. Look at the 2012 Olympics.
Yeah, true. Taskin in again, that's short, but this time it's a little bit outside off stump, and Baresi hops onto his toes and defends it square on the offside, and there's no run.
And it's the same thing. Another thing, I mean, say what you want about Americans in soccer, but I guarantee you, of course, I don't know with all these extra damn games what that's going to be the case, but still the largest attended, FIFA World Cup, Men's World Cup, it was in the U.S. in 1994, and they all played in big stadiums, sure, but people are saying, oh, this isn't a soccer country, etc. Well, when you're drawing 80,000 people to Giant Stadium, that's a big deal.
Driven, has he got it over the top? He has got it over the top. That's a lovely shot by Baresi. He's looking on form today. Driven that over the top of mid-off for 4 more.
1, 2, buckle my shoe. 3, 4, shut the door.
Yeah, this third wicket partnership's starting to take shape.
It is indeed. I would be bringing a spinner on. See how they cope with that.
He's used to getting the runs. In the qualification tournament in Zimbabwe, he had 52 against Sri Lanka, and then followed that up with 97 against Oman. Mind you, you're not playing either of those teams in this particular, but still, I mean, he's somewhat familiar to he knows what he's doing.
Well, we have a new bowler. It's this man.
There's an all-rounder
going to bring his particular brand of left arm around the wicket.
So, as we know, there's always something going on with Shakib, and
What's it today?
well, he only went back to Dhaka for a couple of days.
Shakib is in on back foot, punched out to cover. Can't beat the man at cover. Good stop going across. Good bit of fielding that. No run.
Yeah, so I think Bangladesh had about a 4 or 5 day gap after that South Africa game. And Shakib decided to go back to Dhaka to train with one of his old coaches.
No. Tossed up, cut. Can't beat the man at backward point. No run.
Which I think, if you're currently one of the Bangladesh coaches, it doesn't sort of give you much of a vote of confidence.
No, not really. They've got Morning Walker, is he there? No, is he working with Bangladesh? Who's
I
there?
think he's with Pakistan. Yeah.
Okay.
They've got
defended back down the
they've
track,
got
there's
a
no
good,
run.
yeah, they've got an expensive array of coaches. They got Harath, who's a spin coach, Alan Donnell, fast bowling coach, Nick Potas, ex-South Africa and Yorkshire.
That's punched up to mid-off, who's set back now. And that is just a single.
But yeah, Shakib decided he wasn't interested in any of those. Let's just go back to Dhaka for a couple of days. And
Well, I wouldn't dismiss Harath.
well, no, I think it was more his batting he was concentrating
Oh,
on.
okay. Defended back down the track, there's no run. Well,
But
yeah.
even then, I think it makes no sense whatsoever. But that's Shakib in a nutshell.
So how far's Dhaka from where they're playing now? It can't be far. Down the track, I think he saw him coming, jammed it in short. They've gone for one. They'll think about two, but they won't get it out to mid-wicket. That's the
No,
end of the
it's
ninth
not-
over. 40 for
It's
two.
not, it's not far at all. It's like 2 hours on the plane. As
Okay.
I said, it's, you know, the region of West Bengal is very familiar to people from Bangladesh. There's lots of kind of tourism either side of the border. So
Okay.
yeah, it's not far away, but that withstanding for a captain to leave his team sort of
Yeah.
in the middle of a World Cup, go home for a couple of days and come back is
Does that
pretty Shakib-like.
does that bridge we saw earlier, Victoria or Albert or whatever, does that cross the river between two states?
No.
No.
There's no river. It's a land border. Yeah.
Okay.
So they've gone from this view of that coach, who I don't know who that is, and they were like, "Oh, there's a bird." We do finally have a tweet. It was actually Tony Bishop chiming in to say, in the words of Meatloaf, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. England have rejuvenated their Test cricket, become World T20 champions, but neglected their ODIs, and we are seeing the results of that.
Well, yes, and of course we'll have another T20 World Cup next year over in the States. Should be
Partially.
interesting. Partially in the States, yeah. West Indies in the States. Well, Miraz is into the track as well. Mahidi Hassan Miraz is in. His first ball is defended out to the covers, and there's no run. We'll give him a little jingle too. He goes like this.
Oh, Mahdi Hassan Miraz. Mahdi Hassan Miraz. Oh, Mahdi Hassan Miraz. Mahdi Hassan
Swept hard down to deep backward square leg, who can't make it around. Litton Das was more at mid-wicket, and that was behind square. It's a good shot, and it accumulates 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah, just getting his line wrong there, Miraz, and nicely swept for 4.
Indeed. That one is better, but it's pumped up to Mamadullah, who's down at long on. It'll be a single. 32 off the last 26 balls, mainly by Baresi. Has to be said. You think if they could get him out, they might be able to slow things down. He's got 32 off 26, and Ackerman is 7 off 19. He's looking a danger man.
I'm gonna say I'll say it after this.
Ackerman just defends that out to mid-wicket for the 4th ball of the over.
My June is pretty full next year, but if it's not too much of a headache, which it might be, and if it's not too cost prohibitive,
That one is pushed up to long on once more for a single.
I'm going to try and make it to one of the World Cup games up in New York. I'm going to emphasis on try. It's going to be very difficult. It's probably going to be very expensive, but I would love to do it, at least just to get the experience.
All right. Well, there's a Taskin lookalike. He looks very much like Taskin with his sunglasses on. Bit chubbier. Last ball of the power play, and it's played out to long on. Are they going to think about 2? They're not going to think about 2. Well, they thought about 2, but there's only 1. Turnovers are gone. The end of the power play. Netherlands are 47 for 2. Baresi is 33 off 27. Ackerman is 8 off 21. And after losing 2 early wickets, it's looking all right for the Netherlands. We are due
a change.
We're due a change. Al is going to come in and do some ball by ball. Are you coming back later, Toad? Or is that you for today?
Yes.
You're coming back?
No,
Yeah,
no, I've
cool.
got a couple of more stints this morning.
He and I are back with Al or Jason in 10 overs.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Al is going to give you some ball by ball. I'm going to move on to summary, and Jason has joined me, and he's going to give you some socials. Doesn't seem to be a lot on Twitter, to be fair. I don't think that's had a lot of charge, so I don't know how much is in there.
I think there might be some bits and pieces on YouTube, maybe.
Yeah, there's YouTube, but Twitter is... I don't know what... I've been reading many reports over the last couple of days about how Elon Musk has really fucked up Twitter.
Well, yes.
Surely not.
In a number of different ways. Shakib 2 bowled his second over, just outside the off stump, pushed. And now a deep cover. Will throw the ball back in, just a single.
It's been a reasonable start by the Netherlands, really. After losing those 2 quick wickets, I was hoping they'd fall like a pack of cards, as I said, but it doesn't look that way.
This has got 100 overs written all over it. That is more on the leg stump, and Ackerman will, with a flick of the wrist, turn that to deep square leg for a single. Apparently, according to the pitch report, there isn't a blade of grass on this pitch. It's hard and it's flat. So there is the real chance of a big score, if you're good enough to take the chance. Shakib comes in again, this one defended by Baresi.
Well, hopefully as it wears a little bit, there'll be some turn on it then. It's just mud.
Well,
slow. Usually
slow.
Usually pitches without grass on are pretty slow.
Slightly wider at the crease. Oh, uppishly hit, but short of extra cover.
Morning, Jace. Thoughts so far?
Yes, as you said, good reply after their 2 wickets in 3 overs before I got here. So yeah, Baresi's looking good. That's probably the kiss of death for him.
Certainly is. As he's pushed this down the ground, long on will restrict everything to a single. But Baresi is 35 out of the Netherlands score of 50. So
now I'm curious, what was this about Brown yesterday?
we'll talk about this a bit in a second. Is it swept by Ackerman down to the deep square leg fielder, and at the end of that over, 4 runs from it, 51 for 2 after 11 overs. What do you mean, this thing about Brown?
Well, exactly. I don't know. Kieran Roseblade asking Suter where he's from. And let's not talk about Brown again, guys. That chap felt like it doubled the length of the middle overs yesterday, but now I'm intrigued.
Oh, by the way, we had this message from Leah saying the real fun begins when you start pondering what happens when you turn on the headlights on a spaceship travelling at a speed close to the speed of light.
Well, if it's close, you might just about see in front of you. If you're going faster, clearly it doesn't light anything up, does it?
In theory, you can't go faster because it requires infinite energy to do so.
Well, indeed, and infinite mass. Well, you would have infinite mass, obviously, but yeah.
Why would you have headlights on a spaceship?
Well, this is also true.
Oh, yet another change of bowling.
Oh.
Fizz.
This is very interesting.
It's this
Mr.
man.
Fizzur. According to those stats, just the 2 wickets at an average of 119.5.
Which we all think the Fizz is a bit better than that, but hey.
He's going to come left arm over the wicket, and that has gone straight past the outside edge of that. No real deviation or movement, just a swing and a miss.
Yeah, I don't know what other people think, but isn't he the original progenitor of the scrambled seam bowling, pretty much?
What, the Fizz?
Yeah.
Do you think?
It's got to be older than that, hasn't it?
And I think everyone's now worked out what he's doing and have adjusted, which is why his returns are diminishing.
This one is, again, outside the off stump. Played out into the covers. Deep extra cover will do the fielding. And just a single.
Well, Baresi looks very fluent here. Why has he not played any games up until now? Has he been injured? Or has he just been out of favour? Not that any of us know, clearly. We don't know enough about Netherlands cricket, but
I can make up some stuff.
Yeah, please do.
Well, it all goes back to when he was 12.
Yeah.
This one again slightly wider. A later tender shot from Baresi. The water almost already gone past him, but it bounces twice before it gets to the keeper.
Oh, we should say that the 50 is up. I guess it was up a couple of balls ago.
Yes, it was. We've got a 50 jingle, haven't we?
Not for partnerships, no, we're not.
No.
That would seem, yeah.
No. Too much.
Too much. Too little.
Yeah.
Too little. Too much or too little, I'd say.
You've got to earn your jingles here at Gorilla. Fizz is in again, slightly closer to the stumps, and this will go out to the deep point fielder for a single. Just the 2 off the 4 balls of this over so far.
Yep.
It's interesting looking at the other game that's taking place today.
Have New Zealand come out to bat yet?
Well, what I was going to say is that for some of the big scores, no one's really gone hell for leather in the power play.
No, yeah, but this is what you know. Well, I mean, there's a long
come back to that in a minute.
Yeah, there's come back to that in a minute. That's worked into
this
the
one.
side. Oh, sorry.
Middle enough worked away. If we just rotate, that's fine. There isn't enough of us to take any breaks anyway. But Australia this morning were.
Hold on a minute. That's the 50 partnership. It's 54 for 2.
Partnership?
Yeah, it's 50 partnership. Baresi is 36 off 32. Colin Ackerman 12 off 27. Yeah, I think
the Aussies went bonkers.
118 for naught in 10 overs.
Well, it's
Just defended this last ball of the over. Baresi's 36, Ackerman 12, as well 74, 54 for 2.
Yep, there's quite a lot of tweets coming in about the other game, mainly the fact that it's on the other channel, and those people should look there.
Well, it's not, because fucking YouTube's gone down. They fuckers struck us yesterday.
And again today.
No, not again today, but you basically, once you're struck, I believe that we can't go live again for 3 months, although Messi seems to reckon it will be 24 hours. I
think it might be, a day, a week, 3 months or something like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's fucking irritating is what it is.
Shakib to bowl his third over. Ackerman rocks back and cuts this into the deep for a single.
Yeah, I just think in different countries you've got to play it differently in a power play. There's no need to go. You've got 50 overs. There's no need to go off like an absolute train. I think in England in the last World Cup maybe you could go. A, we had a better side, but B.
Well, this is a false drive. Baresi tries to go down the track to Shakib. Nearly gives him a caught and bowled chance, but it drops just in front of him.
I mean, I don't think you can really afford to lose more than 2 wickets in a power play over here in India.
Well, team seems to be best at that is England, as this is pushed into the covers for a single by Baresi.
Well, at losing more than 2 wickets.
Yeah.
But I was gonna make the joke tomorrow, but I might as well make it now that Josh Butler's name decide who he thinks can win the game tomorrow. Unfortunately, it's India.
Well, I mean, this is it. It's not a bad. England don't have a bad side. They have no confidence, but
True. This one's slightly wider at the crease, and Ackerman goes deep into his crease to be able to push the ball down to long on for a single.
I mean, we all know that side is capable of scoring 400 runs easy, and if you score, and chasing down big scores, because it has done pretty much before, but it's not as good as it was. It's not as consistent as it was. But tomorrow could be a day.
Well, could be anything, as this one is pushed back by Baresi to Shakib. Ball there, just one ball left of this over.
I guess the weight's off their shoulders now and they're out. Maybe they do just go what it says on Joss Butler's hand, which is fuck it and go for it. Oh, that could be.
This one is filth, and it's pulled away by Baresi. One bounce to deep square leg for 4 runs.
Now my innings going, great guns. I hit the ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
That's the end of the over.
And on Twitter, got Frong saying, greetings all, hope everyone's well. Even power play 1. 270-ish would be a fair total? Question mark. Well, you're the one who's no Frong. It's pretty much in your area of the woods in terms of expertise.
Well, yeah. What are the BRU saying?
Mog says it's all about the Bants Messi.
That's about the other game.
Yeah. Yes, there's a lot of tweets coming through, mainly about the other game on YouTube.
Well, that's the prime fixture today, you'd say, wouldn't it? Not not the Netherlands versus Bangladesh.
This feels very much like the B-side.
Second 11.
The Fizz in, and that's taken an edge, and it's gone between the keeper and second slip. But there is a third man that's gone for a single. They go very quickly to a highlight of a different game, which is.
Well, that was yesterday's game. I mean, they were.
No, it's just very confusing.
To be fair, Pakistan have run out of pace bowlers, hadn't they? They've taken all the wickets apart from the one remaining. They had that review in, who was it, Mohammed Wasim Jr.'s last over. They had one, it was an umpire's call on leg stump. The umpire had gone the other way, they'd have won.
Slower ball from the Fizz, which is guided down to, maybe that's a gully rather than a second slip.
And,
it was the first real exciting game of the tournament, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, and it was what, the 27th. Doesn't say a lot, does it? Really?
Too many bear games.
Too many bear games.
There's been some fantastic exhibitions.
Yes, some amazing hitting.
Yes. Fizz in again, right on top of off stump. Racing defends.
But
62 for 2.
Are you really surprised there's been amazing hitting in India where they're setting up pitches to favour the batsman?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's supposed to be ICC, but maybe the BCCI got on top of the ICC and stamped them down and said we want pitches like this, which they didn't really get in England last time. And the run into the World Cup in 2019, scores were on fast wickets and going up in the 300s.
That is a terrible bouncer. That is
wide, yeah.
It got to be a wide.
It is.
You couldn't hit that if you're on top of the beanstalk.
Wide. And scores were generally, went down in England compared to what they would normally be on English prepared wickets.
Well, didn't they start using the same wickets again towards the end of the group series?
Yeah, some of the wickets were getting tired. I mean, this is it, they got 10 grounds. I mean, I suppose we used a lot of grounds though, didn't we?
We used pretty much all the international grounds.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Oh, that's gone in the air. Drive by Baresi. It's gone up, but it hasn't gone out. And in the end, it's caught by Shakib. And Baresi for his 41 runs. Now he has to go.
Yeah. Cool. No, you can do it now. 63 for 3. And we'll give him a jingle. That one.
On your bike, mate.
Slower ball by the Fizz. and it fools Baresi into a shot that goes way too high and nowhere near far enough. 41 of 41 balls, 8 balls, but it's 63 for 3.
Shame.
Shame. They kind of needed that as well, didn't they?
Yeah.
I just imagine being in the control room in the TV centre, and I don't know whether they're using a spider camera or a drone, but you could see someone pulling back on the joystick really hard as the drone jumped up out the way as the ball went straight up in the air. Because I don't think anyone's hit the drone yet in a match where it mattered, but they have hit it in other internationals.
Is spider cam or the drone?
I think it's a drone, because I thought I saw 4 little propellers for it.
It's Scott Edwards who's coming in at number 5.
He had a good innings when they beat. Who was it when they beat South Africa?
South
Didn't
Africa.
he? And he has a jingle like this.
You're at the buffet with Lilo King and salads. The figure swoops in, it's the famous Scott Edwards.
Isn't he from South Africa originally, or is it Australia? I can't remember.
I think Scott Edwards. I think Scott Edwards is either a Kiwi or an Aussie.
Yeah.
So Edwards, batting right-handed, will face and defend this first ball by the Fizz. It's something that's interesting. I suppose it's a byproduct of being an associate nation. It is that with at least with the better nations, there is that the colour of the pads and the colour of the rest of the uniform match. Whereas that's not the case for the Netherlands. Maybe run out of orange paint, because this one is played to point by Edwards, but there'll be no run. And that's the end of the 14th over. The breakthrough, maybe that Bangladesh wanted, has taken place, and the Netherlands is 63 for 3.
Amongst the tumult of tweets for the other game, Leah says, the good thing about this match is that no matter who wins, they've won twice as many matches as England. Talking about Bangladesh versus...
Well, New Zealand could get pulled down, couldn't they? I mean, they won.
They
four,
could, 'cause
they got pulled. They won their first 4 games basically, and they've lost to India. They lose to Australia suddenly, and they still got to play who?
South Africa.
They still got to play South Africa
and Pakistan.
You know, so it could end up being not so good for them. You know.
Yeah, they have a very tough run in with 4
Same
hard
as us.
matches in the last 5 games, I think. So, yes.
Well, but the thing is, they've won the games they were expected to win.
Yes, and we've lost 2 of the games we probably should have won.
Yes.
If we had...
I mean, if we'd have lost to New Zealand and South Africa but won the other games, you wouldn't have complained too much, really.
Shakib in and cut away by Ackerman, but backward point will stop a single.
Although, having said that, I mean, our performances against Sri Lanka at World Cups, I didn't realise were so horrific, but we haven't beaten them for about 4.
No, well, they were the team that almost knocked us out in the 2019 World Cup, because that was an unexpected loss.
Shakib in again, floated up this time, driven back to the bowler.
Yeah, because it meant we had to beat India, didn't it? And we had to beat Australia in the group games or something.
Yep, we had to win every other game in the group.
And we managed it, thankfully. It was all a bit tight, and then we battered Australia in the semis. Ooh, that kept
dragged down a little bit by Shakib, but Ackerman is unable to pierce the cover fielder.
I mean, Ackerman's only going along at strike rate 15 off 30.
Yeah, I mean, whilst Baresi was going, that was fine. But now that Baresi's gone, he's got to step up a little bit more.
Oh dear.
Oh, this is a top edge off a sweep shot, and it's been caught by short fine leg there on the 45, and Shakib has a wicket, and Ackerman is tamely giving it away. 63 for 4.
Yep. Oh, I've got to play a jingle. We're going to go for this one. Suddenly haven't made a good start. They've gone all a bit, boof.
He didn't play that with any conviction at all, did he? He didn't. It was kind of a nothing shot. no real attempt to try and maybe place it either side of the fielder, or to give it enough of the bifters to be able to get it over the fielder right at the edge of the circle.
He was trying to.
I think he was trying to get on top of it and play it along the ground, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was trying to do a paddle sweep. So he wanted control. Unfortunately, the one thing he didn't do is if you're going to do that, you've got to keep it on the floor.
You got to get down lower and come down on top of the ball, haven't you? And he was a bit upright and just sort of paddled it round.
The way he played it, which was sort of from down to up, means you've got to give it welly and get it over the guy. If it's directly on the right line.
Well, we have a new man at the crease, and someone has decided to delete his jingle.
Faster leader, faster leader.
Okay. I will find him, don't you worry.
And quite appropriately, they say on the pictures that we're seeing, Basilida, silent killer.
Well, I think they're referring that to Heat.
Got no skills, got no runs, got no future, got no hope. No! Don't you
This
know
is
you got as a leader?
defended to point for no run. Yeah, you're very upright, Ackerman, with that shot.
Good catch though. Still needs to make some distance to it.
It was like batting with a bad bat, as that is defended resolutely. The last ball of that 15th over, and the Netherlands, when they lose wickets, they seem to be losing them in bunches. And they've gone from 63 for 2 to 63 for 4.
Yeah. And now I guess Bangladesh will be thinking we can get another couple of breakthroughs. We might have a short day.
They got through most of the batsmen. There's only Edwards left, and then we're into the sort of hitting all rounders.
Yeah, I mean Engelbrecht got a decent score the other day, didn't it? Van Beek, we know what he did against South Africa, but so I mean 3 more wickets, which is maybe not that easy to get. We are in the middle overs after all, but it'll be a trial by spin now, won't it? I mean,
you would assume so.
Well, that's hoping that they've got another spinner to go with Miraz and Shakib, who both bowl. Well, Shakib's bowled with quite good control. You can see that. I think what they were working on when he went back to Bangladesh. I think he's working on control rather than trying to get the ball to turn.
Yeah.
Mr. Fizzett is in and threatening the edge of Edwards' bat as that goes through to the keeper. If I was the wicket keeper, I'd want to take a step further up though.
Yeah, it's not really getting. I mean, that was down leg side. I mean, it was not a great ball. Could have left that, have been a wide, probably.
Well,
he just didn't get down low enough, did he? Not into a position. And if you miss that on that sort of trajectory, then you're in trouble.
A stiff-looking shot from a stiff-looking man. This is more pitched up and edged, and second, third slip has made a great attempt to be able to catch the ball. Now we'll have to see a couple of replays. Litton Das is getting taps on the back. Oh, it's Ed.
You should catch that.
It's a catch he should take. It is somewhere between knee high and waist high, going to his right. It's gone quick.
It's gone quick. It wasn't an edge. It was a drive off the middle of the bat. Really, it was just aerial, and he is quite close. So it would have come quick.
Slower ball from Mustafiza, which is defended. It went quick, but I suppose there may be a feeling that in a game such as this, in a situation such as this, then it might not matter so much. But you've really got to take that.
You have indeed. Well, thanks.
They're showing the distance. He's 15 metres from the bat.
Yeah, and he smashed it at him. Oh!
That is edged. And has that carried to the wicketkeeper?
No.
Oh, the wicketkeeper's.
Well, it carried to him. I think
it spilled on when the glove hits the ground.
Again, we will need some replays.
But it was great effort. I mean, that's a Bairstow catch. Attempted.
So it's it's almost guided off the bat, and that again is it's hit the wrist more than going to the webbing of the glove, and that's the reason that it's hit the deck.
And I think
That's the reason why he's hurting, because it's hit him right on the sort of the bit which is unprotected.
Yeah, I think he landed on the ball as well.
Edward wisely, I think, lets that other one go, but if a cat has 9 lives, then Edwards has at least 3. The score predictor is irrelevant, saying 182, but if either one of these goes quickly, then that number's only going to come down.
Yeah, I thought so. I wonder what the bookies are saying.
Well, Farong says pitch looks reasonable. 250 minimum would be the target for Netherlands to set. 270 plus would have given them an advantage.
They're not going to see enough.
That
balls
was
at
4
this
minutes.
rate.
That was 4 minutes ago. Before
before 2 maidens and a wicket. A maiden, but it could have been so much more. Mustafa's is 1 for 5 after 3 overs, and it's still 63 for 4.
Yeah, and I think New Zealand are under the cosh in the other game.
How many wickets have they lost?
I don't know, but Leah says, I hope the Kiwis can pull off a stunner here to keep Afghanistan alive. So I don't know what they scored.
There's an old picture of our old studio.
Yeah, from Nestle Boy. How times have changed.
Well, yeah.
And that was the one when we actually still had a sofa.
Well, that's true.
Shakib in, and this is defended to backward pointing.
Well, I'm going to go under 176 and a half. That gives me 5-2. So I'm hoping for wickets.
So in the last 19 balls, there's been 2 runs. This is flighted up by Shakib and bunted down to long off, breaking the shackles with a 3rd run in the last 3 overs.
Well, they do struggle against spin, the Netherlands.
And there's a recognition that Edwards, from Edwards at least, that he needs to stay there for almost the rest of the innings.
Yeah.
Well, he's tried his best to get out in the previous over.
That's the lady can hit it hard.
Keep in around the wicket. Slightly quicker delivery from him. Just defended. And the keeper will walk around and do the fielding. So we see some impressive juggling. Can you juggle?
No.
I can. I haven't done it for a long time.
That's our half-time entertainment as Edwards pushes this back to the bowler for no run.
And cricket balls are hard, they don't deform, so it's not so easy. It's easy in one sense, so as you feel them in your hand, but...
Down for a sweep shot goes Edwards, and he does keep it down. And he does beat short fine leg, and he also beats deep square leg coming across, and that is a well-needed boundary.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That's a better sweep shot, isn't it? He's got right down.
Got right down, it's flat.
Yeah.
He still hit it fairly high off the bat, rather than he hasn't really timed it, but
No.
he's just placed it better.
A bit more out of the pitches and the text.
Do we know what the temperature is here? I imagine it looks quite hot and steamy. We need Messi. Where's our Messi? Where's our weather caveman?
Yeah. 1 ball left. A reverse sweep
Ooh.
attempted by Edwards this time. They'll take a sharply taken single, and they'll beat the throw. And at the end of 17 overs, the Netherlands have reached the dizzy heights of 69. Whoa.
It was a tight single, I mean, but the fielder was slow getting to the ball, because I think had he got there a bit earlier, there was definitely a run-out chance for the man sprinting to the keeper, if not a run-out chance for the man who's trying to get up and run to the other end.
Well, it's like they're having a drinks break. It's quite late for the drinks break, isn't
It's 17. It's
is that
third
when
of
they're
the way.
supposed to have
It's like 16 and 32 generally.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to have a bit of a wibble whilst they imbibe. Probably catch up a little bit on YouTube.
Go on, mate. Go on.
That's
There, while you've got your betting website up, who's the favourite for the rugby tonight?
Oh, that'll be interesting, won't it?
Shall I give, whilst we're doing that, shall I give you my point of view on that?
Yeah, go for it.
I think that South Africa are probably the best side in the tournament, certainly the best defence in the tournament. However, they play a brand of rugby that I don't really want to see prosper.
No, likewise.
So I would rather see New Zealand win, although it would slightly irk me that we haven't lost to the winners in the semi-final. But I think it'll be a close game. I think it'll be a full-blooded encounter. I thought last night's game was a far better game than I thought it was going to be, where England scraped over the line against Argentina.
Yeah, I didn't watch it. I forgot it was on.
But,
I've got to say, if anyone's listening from Mooney Ponds, when you write your bloody lists for your highlights, can you actually remember to actually put the time and not kind of guess it? Because it took me about 3.5 hours to get their highlights together yesterday, because they put times down and they'd be like 10 minutes out.
Yeah. Out from what?
Out from where the actual thing was in their file, and therefore, you know, you spend fucking hours trying to find a bit of audio in a 4-hour file, not knowing whether it's forward or backwards. Anyway, just a little point there, boys. New Zealand are favourites, 11-8 on. South Africa 11-10. There's handicaps.
So that'll be +2, maybe +3.
New Zealand, I don't know how to handicap. This is the problem with something like, I don't ever bet on things like rugby. I don't like sports where they have handicaps in the betting. It's like, what does it mean? The handicap, New Zealand -1.5, 5-4. Is that 1.5 points? I don't know.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
It means equality is about 2 points different.
Yeah. And South Africa evens at +1.5. It's going to be a close game. I kind of want, yeah, exactly that. Oh yeah, I see what you mean by the drone, actually. No, I would rather that the Kiwis won. They're a much better side to watch. I mean, they are the All Blacks and they win everything all the time, but they've had a pretty poor year, haven't they? They've
had a pretty poor 2 years up until the point where they started to take it seriously, got a different coach in about a year ago, and suddenly they've improved. But they still had a massive, red flag before the World Cup, where they had a warm-up game and South Africa absolutely bossed them at Wembley. They lost their biggest ever defeat.
Yeah, no, I can't see that happening again. I mean, I think anyone playing South Africa will kind of play how we played, won't they? Because that's where you got to try and put pressure on them.
That's not the New Zealand way.
And it's not the New Zealand way. No, the New Zealand way is to fly it out to the wings and play flair rugby, and usually they're very good at it. But the Saffers are pretty good at it as well. I do hate the Saffers when it comes to the rugby. They are quite they're a physical team, and they're
a physical team.
That.
They plan their game to tire teams out and take advantage of it. And I think we're back now.
We're back after drinks. Mustafiza is continuing in his 4th over.
Of course, the Premier League's back on, and fucking Tottenham won again yesterday.
No.
It was only Crystal Palace, to be fair.
I know. I'm still smarting after that game against us, cheating bastards.
Just, it's fine. It's fine. There's a long way to go.
There is a long way to go, and they do have to come to Anfield.
That ball from the Fizz was pushed to the covers for a single by Edwards as I tried to placate the bear.
We got Nottingham Forest at home, and I had to do my fantasy team.
As this is a swing and a miss by Delida to a ball that's being pushed across by the left-handed Mr. Bizzle.
I had to play my wild card because I had 3 injured players on my bench, and a couple of yellow dotted players who might not play. And I've realised that
have you got a match unit or a football team?
Well, exactly. And the problem was that everyone has normal picked what's his name at City. Haaland, and he's done fuck all actually. I think teams have kind of worked him out a little bit.
I wouldn't say that as this is more on the leg. This is probably pitched outside the leg stump. Definitely would hit the stumps, but that's not what the LBW law is all about.
Yeah.
So,
and also I had Alexander Arnold as my expensive bloody defender, and he's done fuck all. So
there's been a couple of injuries there. Have you got Ollie Watkins in your team?
I have now. I swapped out Haaland and bought Salah for that expensive player, and made him my captain. And I swapped out Alexander Arnold for Trippier, and therefore I've gone for mid
Oh, so
mid-expensive strikers.
A push by Delida will beat. It will beat cover, but there's a deep cover. So he'll take a single. He's on 2. And the Netherlands are on 71 for 4.
Your counting counts double, isn't it? So Mo Salah's going to fill his boots against Notts Forest.
Well, that's what I'm hoping. My son keeps beating me, which is really annoying because it's the first year he's ever done fucking fantasy football. When he got
You've taught him well, though. Then
he got 104 points last week to my 71. It was very embarrassing.
It's when your daughter start beating you.
Well, I never play.
Now,
here's an important thing.
Bear with me. As this ball is. And terrible fielding at third man. It went between slip and gully, and it was a regulation stop for third man, and it's gone right through Sharaful, who should be doing laps of the field as punishment.
That was shocking.
Just four.
He's overrun the ball and he's trying to take it as he's sliding in behind him.
Yeah, he slid past it.
Unforgivable.
Especially when I've only got less than 100 runs to play with now and 6 wickets to get. And
You're worried about your bet already?
I'm worried about my bet already. It's quite a tight one at that.
This one is a slower ball, which is left alone by Edwards and bounces twice before it gets to the keeper, and that's the end of the 18th over, and it's 75 for 4.
Well, no, my important thing was my daughter reached 18 not that long ago, and yesterday I was, after doing those highlights and spending hours, and the missus being really unhappy because I hadn't started cooking dinner, I really needed a beer, and she was sent across the road to get some mayonnaise, and I thought, oh, you're 18 now, can you get me a beer while you're over there? And it was a first. I could have sent my child over the shop to get me a beer.
Was it a seminal moment?
It was a seminal moment. She refused. She doesn't drink at all. She's never touched a bit of alcohol in her life. And she was very against getting me a beer. But I was like, come on. I just paid for your ticket to go to Comic-Con today. The least you can do is get me a beer while you're over in the shop, you know.
She doesn't want her reputation ruined by seeing pictures of her with a beer in her hand, even if it's unopened and it's not for her. My rep, man, my rep.
Yeah.
Sharaful is coming back into the attack, and that's pushed by Delida to deep cover for a single. Sharaful with figures of 1 for 24, as this is his 5th over.
Looking for immediate redemption from that bad piece of fielding.
Well, yeah.
Awful defender.
Run rate's only 4.18. It says 200 odd, doesn't it? But I guess there's wickets.
Sharaful in again. Pushed, but unable to beat cover. Sprinting in.
Well, Edward seems to like spin, doesn't he? Average against spin 62.5.
In a multitude of meaningless stats, apparently he has more sweep runs than anyone else at the tournament.
Oh.
I don't think that's a surprise. I think he plays it to about 80% of the shots.
I don't need, the stats stand on their own. As that is a bouncer which goes.
Really? Not a no ball?
It seemed like it was too high. Went past off stump.
Yeah, it was short, it was wide, but it wasn't given as a wide.
Very Come on.
I was going to say I was expecting it to be a wide on height more than anything else. And as I think there's an interview with Edwards' dad.
Oh, is that Edwards' dad?
I think so.
Ah, right. I wonder why we kept seeing him.
Defended to mid-wicket.
Does look a bit like him, to be fair.
Does and they're all wearing Edwards shirts. So I put 2 and 2 together on the screen.
More than I did, Al.
As we see.
I think Dutchbird's Kate, is she travelling with the Dutch team? Is she their official scorer?
I think she's their official scorer for some of these games. She's certainly been over there for about a week now with at least 1 or 2 games there. Just
drop down to square leg. And by the time the fielders converge on the ball, they've taken a well taken 2.
That's good running.
Yeah, they're both young and quick, Edwards and Deleda.
Which means I differ from them in only 2 ways.
Yeah. 2 very important ways, Al.
As we see some stats about Scott Edwards' career versus pace, which shows the propensity of his runs coming behind square.
Over 50%.
And then against spin from on the leg side, as that is hit the pad just outside the off stump, and they can't run through for a leg by. Sharaful with some effort to field off his own bowling, and that's the end of the 19th over.
Well, we got we got 1 over, and then when you change, Jason, you're going to do some ball by ball.
I am.
You've been promoted today.
Yeah,
I was promoted last time I was here as well.
Well, you know.
Mainly because of Hendo's computer problems, which
well,
I think...
Hendo is supposed to be coming in the second innings. He said he'd take one of your spots at 11 to 20,
Right.
and one of my spots, because yeah. Otherwise, I'm on for pretty much the whole game, bar about 3 sessions.
Yeah.
You could have him not take your spot then, and have him do your summarising spot the one before. I know I could do that. I need the first.
You need the time to do some highlights.
Yes, I'm supposed to have the first 20 overs off of the second innings, but I don't according to this rota.
Mr. Fizzer is in. This is pushed somewhere between cover and extra cover, but it can't beat the field, and there'll be no run.
Well, at least I'm not having to clone myself for the last session anymore.
Well, no, yes. I should say that GPL, I've forgotten to mention it all day, but you have 5 minutes till it closes. Guess the amount of runs during a day, probably not a bad time to get in. How many do you think the Netherlands are going to get?
Well, yes, because the numbers would have gone down and you have better chance of getting close to it.
Indeed.
As this is edged, as that goes between, stopped at 3rd, 4th slip. I was going to mention to Brian, he has spotted it, that there was a child in the crowd wearing a Philadelphia Phillies hat. The Philadelphia Phillies, of course, choking away Game 6 and Game 7 of the ALC of their League Championship Series against
someone
against Arizona.
Well, I mean, I may have forgotten to mention it, but everyone seems to recognise that it's on.
Yeah. This one pushed down the ground. Mr. Fizzer went slightly wider of the crease, and will this go all the way for 4?
It will.
Yes.
There's no one down there. That surprised me. 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
Nice shot.
Shot by Deleda there.
Yeah, the spread on the GPL is 263 to 463 currently.
463 seems a tad optimistic.
Well, it would only require them to get 220 odd, which is perfectly capable in 30 overs if someone does get an innings.
Just dabbed down by Deleda, and that will go all the way to deep backward point for a single, bringing Deleda onto 8. Edwards is 12, and the total's 83 for 4. Just another 2 balls, and there'll be a change.
Yeah, Jason will be doing your ball by ball. Brian will be back with Toad, who will be back.
I think there's a sense here that even though there's 4 wickets down,
oh my God,
the
look,
Netherlands need to focus on the overs here. As there is a ring of slip fielders, there's a first, a third, and a 4th slip, and that ball's just dabbed down and will be fielded on the ground by 4th slip.
You don't often see that in an ODI, do you?
Well, I think
no,
so.
There are only 3 fielders outside the circle.
So recognition, I think that Edwards is just trying to work the ball into that slip gully area along the ground, and they're trying to,
or just work it around the corner and they're hoping to get a little edge that picks up over there.
Last ball of this over, last ball of our spell. And it's wide outside the off stump, and it is flashed through that slip cordon. There's even a 3rd man in there as cover. The upshot of it is a single, 6 off the over, and at the end of 20 overs, it is 84 for 4. And I'll see you guys in a bit.
Okie dokie. Jason, you're going to swing over into my seat.
Yep.
I will do your little screenshots for you, and I will see you in 10 overs time. Have fun, boys.
Yeah, sure, fun. Jason can't hear me. Well, hi everybody. I will catch everybody up on social media in just a moment here and tell you, in case you're wanting to keep tabs on the other match, that New Zealand are 79 for 2, chasing 389 against Australia up in Dharamshala. And we will catch up on Twitter in just a moment. Back to play with Jason.
And that's a ball from Shoreful. That's into the offside, just dabbed down behind point. There's no run. Both seamers at the moment seem to be aiming to get the ball off the outside edge, sort of into the slip and gully area. And both batsmen at the moment don't seem to have a plan to counter that with anything more aggressive. Hello, guys. I don't think I've commentated with you, Tawid. How are you?
No, I'm good, thanks. Nice to meet you, Jason. And yeah, good to see Bangladesh turning the pressure on a bit here.
Yep. Playing a miss by Edwards. Here again, bouncing slightly outside off stump from Shoreful. He has a big slash at it. Goes underneath the bat, and it balloons through to Mushrika. Another dot ball.
Yeah, unusual to see, certainly in the last over, so many slip fielders for Bangladesh.
It's good captaincy. They're working out where the ball's going and flooding that area with fielders. As Shoreful comes in again, that's a better ball outside off stump. Edwards has learned from the last ball. It has nothing to do with it. Leaves it alone. 84 for 4.
It is good captaincy because actually, going back to the last game against South Africa, they actually had South Africa 2 down in that power play, but kind of put their foot off the gas in sort of overs, sort of 11 through to sort of 30, 40 odd. But yeah, they're certainly being more attacking in this game.
Well, I think this is very much a match they would have targeted as a win from early on. That's short outside off stump, but close to the batsman, so he chops down on it through point, and they get an easy single out to the sweeper on the boundary.
Yeah, I think Bangladesh will still be kicking themselves though. Those 2 drops in that one Mustafiz over, quite regulation drops as well.
Das, who has kept wicket before, you'd expect him to make a better fist of it than he did. And the only thing that was saving him was the fact he did come quickly to it, but he got both hands to it, got a good grasp of it. He should have caught that. Shoreful, and that's on the stumps, slightly fuller. Edwards, all he can do is punch it up towards mid-off. 85 for 4, and almost the 21st over gone.
Yeah, the catching hasn't been great from Bangladesh in this World Cup, which doesn't really have you struggling for wickets as it is.
Well, you've got to take 12 or 13 wickets every game in order to get the 10 that you need. That's 30% more work for you.
Indeed.
As we see some lovely pictures of the gardens outside the ground. Shoreful round the wicket, and that's played by Deleda. That sort of back foot cut shot that doesn't beat point. That's the end of the over, and it's 85 for 4 after 21.
All quiet on Twitter, and at least on our side, there's people responding to our friends down in Mooney Ponds. And nothing really that interesting going on YouTube at the moment. They're just talking about different stuff. You can see I switched out my hat because I spotted that kid in the crowd wearing a Phillies hat, which surprised that. That is completely random that somebody would be wearing a Philadelphia Phillies hat at a Cricket World Cup game.
I actually own a baseball cap, Brian. I was trying to get you to work out which one it does. Which one I own later on.
Okay. I like that game. That might be more interesting than what's happening. Not that this isn't an interesting game, but I have a feeling that we might be heading in that direction.
As we're showing more extended coverage of the lovely gardens and the nice sort of lake.
Beautiful.
It is beautiful. and it looks relatively smog-free, which hasn't been when they've shown us the wider shots of the I don't know if it's the Hooghly River or whatever, that it's looked very hazy, perhaps smoggy, perhaps slightly more toxic. Anyway, they've changed bowling. Mahadi's going to come back.
Well, it's the other Mahadi, yeah.
It's Mahadi rather than Miraz. Obviously very confusing for all us people who've known Mahadi Miraz as Mahadi for so long, but the first ball is gun barrel straight and just worked back to the bowler, and it's in again, and it's rinse and repeat, exactly the same, straight back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, he didn't play in the last game, Mahadi, so he can bat a bit as well as obviously offer this the spin threat as well.
And in fact that's 3 in a row now that are pretty much identical balls, very much bowling to a plan here, and Edwards is not able to counter that at the moment. The question is how long can he wait until he tries to go over the top. That's a bit shorter. He's able to play that off the back foot and work it into the sort of the hole between the man on the 45 and mid wicket for an easy single.
Yeah, I guess the Dutch game plan here must be just to take this innings as deep as they can, maybe sort of play up to 40 overs and sort of see where they are.
Well, they have the hitters to go big in the last 10 if they get that far. Last 40 over, sorry, not, and that's into mid wicket, down to Bear will be pleased, they have a mid wicket, and there's no run, still 86 for 4.
He likes a mid wicket, does he, Bear?
Oh, as a left arm spinner, and this is again full, straight, but not quite full enough to play off the front foot, but he just nibbles it into the leg side to the mid wicket again, and that's the end of the over. 86 for 4 after 22. Edwards on 15 and delayed it on 8. Brian.
I had tweeted out about the kid in the Phillies hat, and acquaintance of mine by the name of Kevin McGee, who I've worked with, he produced minor league cricket matches while I was commentating last season. He is actually there and sent me a couple of really nice pictures. I imagine he is part of the production crew. He gave me a great ground level shot and also a picture of the scoreboard. I had inquired as to how the atmosphere is. I'm waiting to get back from him, but it's amazing, like the people I know and the stuff that they do, and I just happen to know somebody at this match, which is fantastic.
Shoreful is in, and that's flashed by Edwards down to third man, and slight misfield on the pick-up by the third man fielder allows him to scamper back for the second run. Very well done by Edwards. He moves to 17, Bangladesh to 88. Sorry, Netherlands to 88.
Yeah, that ball seemed to flash through that sort of slip area, which doesn't seem to be as populated as it has been.
There was Taskin at third man there, who just couldn't quite gather it cleanly to restrict the second run. And Edwards is very quick between the wickets. There's one tiny opportunity, and it's a very, very spaced out sort of catching field here as Shuffle comes in again. Has tried to repeat the same ball, but this time he's hit the fielder, who's at third, fourth slip, and can't get it past him. No run.
Yeah, that's Miraz there, like you say, a very wide sort of third, fourth slip, and then they've got quite a deep set gully beyond him as well.
As we're watching, remember the name Carlos Brathwaite smacking Ben Stokes all over the park in 2016.
Certainly remember.
Not quite sure what the context is to this game. Maybe it's the same stadium.
It was Eden Gardens, yeah.
Shoreful again. That's another short ball outside off stump. He's cut that nicely through point, but he could only get a signal there that the fielders ran very quickly on the boundary and cuts off the second run.
Did Carlos Brathwaite actually do anything of note after that innings?
Not really. He did play on for a couple of years in
he's
Red Bull and Test, but gave that up pretty quickly and concentrated on T20.
Yeah, I don't know, I haven't got the stats to back it up, but I got a feeling that was kind of the high point of his career.
Deleda looking around, gathers over his bat, waiting for Shoreful, who's round the wicket. And that's a good ball that moves away just off the pitch. Deleda pokes at it, trying to work it down. Can't get an edge on it, fortunately for him. And Mushfiqur cleans up behind the stumps. No run.
I would say that Carlos Brathwaite's a very good broadcaster, commentator, but maybe we can't mention who he actually does that for.
And
Sits in his bedroom and does it for himself.
Like we all do. Shoreful again. That's again hit on the rise, through point by Deleda. Again, nicely fielded on the boundary, restricted him to single. Bangladesh are Netherlands are 90 for 4.
That's how I practiced. I didn't go to school to learn how to do this and to learn how to do, Aussie rules or any other, or be on a podcast or any of that other stuff. I sat in my room and I commentated Nintendo games.
I mean, I'm just impressed that you've practiced.
I mean, you have to hone it somehow.
You do. As we get a nice aerial view of the bowler coming in. That's slightly wide by Shoreful, again round the wicket. Deleda tried to hit that, Edwards tried to hit that, he gets a bottom edge and get no power in it. And it just bobbles out to the Manak gully stroke point. And that's the end of the over. Netherlands are 90 for 4 after 23. Brian.
That was a brilliantly timed aerial shot, I might add, for those of you who might happen to have seen it. Jay Grover has tweeted something rather ominous, which is, hair is surprisingly flammable. Bother. I hope you're okay, Jay. That doesn't sound all that...
He's got quite a lot of hair, I think, from memory. So, yes, no, that could be very bad for you.
Yeah, he's sticking it in places it shouldn't be stuck. And Sudarhu telling us that he has a Packers woolly hat.
Mahedi it again. That's another ball that he's just drifting down very gently. Deleda works it towards mid-wicket. Unfortunately, can't beat the man. And that's a dot ball.
This one, back to the bowler. Sorry, Jason. I was going to say my friend on the ground there saying the atmosphere. It's a bit quiet until they take a wicket, then it's an explosion of noise. So it seems pretty poised.
Coming in for the third ball. Second ball was a dot straight back to the bowler. That's pretty much the same. Deleda is having problems trying to work out exactly where to manufacture the ball to get runs here. I think he's playing it very straight. Mahedi's bowling very straight, and it's restricting him from playing it across the pitch. That's slightly more down the leg side, but again, it's just slid onto his pads. He can't really do anything apart from get a leading edge back towards the bowler, all along the ground.
Yeah, he's getting through his overs quickly, and they're quite cheap overs as well.
That's a better played shot. He's just worked that very neatly off his legs, and he's beaten the man on the 45 behind square, and is rolling very gently to the boundary for 4 runs.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
It's a very delicate little glide there, and a desperation dive by the man on the 45 who couldn't quite get to it.
Yeah, it's Tunzid on the 45. Kind of one of those dives after the ball's past you, just to kind of make it look like
you made an effort.
Making an effort, exactly. But yeah, Netherlands really needed that boundary. Fine little tickle.
And I think he might have done something to his finger there, because he looks like he's going to the umpire, showing his finger and saying, "I need to go off."
Looks like it, yeah. Which kind of, yeah.
As we see the Hooghly River behind. I think it is the Hooghly, isn't it? At Kolkata. Last ball of the over. That's more outside off stump, but Deleda is still trying to work it towards leg stump, to the leg side. But could only bunt it up to the man at mid on. That's the end of the over. 94 for 4 after 24. And Brian, what are people saying?
Well, I found out more about Jay's calamity, that he just used a new lighter and did not compensate for the flame. I have a luscious head of hair, or did, which fell into the path. Thankfully, I use no products, so damage is limited. Adding, fuck. There's more to that, but fuck. I've just looked at me Sen in the mirror. I were never a vision of beauty, but now I have contact burn in a charred bald spot.
Ow, 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 ow.
Ow.
Right, I did say I'd give you a clue about my my headgear.
Yes.
It's black and white. There's a starter.
Chicago White Sox.
Correct.
They're the only team in the league that is straight up black and white.
They were playing in the Florida League for some pre-seasons. Watched about 4 or 5 games. Did watch the Phillies as well.
Yeah.
Because they were playing down there as well. Because of course they have these 2 leagues: the Cactus League and the league in
Grapefruit
League, where they do pre-seasons in what we would think of as piddly little high school stadia, which are like seat 20,000 people.
They're single A is what they are. That's all where their single A clubs are, which are about 10,000 tops.
Yeah. Taskin has come into bowl. He's returned, and that one is outside our stump. Edwards tries to force it through the covers off the back foot. Can't beat the fielder. No run.
Single A baseball is about the equivalent of like maybe tier 4, in football or soccer, if you're thinking of it that way. The only difference is that the clubs don't move up and down. It's basically like, think of reserves and then like a second reserves and like a third reserves. That's basically what that is. But yeah, they do all the and then the Cactus League there's about 10 or 12 teams that do the same thing, but they do it in Arizona.
Taskin running in. That's a better ball. That's off stump. Played off the front foot by Edwards on the walk, but he can't get past that man at cover again. And that's another dot ball.
Yeah, we are obviously in the middle overs, but these really do feel like the middle overs right now.
Yes, the Bangladesh doing a really good job here of restricting the scoring opportunities. That single 4 aside in the last over, there's been nothing really apart from a single 4 or 5 overs.
Yeah, it's certainly been very economical.
Taskin, he goes for a short ball to surprise Edwards, who managed to get half a bat on that, and that because of the fact he's only got half a bat on it, he goes out slowly to the men on the boundary, enough at deep square that he can get 2 quite comfortably.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, I think the game plan for the Dutch has to be to kind of bat, see where they are after sort of 40 overs and try and launch from there.
As we watch the difference in grip for Edwards, highlighting his sweep and his reverse sweep. Taskin's in again. That's another one that's sort of top of stump height. That's worked nicely down towards the man at deep square leg, but he can only get a single from the man running in really quickly. Picks it up and throws it in one swift movement.
Yeah, I suppose looking at these 2 batters, they both seem to be playing the anchor role, really, don't they? Where ideally you want one to be a foil for the other.
Well, they're very similar, I think. They're both quite tall players. They're very like to drive down the ground, I think, and therefore there's not that disparity in them where they put their balls, put their shots, and that's flashed by Deleda.
Great
outside of the stump. Great fielding at point by who's that? That is
Miraz,
who parries it just away from him, so he can't stop a single, but he's done very well. Otherwise, I think that might well have been 4 with his left hand. So no, his non-bowling hand.
Yeah, good stop.
You would think that Miraz is one of the more experienced people inside now, having debuted in 2015-2016. That's up on his toes by Edwards to
ride that ball down to third man. Did they get 2 there? I think they did.
That one.
Just one. That's
Just
the end
one.
of the 25th over. Avery's on 22 off 39. Delayder's 14 off 25, and Netherlands are 99 for 4.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, just before you come in there, Brian. Yeah, you're right about Miraz. He seems to have been around for ages now. Obviously, we all remember him bursting onto the scene in 2016 against England.
But he was only about 18 at that point, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think
So
he
he's-
was 18, 19. So yeah, he's well into his 20s, but certainly still got a lot of cricket ahead of him.
Well, if you think about Shakib, yeah, go on, Brian.
No, I was just going to say it's just more from Jay talking about his hair and then talking about getting giggles over a PowerPoint presentation, but continue.
And Mahadi's going to continue. Bowling his gun barrel straight balls, and that's another one that's straight on middle stump. Edwards tries to work it, gets a bit of a leading edge back to the bowler, and it's amazing the number of balls that are going straight back to Mahadi off his own bowling here.
Yeah, he's been pretty accurate. They certainly need to figure out a release shot.
And that's a bit better. There's a bit of a miscommunication between the batsmen, but they do work it just slightly wider mid-wicket. Get a single, that brings up the 100. It's 100 for 4 off 25.2 overs. And this last 100 has come on missed the balls, but must be very, very slow for the last 20 at least. That's flatter and a bit shorter. It allows Delayder to go onto the back foot and just work it wider again in mid-wicket for another easy single.
Yeah, at least they've started to pick up a few singles in this over compared to previous ones from Mahadi.
I think the difference with that one is that when Mahadi bowls it just slightly shorter, it's much easier to work it wider of the mid-wicket. When he bowls it fuller, you can only bring it back to the bowler himself, and that's that's a misfield up down by the deep square as the ball worked around the corner and allowed them to go for a second run, but they're going to look at the wickets were broken at the end of that and see if these the misfield has brought about a run out.
All the players look fairly nonplussed.
Well, they look unconcerned, shall we say. But yeah, is it Dozy playing? Oh, his foot's in, that's fine.
Yeah,
he didn't put his bat in first. His bat was well over the line, and he waited until his foot was in, and the ball just arrived just after that.
Well, he certainly didn't do what they teach you at school to do, which is to run your bat in.
Yeah. Mahadi, that's bowled from wide, angled in. Just makes it easier for the batsman to work it to the leg side. Another misfield by Bangladesh. That really is two slightly soft pieces of fielding in a row. Allows a second run, and Netherlands move on to 105 for 4.
the run rate has hovered around 4 since probably about the 16th over. They haven't scored more than 6 runs since the 13th. But they've scored 6 runs in 4 of the overs.
So yeah, they've been consistent.
Yep. Last ball of the over. That's better ball. That's straight, aiming it off stump, slightly short. So he's trying to work it to the leg side, but can't manage it. That's the end of the over. Edwards is 27 off 42. Delayder is 15 off 26.
Yeah, Jay's still kind of having a wibble, and just a quick around the grounds up in Dharamshala to tell you that after 17, New Zealand are 120 for 2, chasing Australia's 388 is what they had. Currently, Ravindra 18, Mitchell 32, Will Young was 32 before being caught out by Stark off of Hazelwood. Devin Conway also caught Stark Bold Hazelwood for 28. That game does have an effect on this one. We mentioned that the elimination number for both of these teams are 3. I'll break off.
Taskin, that's short outside off stump, but all they can do is knock it down, and yet again they've scampered 2 runs from the fielder on the boundary coming in to pick the ball up. That's good running by Edwards and Delada.
That's great running.
Yeah, they're really putting pressure onto the fielders here, which is paying dividends.
If they can't hit boundaries, it's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
And
especially
Mushfika is getting particularly animated behind the stump saying, you should stop that, you should stop that. Anticipate. Taskin with suitable gestures as well. And that's angled in at the stumps. Good ball, good length. The batsman can do nothing about that apart from just knock it back for a dot ball.
I always think it's quite amusing after the wicket-keeper's dropped a catch that he then sort of berates fielders about sort of 20-30 minutes later.
Yeah. I was just going to say, this game does mean something for both teams because both teams' elimination number is 3, and when it hits 0, they are of course eliminated. If Australia win, it goes down a number.
Yeah. That's another rinse and repeat ball, angled in. Delada can knock it up to mid-on. There's no run, and Netherlands remain on 107 for 4.
I mean, as hopeful as I am for Bangladesh to sneak through to the semis, I'm resigned to the fact that Bangladesh and indeed the Netherlands are out of this World Cup, as are England.
I think their realistic target is to finish higher than England.
Yeah.
Taskin again with this muscular run up. That's a slower ball. Delada waits for it, and eventually just works it gently to point with no power.
This is what I was saying at the start. I think a little triangular series between Netherlands, Bangladesh and England would be pretty entertaining.
Yeah. Yep, they're not experienced in the Bangladesh side. Some of these players possibly will be their last World Cup, like Mahmudullah, possibly Mushfika.
Yeah, for sure, I would say.
And so,
I mean, it's quite amazing that they're playing in this one.
Taskin in again. That's more on place at the stumps. He's a very great guy at bowling wicket to wicket, Taskin, and he's cramping up batsmen and denying them opportunity to work the ball. And that's another one that's worked to mid wicket. The bare mid wicket. And there's no run.
Mahmudullah, I remember him. From the 2011 World Cup. That was the first World Cup that I really just sat and followed. Because I was working nights at the time, and I just remember him because he has to be good. He's only referred to by one name.
Exactly.
Oh, and that's a fish by Delada, and they're claiming it. Now, what is it the umpire giving? He's saying, let's go for a review. I'm not sure about that. The ball bounced on Delada outside our stump, and they think he got a tiny little scratch on that.
Everybody's pretty convinced.
Yeah, they look pretty happy there in the Bangladesh camp.
To his credit, Delada didn't look behind him as soon as the ball passed him, so either he was a very good actor or he didn't know it had scratched his bat, if it has scratched his bat. But Bangladesh are convinced here that they've taken the wicket. Let's have a look at this. It's a scrambled seam. Oh, that's very it's close, and I think we can just see a tiny little movement there.
Wicketkeeper wasn't convinced, was he?
There's a big scratch there. That can only really be the bat. There's nowhere near anything that's other than the bat or the gloves.
Now, the ball changed direction. I didn't even have to look at that. I think the ball definitely changed direction there.
And so the umpire is going to have to change his call, give him out. So that's the end of Edwards. He goes for 27 off 44, and Bangladesh are in the wickets again.
Yeah, it was a good ball that from Taskin. Just seemed to rush on a little bit quicker, a little bit more bounce as well.
Well, that'll reduce that. That's a bit of a blow for the Netherlands. They were building nicely, starting to put some more pressure back to the Bangladesh bowlers, but Bangladesh have found a way to get a wicket there.
Yeah, I did think it was interesting how Mushfiqur behind the stumps did not appeal whatsoever. But yeah, clear edge.
Taskin was off celebrating. I mean, he knew. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then brings a man with a great name to the crease, and this is his jingle.
See, Brand Engelbrecht, he caught the ball and didn't let go.
Netherlands 107 for 5 after 27, having to start again and build their innings.
Man who had a lot of number one singles back in the 1970s. No, I'm thinking of Engelbert Humperdinck.
It is Engelbert Humperdinck.
Yes.
Please release me, which is probably what they want. The Netherlands want to.
Yeah, I think they're looking at a good solid 200 here.
Yeah, it's critical that they don't lose any more quick wickets here.
Mahadi's in, and like every other Mahadi ball, it's straight, it's aimed at the stumps, and the batsmen are having trouble trying to work it through into the vacant areas of the pitch.
Just looking at that wicket again, and yeah, Mushfiqur barely reacted after taking the catch.
That's full, and that's a very nice little dink and run by that would be Delader. No, not Delader. Edwards.
Now, to his credit, I think the that from that angle from behind the keeper, the ball movement, the deviation didn't look as apparent as it did from the bowler side, because it definitely changed direction.
Yeah, you'd expect there to be a sound as well if there was an edge.
Engelbrecht in and plays a textbook forward defensive to his first ball from Mahadi.
But it's quite interesting how Shakib just immediately signalled for the review. He didn't even consult.
Well, he's played enough with Mushfiqur to know when or not he thinks he's out, and that's worked by Engelbrecht towards mid-wicket. Bit aerial, but not quite enough to carry. You might need to be a bit more careful next time in case he does time it. That one wasn't timed, but he was in the vicinity of mid-wicket, and just like that, Mahadi's in again. Another dot ball with this gun barrel straight bowling. This is really excellent stuff from Mahadi.
Yeah, he certainly gets through his overs quickly, which doesn't help when you're facing him trying to get off strike.
Last ball of the over already, and that's used his footwork there from Engelbrecht. He's gone down the wicket. He's turned it almost into a Yorker. He just managed to dig it out past the man at mid-on, down to the wide mid-wicket, down to the man at long-on for a single, and that's the end of the over. Netherlands 109 for 5.
Yeah, Brian in Brisbane saying on YouTube that chat is kind of quieted down. It is fairly, I think there's a lot of chatter going on with the other match. He also mentioned the GPL, and we just want to let you know the GPL did close a long time ago. We have 12 entries, which means we have a pot of 46 pounds, and the guesses run the gamut. They go from 263 all the way up to 463. I feel like 463 in that area between 423 and 463, which I'm guessing is Messi Jez. I think is might be a little bit closer to that if Bangladesh puts on a run, and if the Netherlands do top out at around 200, like it seems like they might, but of course it depends on how the bottom half of this lineup does.
And I think, yes, Mahadi's bowled his over so quickly that Taskin is still puffing and panting at fine leg, trying to recover and waiting so he can get back to bowling.
Yeah, and there's we just saw the wicketkeeper. We just saw him just kind of like, huh?
I don't know.
Like, what happened?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Did he edge it? I don't know.
Yeah, did he edge it? I don't know. I misheard. I think again, to me, it seemed more apparent from the bowler side, from behind. I guess from that straight on view, that there was some sort of deviation.
Oh, there's a conference of fast bowlers there trying to work out what they're going to do with this ball. I think they're chatting away in a huddle, working on the ball, wasting a bit of time. But I think they're probably not too worried about the time at the moment, given they're taking 5 wickets. Shakibi's patrolling around, trying to set a field.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the delays around here. Maybe a fielder going off for a comfort break, perhaps.
Yeah, it all seems a bit unnecessary. But
it does, especially when the last over was bowled in like a couple of minutes, and then there's a massive break before the next over.
But he's at the back at the top of his mark now, as we see Mushtafizur on the boundary. Taskin is in. That's a slower ball. That's wide outside off stump. That's his end of the innings ball. Engelbrecht has nothing to do with that and just watches it pass slowly through to the keeper. Mushtafizur. No run.
Yeah, you feel another wicket or two here, and the Netherlands could be tottering.
Taskin in. That's gone for the full ball, aiming in at the stumps, trying to sneak underneath the bat. Engelbrecht plays a little punch up to mid-off. There's no run again.
Good to see he's still got a slip in, because yeah, they should really be on the attack.
Well, there's a chance to improve the net run rate if they can knock them over for a below par score and then get the runs fairly quickly. And Taskin again with that little sort of pigeon-toed start to his run-up, working in. That's another ball in the sort of corridor of uncertainty that's worked out towards Shakib, who half fields that but allows a single. The Edwards moves to 28 or 46.
Yeah, it's probably the best stroke Engelbrecht has played so far, but couldn't quite pierce the infield.
It's a good stop by Shakib. I mean, he's pretty much at full strength, so I may be giving him a bit of a disservice saying he fluffed the stop. No, he's done enough to stop what was a high value shot. That's a short ball from Taskin, but Edwards gets well on top of that and sort of paddles it round, paddle pull to deep square for a single.
Yeah, seemed to take his eye off it, but just got enough bat to control the ball.
Yeah, not played with any real effort or authority, so it was only ever going to be a single unless he perfectly placed the ball between two fielders.
Just looking at Tuskin's pitch map, it's a bit all over the place.
And that's another ball that's wide of off stump. Engelbrecht looks at it, thinks nope, not going to risk that. Through to the keeper, no run.
Although the line on that pitch map looked pretty good, but yeah, his lengths have been a bit varied.
Yeah, that's what you expect at the end of an innings, not during the middle of it. No, at the end of the innings, you mix up the lengths and lengths as much as you can, and paces for that matter. But during the middle of innings, you're bowling a rhythm more than anything else. Certainly for Taskin, who's in, and that's a better ball. And they think they might have just got an edge on that. That's just past the outside edge. Much more reaction from Mushtafizur there. But he thinks better of it, and that's the end of the over.
Yeah, let's see. Oh, Farang has one here. That wicket probably puts the Tigers a wee bit in front. As mentioned earlier, 250 makes a contest, but will be tough for the Dutch from here. Yeah, I think 250. I feel like 250 would be stretching it at this point. They would really need something, especially since, I mean, we are in the boring middle overs, but they've had 2 runs in each of the last 3, and again, they've hit six runs in an over 4 times since going back-to-back maidens in the 15th and the 16th, and the run rate has still kind of hovered around that 4-point mark.
Yeah, well, the Netherlands' projected score at the current rate is 191. If they go at 6 and over, they'll get 237, which, based on your stats you just released, is optimistic.
Yeah, I think 250 seems quite a long way away at this stage, but you never know.
I feel like 220 at this point would be good.
But
I think
they have got Logan Van Beek, and we change a bowler. They've brought in Shakib, who's brought himself in again. That's sort of worked into the mid-wicket area for an easy single off the first ball, off the back foot. And Engelbrecht moves to 2. Sorry, Edwards moves to 2 from 9.
It's been a while since their last boundary, and in fact, they haven't had a boundary since the 5th ball of the 24th over.
And flighted by Shakib, that's on the stumps. Engelbrecht sort of splays his legs and defends that stoutly. There was 100% defence in that shot. There was no intent to attack at all. The next ball is an arm ball from Shakib that's angling in on off stump. And again, Engelbrecht defends, but slightly more forcefully out to the offside.
Yeah, they seem to be in a bit of a stranglehold at the moment, the Dutch.
Shakib is in again. That's down the leg side. That's worked into the hole between the man on the 45 and square leg, who's up for a single by Engelbrecht. And taking 3 balls there. 3 balls there to get off the mark in the over. Netherlands 113 for 5. And we do a change in 2 balls. The Bear will be returning, and Tawid will be returning. And I'll be moving.
I won't. Will I?
No, sorry.
I'm already here.
Al Hotch will be returning. So Shakib in again, and that's straight. Not good length. Not really anything you can do about that. Edwards is without taking his shimmy down the crease. Dot ball.
I'm going back to sleep.
And last ball of the over. That's wider, and that's a bit more attacking from Edwards. He's given some room finally to free his arm and hit over the top. 1 bounce into the boundary for 4. And that's the end of the over. 30 overs. Netherlands are 117 for 5.
Bye, bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody. Yeah, it's going to be me, you, and Al's back.
Hello.
Press that button. Not that one. You can remember your computers. You want me to pass you the iPad?
Yeah.
Oh, well, this is going along very slowly, isn't it?
It just feels like it's all that because of the wickets lost and the way that they've been lost, that it's all been stuck in second gear.
Yeah, just a little bit, isn't it? I mean, while Edwards is there, they've still got a chance.
Yeah, but it's been a handy reminder this tournament about the effectiveness of partnership.
Yes. Well,
as Taskin is in, just turned round the corner towards square leg. They've sprinted the first, but there is not enough time or distance to be able to get the second.
Yeah, and that's one thing England have forgotten, haven't they?
Yeah.
They've forgotten that there's 50 overs, not 20. One feels a lot is going with that.
Well, they've got this idea of playing 20 over cricket, 450 overs.
Exactly, which you don't need to do.
Which doesn't work because you run out of resources too quickly.
Exactly.
Taskin in again. Edwards will push that. Well fielded at the edge of the circle, but there was always a single there.
I mean, I have no problem with partnerships going hard at the top. You've got a power play, you've only got 2 men out. You know, certainly someone in the opening partnership should be designated as an attempted hitter. And if that guy gets 30 and then gets out, You just rethink, because if he's got 30 reasonably quick, you can still get 60 in the power play by just losing that one wicket and then move on from there. I noticed that New Zealand are pretty much doing that. They're on 140 with 30 overs left to go.
Engelbrecht just dabs this towards point, but there's no chance of a single there.
I don't know exactly what score they got to chase. It's about 360, isn't it? They've got to chase
380, I think.
380. So they still need fucking hell. It's only 250 or 30 overs. It's quite a task, but you know, Mitchell's there again, and he's scoring at over a run a ball.
I love Mitchell. I think he's
class.
He's a great cricketer.
He's a great cricketer.
Batting is definitely his strongest strength, but I mean, he can get in the sides as a batsman alone, I reckon.
Yeah.
119 for 5 is the total, as this is again blocked into the covers by Engelbrecht. And, no run. You know, if you were running a county team and you could say, you know, one overseas slot available, you know, he'd be high on the list of people that I'd want to have.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, he has for Middlesex, for Warwickshire, I think, as well.
Yeah.
In the last 2 or 3 years.
He probably doesn't want to go to Middlesex, then. That's so shit.
Well,
let's go to a team that's got more potential.
Let's be honest. No one wants to go to Middlesex. Not even Tony wants to go to Middlesex.
In fact, John Simpson has just left Middlesex as well to go to Sussex.
Short pulled away by Engelbrecht, and has he found the gap in the deep? He has, and this has gone for one of these.
There's not one boy for me, I must have 2 or 3, I need 4.
It's a poor ball, really, if there's no one out there.
Well,
Taskin does put in 1 or 2 every other over.
Yeah, just not enough height on it.
Just to keep them honest.
To give full credit to the batsman, he has pulled it a long way in front of square. Maybe a fielder in the deep for a more square pull shot, but
well, that's what I mean. It's not got high. It's not got high enough, so yeah, you can pick the place in front of square.
The Yorker that's spearing in towards leg stump. In the end, well flicked away by Engelbrecht towards deep square leg as he was losing his balance. He'll take a single and he'll retain the strike on 9. Edwards is 35, and the Netherlands are 1, 2, 3 for 5.
Not a lot on Twitter.
There's not a lot of people on YouTube either. I think everyone's following the other game, which is kind of fair enough. Australia, New Zealand, at top of the table, kind of, or potential semi-finalist clash, or Netherlands versus Bangladesh, wooden spoon.
A top 4 pointer.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Andrew Cook says 389 bear would take a World Cup record for them to beat it.
Yeah, it would do. The records are there to be broken, is the old cliche. Not very often, but there has to be a day.
Yeah. Shakib is in. Half driven, half cut away by Engelbrecht towards the deep cover fielder.
So and
that will be a single.
I think I need the next 5 wickets to fall for about 47 runs. I don't think that's going to happen.
Did you go a team under total?
I went a team under total. I went Netherlands under 72 and 172 and a half. I think it was. Might be 178 and a half.
This is more flighted by Shakib and mistimed back to the bowler.
But I got 5-2 on that, so it's not that likely.
Well, you feel that if you could get Edwards out?
Yes. Well, they should have had him twice and about 3 balls, wasn't it?
They certainly did, as this is swept from outside off stump by Edwards, as is his wont, and they will, I think, come back for 2.
Yeah, Edwards is very quick, so no, if it's just a left or right of a fielder, they've got a good chance for him to turn and burn.
No, it's only 1.
No, it's just that we just one. Engelbrecht is facing the next delivery, plays it with a very straight bat towards extra cover. Shakib in his 7th over, figures of 1 for 27 so far. It's around the wicket again, just offers a hint and a glimpse of a drive, but it's just pushed for a single. Short of the fielders, right on the very edge of the cover boundary.
See, I'll be trying to put more pressure on those kinds of areas.
Yeah, when in the previous spell, when Mahady was bowling, he was bowling very gunbarrel straight.
Yes, as this is Inside edged onto the pad by Edwards for the last ball of that 30-second over, 1-2-7 for 5.
And the net result was the ball's either been knocked straight back to the bowler,
or hit straight to a short mid
or
wicket.
hit straight to a short mid wicket for the ball.
Short mid wicket.
No, the bare position.
The bare position, and you should always have one. And to be fair, if he'd have been bowling more into the pads, it would have been going there. And I noticed they did have a short mid wicket on the last ball of the over, so he was just bowling a little bit too wide, allowing him to push it to the offside rather than turn it into the leg side to that mid wicket. But yeah, it's going a lot of glacial pace.
It's a very different game to most of the other games in the World Cup.
Yeah. Well, I guess they're trying to have a, as you were saying, hinting at earlier, you know, if they can get to the last 10 overs with Edwards still there, Engelbrecht, Rolf van der Merwe can hit a few, then maybe they can get to 250, and then they might have an outside chance. Bangladesh, you know, they're not the strongest batting side if you can get through at the top.
Yep.
And it was the score that they managed to beat South Africa with, so maybe they think. If they do get to 250, I might put some money on them, because I think Bangladesh will still be big favourites.
Mustafiza is coming back into the attack, and that has been edged by Engelbrecht. Down towards third man. There is a man there.
If they move their slip maybe 2 slips closer, because from fourth to second...
They keep hedging, don't they? Except for that point when they had 3 slips in there, and Edwards still managed to cut it through a gap somewhere.
They could have had 3 catches through that area.
I know.
Maybe more than that. Edwards facing.
Maybe she's bowled a test match field, put 3 slips and a gully in.
36 off 54. Yeah. There does feel a sense that if they were a little bit less by the numbers and actually considered where there is a second slip in now as Edwards comes a half step down the track towards Mustafiza and guides this towards a vacant mid-wicket area for a single.
He's a decent cricketer, Edwards, isn't he?
Yeah, feels like he's full of hustle and bustle.
Did he play county?
No, I don't think so. I think had he done so, he'd have been embargoed from playing in the qualifying games, like a lot of the Dutch players were. Yeah. I think he's good enough to.
Feels like he is. Engelbrecht facing. Again, a half step down the track and another leading edge.
Well, there's appeals. Did he actually hit it, or did it just come off the pad? I don't think it was coming back in. So.
I don't think that's a real appeal.
Nothing's moved off straight at all.
I thought we were going to have a replay of that, but instead we get someone picking up sweetmeats.
Yeah. Feel hungry now.
Yeah. I had to go down and get some for Eid or something. I had to go and get some Eid sweets, so I went down to Tooting for that. Crikey. It's mad.
Yeah.
What, to Gary's place?
No, the guy I just was it Pooja I think I went to?
That's the one.
Yeah, okay.
Squirted away to deep backward point for a single by Engelbrecht.
Yeah, Gary absolutely raves about that place.
The thing is, I had no, you know, it's the first time in a long time I've gone somewhere and gone, I really don't know what I'm looking at and what I need to get. I was just absolutely hopeless. Never done it before.
No, we don't quite have the cultural diversity in my part of the world to be able to tell you that I'd even be able to find any.
Well, yeah, that's the one thing. It was relatively easy to find.
That is a slower ball, banged in short of the length. Edwards misses it, and in the end, it bounces to the fact that it rolls in front of the keeper.
Yeah, nice out the back of the hand. Took all the pace off it. Wouldn't have carried if he'd have edged it. Bounced twice before it got to Mushy. This is Mushy's 5th World Cup.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Mad.
We did start when he was about 17.
Yeah, I know.
But still, 5's a lot. Again, pushed across with the angle from the left-handed bowler, only able to be pushed into the covers. No run off that last ball, 3 off the over. And as the drinks come onto the pitch, 130 for 5. Oh, they've got things on sticks.
I guess it's fruit. Looks
That's
like fruit.
Very cosmopolitan.
Yes.
Disinterested Hamjod says on YouTube that this is a good old-fashioned 50 over cricket. Like your grandfather used to play.
Yeah, watch it, definitely.
Some Gavaskar-esque type scoring.
Yeah, well, yeah, there's... well, Baresi scored at a runner ball. Ackerman at 50%, less than.
Edwards at 67.
Yeah, it's not great,
Engelbrecht about 60.
Yeah. Ah, well, what's going on over in the other one? Where are New Zealand? I guess the only...
They're 2 down for about 130 or so.
Yeah, they were last time I saw. That's the thing. I guess the next interesting thing is to see how far Ravindra and Mitchell go. I mean, they're both in form, it has to be said, and they're both in, so with plenty of time. They're going to have to still engineer.
Yeah, but will they get zampered?
Well, that's the question.
No, for a man who's been not particularly in form before the tournament, he seems to have done really well.
Well, yeah, I know. It's really annoying, isn't it? Australia sort of fumbled into the tournament and have really picked it up. And now they've got Head back.
Well, it's the beauty of... I mean, there's been lots said about the different
They've
types
got a lot of other
you could play.
Occasional spinners as well in that side. They've got Boom Boom. They've got Travis Head bowling his filthy darts.
Yeah.
No, and we've seen in this tournament that your occasional spinners can be just as effective, if not more so, because there's a surprise factor.
Well, exactly, and no matter what anyone says, you're always going to want extra spinners in India, aren't they? No matter, even if it's a 50 over wicket, it doesn't really matter. The wickets, okay, they might be all right for pace and they might not turn a lot, but the fact is they're generally quite slow. There's never any real pace in wickets in India.
Yeah.
And therefore, that's why you say you have to be extreme pace to be any good out there. So clearly the wickets are slow. So slow bowlers, it comes on even slower, and it's difficult to time. And all the old cliches are true. That's why they're cliches. Time on time they've been proved, and India is a place, and the subcontinent in general is a place where that's the case. Oh, was that the catch? That was the catch, wasn't it? The big
Dwayne
boy.
Leverott.
Dwayne Leverott, yeah. Plucking one out there. Who was it he plucked out?
It's Bermuda versus...
Wasn't it India?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. The tapper, yeah. They were still lost the game by 260 odd runs.
Yeah.
They were bowled out 156, and India still managed to get to 413 for 5. That's what they don't tell you about that game.
Yeah, the great catch restricting India to 413.
Exactly.
We are wibbling along because there's
nothing going on. What the fuck is going on? They're now 168 for 2. After
they're taking cocktails.
After 23 points. Oh, that's right. They had fruit on sticks. 23.5 overs gone. 168 for 2. The current run rate is 7.04. That must be a batting paradise. And the required run rate is 8.5. So it's a long chase.
When you have friends round to your houses and stuff, in terms of like food that you might put on for people, do you have things on sticks that you have for people?
No.
We have big pots of Nigerian stuff.
No, Kenyan, but we don't do that. We don't really have people round. We're not very.
I like the fact I've just reached a point in life where
the bear likes to stay in his den by himself.
No,
and keep the world out.
Generally, the wife doesn't like people. I'm not massively. And the thing is, as you get older, you spend so much time with your family. Your group and social group just shrinks.
Yeah. Miraz is coming into the tap for his second over. His first one went for 7. This first ball is loopy but pushed down to long on for a single by Engelbrecht and bringing Edwards onto strike.
And a lot of the people that you would have hung out with when you were younger, a lot of them moved out of town as well, which is not a bad thing to do. Cash in.
Well, not only does your social time with the families increase, so does theirs.
Yeah, exactly.
True. Edwards goes back in his crease. Can't beat mid-off.
I rarely go to the pub. I rarely drink at home. I drink here, but I don't really drink at home anymore. Yeah.
Yeah.
What, drink here? You've been sarcastic.
A full toss, and Edwards has got down and swept that to deep backward square for a single.
Got away with that. Did the bowler.
It looked like it was a sort of a predestined move,
Yeah.
predetermined move that to move towards the off stump, and maybe he tried to spear it in towards leg stump, but the ultimate end of it all was a single. Engelbrecht has just tapped that to backward square for a single. Some good running between these two.
Oh, look, there's a pointless stat for you. He has 22% of his runs are scored in twos, which is the highest at the World Cup.
He attempts to come down the track and is beaten in the flight, and in the end it comes off.
Do you think they
the
tried?
gloves harmlessly.
Well, there's two ways to take that. One is he's very quick between the wickets, and the second one is he doesn't hit enough fours.
Yes. Good at finding gaps, can't get the power on it.
It's a bit negative. As he is attempted to sweep this, it's a mistimed sweep, goes finer. There is a single, and the ball hits the stumps, and
then there's another attempt at a single, and in the end nothing happens.
And in the end, it was a dot ball after all of that.
After all of that. The other way of looking at it is you can find the stat that makes some team feel better by having someone at the top of a list. Our player in this particular stat is the best at the World Cup.
Yeah, best in the world.
Yeah, running twos.
I'd love to know what stats England are top of the world in at the minute.
Well, that would be interesting. It's amazing, isn't it? Because Milan's top score of 140 is still about third or fourth on the list of big scores at this tournament.
No, but we're looking for top of the world. England top of the world stats.
In shitness.
Well, just in any isness. Mr. Vizzer is squaring up Engelbrecht with this first delivery of his 7th over.
Well, I guess we'd be top of the list of the stats. The
the
variance between potential and performance.
Well, no, I think
at this World
the
Cup.
one we would definitely be top of the stats of is the least number of matches that the defending team has to play in the next World Cup before we get out.
Luckily, there'll be World Cups where they just probably played quarter, semis, and finals, or a hell of a lot less games than this. And
we played 5 games, 1-1, and I think we're out.
A drive which has gone through the covers, and will this beat the fielder? He's got a long gap to make up, and in the end, kind of gives up, and the ball dribbles by Engelbrecht for 4 runs.
I suppose we can put that in. We haven't done anything for a while, have we?
There's been nothing happening, isn't it?
I'm just thinking of things to put in the highlights.
Yeah.
There aren't that many highlights.
Yeah. If you want medium lights,
yeah,
then this game has them in abundance.
Twos, we can give you a lot of twos.
Yeah, he can give you a misfield every once in a while. Engelbrecht now on 19 from 27 as he wafts at that one outside his off stump. In the end, it is fielded by Point.
And he hasn't really played a shot in anger yet, Engelbrecht. He's just working the ball and taking what's offered.
Yeah.
Would we refer to him as a nerdler?
It's very much at this point, yeah. But he's doing. I guess that even that's kind of smart cricket if you're Netherlands. You've only got 5 wickets left. Engelbrecht he got a 90, didn't he, against somebody in the last game?
He got a decent score. He got a 50, I think.
Yeah. So he must be feeling on form. Scott Edwards has batted all right in this tournament, and if exactly that, they've got to think if they can get 250, which they could do from here with these two.
Fizz has changed the angle and come around the wicket this time. Seems a bit of a wasted effort because he was causing quite a lot of trouble coming over the wicket. And again, it's attempted nerdle into the covers, but no run.
I mean, if they're going to get a score, they've got to go deep in. These two have got to go quite deep into the 40s before they even try. And I thought 44 overs, another 10 overs, try and get 5 and over, and then get another 50 and get up to 190 with 5 overs to go, and see if they can do what they did the other day, get 60 odd runs, and might have a score on the board.
They've got people to come. They've got Logan van Beek, who can hit the ball a long way.
Slower ball played towards mid-wicket. Almost a pre-arranged single with the lack of effort from everybody involved in running.
But can equally get out for naught.
Yeah, exactly. Rolf van der Merwe.
I'm not sure Van der Merwe's playing, is he?
Yeah, I think he is.
I thought they
maybe
picked
he's not.
Dutt and...
yeah, they have picked Dutt. Dutt's at 11.
And Van Meekeren.
Yeah. So maybe you're right.
Which is a
Well,
shame
they-
because he's exactly the player they need right now.
Yeah,
Well-
he's industrious, busy. I mean, he
6
can
and-
equally get fuck all, but
6 and over from here gets him to 230.
But that was part of that partnership that had that last 3 overs for 40 odd.
yeah.
Short ball pulled down towards long leg, fielded on the bounce.
Equally, they could fall in a pack if one of these were to go now and still be out for under my 172.5.
6 runs did come off that over, and at the end of 35, the Netherlands are 139 for 5.
Disinterested Hamjob says, I don't like people either, Bear. Step further into hermit lifestyle.
Well, I've got 3 kids and a wife, so I can't really be a hermit. I come here quite often and speak to the world, so, you know. Maybe I do like people. Maybe it's my wife. I don't know.
Maybe you like people, but you like them over there.
I don't know. I had a thought that's disappeared.
Well, that happens.
That happens a lot.
Yeah. Miraz to continue. Edwards facing. Edwards goes back in his crease, but no real attempt to even try and. He's almost like he's hitting it to the fielder rather than trying to hit it past the fielder.
I know, I've remembered. I mean, my point is, you watch these fast bowlers, and they're not, they're bowling mid-80s, and you look at what happens off the pitch.
Again, Edwards goes back in his crease. This time he'll play it to long on and take a single.
With a softer, older ball. It looks like really hard work, even for the best,
It's tough going.
Yeah.
Yes, Van der Merwe is not playing it. Shariz Ahmed instead.
Okay.
Look at that.
I have no idea what that was.
I think that might have been Nestle Boy arriving as
right.
Engelbrecht
No.
pushes.
No, it
the ball
is.
down to
I
long
just
on.
let him in.
Oh, right, you just let him in. It wasn't a
And-
slave boy.
Dot ball off the third ball of this over.
He's listening to some music.
I think so. As this is again passed back to the bowler, just defended, almost as if batting practice rather than actually trying to score runs.
I think he did that on purpose, didn't you, listeners?
Turned away by Engelbrecht. They're going to run hard for the first ball towards deep square leg, and it'll just be a single. Only 2 off this over, with 1 ball left. Netherlands 141 for 5. Just
boredom.
It's
very low.
Nerdling as this is played back to Miraz by Edwards. He tries his best to gift them a run with a partial misfield, but in the end it's a dot ball.
It's only 2 runs off the over. You see, I keep thinking, that's not a bad over for them, and then it comes out and actually they've had 4 dots and a couple of singles.
Yeah, it's low intensity cricket.
Oh, well, look at that. There's another pointless, well, not pointless, I suppose, today.
47% of the deliveries from spinners have been hitting the stumps.
Because they bowl wicket to wicket. There's
Yeah.
a surprise.
Fancy that.
It's amazing what stats you can dream up if you have a point to prove.
There you go, top 5 teams. So unsurprisingly, India at home realised that if you bowl at the stumps, even if you're a spinner.
But even still, only 2 out of every 5 deliveries hitting the stumps.
Well, yes. Remember that there's I think it's T20 where they had a bowl off, and one side failed to hit the stumps in all of its 10 deliveries.
That's poor, isn't it?
Shakib back. There didn't
Half-stopped.
seem to be enough room for Engelbrecht to be able to cut that, but he does. Half stopped at point, but deep point will restrict everything to a single.
Yeah, when it comes that close to the wicket, we really fast hand to get through the ball, so you can chop down on it.
Just didn't seem to be the width, but he's managed to manufacture his way to a single. Takes him to 22. Edwards is 40 of 65. There's Shakib comes in again, and this time a reverse sweep, which can't be short third man.
He's trying, is Edwards?
Yeah.
Just not very successfully. Still a run rate of less than 60%. Oh no!
Oh, he's got down to sweep that. It's hit him outside the line of off stump.
Only just though. I think
Yeah.
another half a ball width, and that could have been very interesting.
Well, yeah, I thought it was a bit further than that, but yeah, that's a safe place to sweep from if the ball's not going on to hit the stumps or outside the line.
Keep again. This one more down leg side.
Where's your
Just-
fucking short mid wicket?
As you might be able to tell, there was no short mid wicket, and therefore they're able to take a single.
Good work from Mushy to get out to stop 2 there.
Yeah, but I mean, if they're playing like this, why not have the man there? You just even put more pressure on him, you know.
Yeah, force him to hit an aggressive
I
shot over
get.
the
Well,
top.
I mean, the other thing is, Bangladesh might be quite happy at this. If they go along like this and they only have to chase 200 or something like that, they'll be. No, that should be business. But I do think you should be trying to go into the kill here, even if with a couple of reasonably set batsmen.
It's a famous quote from Clausewitz, isn't it? After this ball,
Loop to delivery just outside the off stump is nothing more than pushed by Engelbrecht, and we've got the last ball of this over. And again, just it's almost watching Test match batting, as that one was blocked with a very square back towards mid wicket. It's like watching people occupy the crease as if they're waiting for the end of the day's play, not that there's 13 overs to go in an ODI.
Oh, New Zealand have lost a wicket.
yeah, but they're up at the rate almost.
Yeah,
They definitely
almost
are up
the
at the rate. Yeah, but all I was going to say was Clausewitz says if your enemy is effing up, don't interrupt him.
Oh, it was Daryl Mitchell as well. Oh, but Ravindra's just hit a 6. 50 up for Ravindra, or 49. How did Mitchell get then? Let's have a look. You can listen to this on the radio. You can't see them on YouTube because they got struck yesterday for some bastards in India.
Miraz coming in to bowl his 4th over, turned away by Edwards, just behind the deep square leg. Take a single.
Zampa got Mitchell. Caught Stark.
I said he'd get zampered.
Yeah. Well, Tom Latham's finally hit some form coming into this tournament.
A reverse sweep attempted by Engelbrecht, and that will go towards deep backward point for a single.
Now, you still play club cricket. Do people do reverse sweeps now in club cricket?
Coming more, but normally it's in 20 overs rather than any other. Normally in a Saturday league match, no.
Are there people even in club cricket who are quite good at it?
Yes.
Wow.
We've got one at our club who's good at it.
Edwards goes back in his crease, plays this ball towards long on. 3rd single of the over.
I've never even attempted one.
He's slog swept reverse a 6 on tour.
Wow, that's quite impressive.
Yeah.
Yet again, just maybe slightly shorter at length, able to be turned behind square on the leg side. A 4th single of this over.
My bet's not coming in, is it?
No, I think that's your tuppence that's gone down the drain there.
There'd have to be some collapse from here. As again, back in the crease. Nothing more than a tap and go. It's not even in any danger of reaching the edge of the circle, let alone boundary fielders. But another single able to be taken.
Oh, I've woken up the pawn bot.
As this is pushed to mid-wicket. A dot ball to finish. At the end of 38 overs, the Netherlands are 148 for 5.
Apparently, fast hands to chop down on the ball costs a pony.
Ah, yeah. Well, 5 off that over. That wasn't a bad over for them.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't be a bad over for them if they were going at that for 20 overs. But
Well, yeah, something like 25 overs. I said no, 6 and over would get them to 237. I said, but Brian Barish brought out the stat they'd scored 6 and over twice in the last 15 overs.
Yeah, but it's what you do at the end. It's, when the position they're in now. I mean, I've only got 5 batters left, and probably 3 of them are no good. These 2 have got to do the heavy lifting, so they can't afford to give these 2 away if they want to set any kind of score.
So you're getting cheap overs now rather than
And,
Spencer overs later.
And at the end of the day, in this tournament, generally pace is gone. It's been quite easy.
Well,
to
they don't
score.
have to bowl that much pace anymore because they've had 3 pacers and they've had 3 spinners on.
It's going to be Sharaful who's going to bowl his 8th over. Little chip into a vacant mid-wicket area by Edwards, and again there'll just be a single. He'll move to 45.
And of the spin bowlers, I mean, yes, Shakibi's almost bowled out, but Mahedi and Miraz have quite a lot of overs left between them.
Yeah, true. We're still above the Netherlands somehow. I thought we were bottom.
No, we will be probably after this.
Sharaful in, around the wicket this time. Engelbrecht can't beat point for a single.
Shakib shouting at somebody. I don't know.
He's
what
very
about.
animated.
He is very animated. Go off though.
I think it's the fielding or the poor fielding that's the ground fielding in particular that's annoying him. And then he's all smiles and laughs again.
No, probably shown on the big screen. And he's caught himself.
Sharaful in, down the leg side. Engelbrecht swings and misses, but that'll be a wide. Yep. And the 150 is up.
Of 38.2 overs. Edwards is 45 or 72, and Engelbrecht 20 whatever. They took it off my screen.
Just 79 balls to get. Again, spearing down the leg side, flipped off the hip by Engelbrecht. We'll look for a sign about whether that's a run or a leg bye. It's a leg bye. Brings Edwards back on strike at 45.
Lots of baby tigers, jumping around in front of the camera.
Absolutely.
Probably makes about 80% of the people at the ground potentially.
Indeed. It's always a close shot though, because whenever they do a wide shot, there's loads and
loads of white seats, like you can see now behind the bowler.
As this is edged or guided down towards third man, it'll just be a single. Oh, have they come back for 2?
I think
they have.
I think they saw the throw was quite poor.
Edwards is very quick. Very quick.
That really was a single all the way, and quite how it's managed to get.
And he would have been in by some distance as well.
Yeah, there was a little sneaky a backward flick of the wrist by the wicketkeeper to try and hit the stumps. But the fact that he had to do that to try and hit the stumps was an indication of just how bad the fielding was from the deep. So that brings Edwards on to 47, as this is a short ball which he pulls round the corner. He'll take a single to move to 48, and the total's 154 for 5 with 1 ball left at the 39th over.
100 in the last 10.
I think 225 is definitely on the cards.
It's not really enough, but if they can get
it's
some
probably
early
not
wickets.
enough, because if Bangladesh's more experienced batters get going, they'll knock that down for about 5 down.
Last ball left of this over from Sharaful. Again, Engelbrecht can do no more than defend. Sharaful makes like he's a crazy person about to throw at the stumps when he's not. And it's 154 for 5.
Yeah. Where are we at? 39 overs. We're going to have a change at the end of this over, aren't we?
We are.
Who's on?
It'll be the Bear, Nestlers and Tawid.
Oh, okay.
But Tarwood can't. Tarwood's had to. He's had to disappear because of
family commitments.
An issue with his little child. So I'll take Tarwood's spot. If that's
Okay. Yep.
Okie dokie. I'll move over into your chair.
Yep.
2 partnerships, 59 and 44, and this is a third one, 47. It's not too bad.
It's just not quite.
It's not quick enough,
but it's taking what's offered basically, without imposing yourself.
The 40th over is going to be bowled by Shakib, who has figures for 1 for 30 off his 8 overs.
done a good job, Shakib. He's kept it reasonably under control. I don't think he's, apart from perhaps 1-4 that got snicked just gently past short fine leg. I don't recall a big hit for boundary.
This one a loopy delivery, which Edwards is going to play down to long off for a single, moving him to 49. It'll be quite a well-deserved half-century for Edwards. Should he get the required extra run?
Definitely a responsible captain's innings so far.
Mm-hmm.
Partnership's 48 as well.
Yeah. Relatively even contributions, as this is again driven straight, but straight back to Shakib for no run.
They just don't know how to manipulate the ball, do they?
Not quite.
Oh, that's got to be close.
It's fired into the pads, but I thought that was going to go down.
I thought he
got a bit of edge on it.
Tiny little inside edge on that. And that just squirted off his pad past the outside of the off stump. So he's quite lucky not to be bowled in off.
Shakib looks like he's lost a pound but found a penny, as that one kind of jumps up off a good length and is defended back to the bowler for no run.
Yeah, just a scratch on the inside edge.
Did kind of squirt kind of low, didn't it?
Yeah, that was going on to hit the stumps as well. So yeah. He was lucky to hit. He got something on that.
This one again goes no further than a metre away from Engelbrecht, who doesn't seem to quite know what's going on around him. He's going to just have a bit of a consultation with Edwards, get some advice. Edwards might just turn around to him and say, hit the ball harder.
Yeah, if you've got those annoying bowlers, you bowl through the arm when you've got it outstretched as well in recreational cricket.
This one wide of the crease. Engelbrecht tries to get the ball past backward point. He can't. And that's the end of the 40th over. And with 10 overs left to go, there you're going to have to bring out all the fireworks because it's 155 for 5.
Okie doke, I will try. We're going to say hello to Nestlers as well, aren't we? All right, mate.
Yes, there he is. Whee.
How you doing?
Not too bad. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right. I'm surviving. It's another day. It's another World Cup match.
Yeah, it's not been. Is it just me, or has this World Cup been a bit crap? Not just talking about England, but it's just been a bit. Meh.
It's not quite had the exciting games that we might want.
No.
It's generally been a bit underwhelming. Let's be honest.
Underwhelming. That's the phrase I'm looking for.
Can you be properly whelmed?
Well, I don't know.
Because you can be overwhelmed.
Well, okay, so what is whelmed?
Well, is whelmed just an old-fashioned word for normal?
I don't know. Maybe someone on Twitter could help us, or Google, as that's clipped to mid-wicket. Scott Edwards is on 49 off 76. 40 overs. The Netherlands are 155 for 5.
I'm whelmed.
Feels like it should be a word.
Probably. Well, if you can be over and under it, it must be something must be whelmed. I don't know. That one is full and just driven to short cover, and there's no run. Have I spoken to you since your Dartford New Cross experience?
No, oh mate, we found a great place to eat there. The Beirut Canteen.
Ooh,
Lebanese street food.
Oh, nice.
Oh, epic. And found an old proper boozer, the Nel Gwyn.
No, there's a fair few of those still knocking around there.
I love an old boozer with sticky carpet.
Yeah. Round the wicket, short pull, didn't really get up, and that's going to be his 50. Well, I thought it was going to be 4 as well, but it's not. It's going to be 2. But Scott Edwards gets to 50. 51 off 78 deliveries, and Netherlands 155 for 7.
Don't stop just 'cause you got to 50. Don't stop, treat it as a start. You can use this to get a better score. The first 50's done. The first 50's done. Ooh, don't look back.
And he's done pretty well considering, because He could have been caught twice when he was on naught in the space of about 3 balls. But he got away with it, and he's capitalised. Around the wicket, Shoreful into the pads of Edwards, who gets that down fine.
Yay.
And maybe he got a bat on it. I thought it was off the pad, but to get that pace on it, it must have come off a bat. It's gone down very fine. It's got 4 runs. I haven't seen one of them for a while.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary, crossing a boundary.
Taskin was down there and did a dive and then tested his shoulder out. And you think he's had a little bit of shoulder trouble that's kept him out the last couple of games. So the cameras focus on him. Partnership's 54 off 83. Pretty slow. But they have a platform possibly where they could get to 230, 240 or 250. As that one is guided square by Edwards. Only to point, there's no run. He berates himself for not missing the fielder. 230 I don't think would be enough, but you know, it gives him a shot at least. So they can get some early wickets. That will be the key.
Whelmed means to be flooded or to flow, more or less, says disinterested handjob.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Underflowing, overflowing. As that's defended back to the bowler, the last ball of the 41st over, Shoreful bowls. He's got 1 for 42 off 9. And 161 for 5. Have we got anyone with us on socials? Or are they all bored?
No, there's a few. The GC Radio Naked Fun Pornbot says, the manageress of my new Sydenham S&M parlour is an old boozer with a sticky carpet. Yeah, you wouldn't have liked the music there. It was discharge with discharge, you know.
Well,
noisy, noisy and fast.
Yeah, it was noisy and fast. Well, you said it's punk. It almost sounded like thrash metal to me, but you know.
Well, they were the first UK band to play at 100 miles an hour back in the early 80s.
Okay.
They were the sort of pioneers of that in the UK, and they still sound the same.
For a minute, I thought you were talking about that they were on something that was going literally at 100 miles an hour.
Yeah. No, it sounded quite quick. That's what I mean. It didn't sound like punk. It sounded like thrash to me. But
well,
whatever.
it's punk because I mean that's what it was back in '81. Well, they actually started in '77.
Well, yeah, okay.
But no one had heard anything that fast before. It was, you know, it wasn't like the Clash or the, you know.
Yeah. Reverse swept. Good reverse sweep. Gets it this time. Beats the fielder at backward point. That was Engelbrecht, and he gets 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Now the question will be, I mean, if he misses that, he's as plumb can be. But now, can they put pressure back on the Bangladeshis? Just a question. Into the pad, Shakib. He's in the last over, and it's played to mid wicket, and there is no run. Run rate creeping up towards 4. That's an interesting sign by one of the kids. That's hit out to cover, and there's no one. He's only going to go to school to Shakib hit to 100. I'm not sure there's enough balls for Shakib to get 100. They only chase 200. Oof. Engelbrecht facing up, defended, back down the track. There's no run.
There's something obviously going on with Jay's neighbour. He says, I need a hierophant to work out what the fuck my opposite neighbour is doing.
What's a hierophant?
I don't know. No idea.
Some sort of bug. Oh, it's me, sorry. Cut out towards the deep cover boundary. It'll be a single. And Shakib has 1 ball left in his 10 overs.
Ah, his neighbour is moonwalking.
Moonwalking?
Very fast, apparently.
Okay.
Did you say moonwalking?
Yeah.
Going out on the tiles tonight. That's too short. And Edwards goes back and pulls it. It's off Shakib, so all on the deck out to Cow. He'll get a single to end that over. 167 for 5, 42 gone. Edwards is 56, Engelbrecht is 29, and Shakib finishes his spell with 1 for 37 after 10 overs.
Mog asked me, were Discharge touring for anything special? 40th anniversary of an album or something? No, I don't think so. They play quite a lot. They play to massive crowds in South America. Like they were in a pub when we saw them, about 150 people. When they play like Mexico, they play in front of 20,000 people. It's one of those bizarre situations.
Big in Mexico.
Well, it's South America. You know, it's they love a bit of thrash, speed, punk, metal out there. They'll have anything. I think.
Probably can make a decent living out of that then if you're Discharge, I presume.
The guitarist has just brought out an autobiography which is supposed to be brilliant, apparently. My mate was talking to him afterwards. He'd read the book, so... but, I mean, 3 original members who are all in their 60s, but still giving it some, as they say.
Nice. Go out rocking. Attempted drive by Edwards, but it goes off his foot, I think, in the end, up to mid-off. And they get a single. Tomorrow's the big one. England get thrashed by India.
Oh, God.
Are you on for that, Nestlers?
Yeah.
It's my day off tomorrow. I mean, like against any team we've played in this World Cup, I do think we can beat India.
They're going to get hammered.
But the way they're playing, they're going to get hammered. Yeah. I'm just, I mean, I keep, I'm forever an optimist, and I just keep hoping for that one game, even though we're out, we prove what we can do. Oh, now how did that miss the bloody stumps? Mr. Fitzboulder, what seems to be a slower off-breaky delivery, seems to go off the pitch, squares up Edwards, just about miss it, can't miss the off stump by much, goes through to keeper, there's no run.
Yeah, it's just been dismal, haven't they?
They have been.
They just look like they're kind of... Well, they just look like they want to go home.
I know! That's flashed at by... Oh, sorry, it's Engelbrecht on strike, not Edwards. He misses it. It goes through to the keeper and there's no run.
By some distance.
Yeah, he's putting a lot of cut on the ball. Almost going like a spinner. And so we're looking at the Lytton Das catch earlier. He was very close in.
That was going at some speed.
Yeah, exactly. He hit that quite cleanly. It wasn't a genuine edge. It went fast, and he wasn't only about 15 minutes away. He's missed that again, and it's almost identical. I don't know how Engelbrecht hasn't been bowled, to be honest, but he hasn't. That one was the slower ball. The previous one wasn't a slower ball. But the Fizz is bowling this out of the back of the hand. No, it's a genuine off spinner, almost with a Murley snap of the wrists.
If you can't make contact with the ball, there is something about, for the greater good of the team, he might have to sacrifice his own wicket. You know what I mean?
I don't think anyone else coming in first up against that is going to hit it either, except for probably straight up in the air. The Fizz is in once more. That one has gone up in the air, and I don't think it's gone far enough. The question is, there is someone underneath it, and he can't catch it. That's a terrible drop, and it might even go off for 4 runs. I didn't see. He didn't even end up getting anywhere near it. Dived, and it went through his arms. Who is that?
He had to dive for it.
Yeah, he should have got himself into position.
That's how far away he was from it.
It's gone way up in the sky. He's had to follow it. He is running backwards. They're never the easiest. He just completely misjudged it at the end, because he did seem to be in position. Who was? I can't see who that was. I wish I did. Shakib's not happy. The bowler's not happy. And somehow they get away with it. 171 for 5, Netherlands in the 43rd over. The Fizz in again. That's on the pads of Edwards, who knocks that down towards long leg. They'll get a single. Oh, I forgot I've got a run out for the next wicket. I don't want him to get caught, do I? I'm quite happy he got dropped.
What was the better comedy run out a couple of days ago? Was it Roots or was it Rashid's?
Better comedy one was definitely Rashid. The stupidest one was definitely Root. Root just looked really jittery and kept trying to push for runs. There was no need to push for them that much. It wasn't his call. Bairstow said no pretty early on that one, and Root still seemed to keep coming down the track at him.
What do you think of that Rashid one? I mean, it just seems to me that play had kind of stopped.
Well, my initial thought was, from the angle it came in, he'd passed it off to someone, in which case it couldn't be out because it would be a dead ball. But he never let go of the ball, and Rashid was just, plumbing about. And it's only a wide down the leg side. You still get run out off a wide. You've got to still be a little bit aware. It's not like he was only about 2 yards out of his crease anyway. And there was probably about 5 seconds between the ball and it hitting the stumps. So it's not like he couldn't have got back. Maybe didn't expect him to do it. And, fair play and all that. That's a good shot by Edwards. Poor ball by Taskin. First ball of his next over. Slower ball, but it's too wide and it sits up and gets smashed inside mid-off. Who's pretty wide. And we haven't had one of these for a while, but it's a 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Fairly decent shot.
He's quick hands through the ball to kind of slap that straight with a horizontal bat.
Well, again, as I say, Al, these pitches are just not made for pace. It's very difficult. I mean, basically, the most success that the Pacers have after the ball has gone anything like reasonably old, as that one's played up to long on and there's no run, is to take the pace off. And what does that tell you? You're better off bowling slow. So England go in, not only do they decide to bat first against a side at 37 degrees and 70% humidity, but then they pick their 2 fastest bowlers under the presumption that South Africa are no good at facing pace, which I don't know where anyone in their right fucking mind gets the idea that South Africa are never any good at playing pace. They can't play spin for toffee. They're always good against pace.
Am I to take it from then that there's a couple of those decisions that you disagree with?
Well, funny enough, Al,
all of them.
Well, there you go. That's driven up to mid-off and there's no run. It still bugs me now. It's just insanity.
Well, for me, the absolute peak, the pinnacle of bad decisions is Nasser Hussain in Brisbane going, we'll have a bowl. Yeah. But all of those things that you're talking about in that game against South Africa collectively, it's not far beyond.
No.
It's got to be top 3.
The last ball was just hit up to mid-off and there's no run. Sorry, there was a run. Next ball is short. Pulled. That's well pulled. And he's going to get 4. Edwards is starting to open up a little bit now. Drag that down to Cow. 4 more runs.
Now my innings going. Great guns. I hit the ball. 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
They got 5 batters in the hatch. What did I say? I said don't lose a wicket before the 44th, didn't I? 45th. And try and accelerate.
Is there a bit of self-fulfilling prophecy in all of this? Because it's like the bowling has almost encouraged them. The bowling's got worse as it's got into.
Well, this entire tournament, pace has gone. It's been a lot easier to pick runs off pace, especially for set batsmen. I'm not saying it's easy when batsmen first come in because the wickets are quite slow. But once, if these batsmen are pros, they're good. If you're going to get yourself the pace of the wicket, eventually you're still going to prefer pace to spin, I would say. And pace on the ball. Goes harder off the bat, goes quicker off the bat. That's a slower ball, and again it sits up, and again it's hoiked. What great timing this time. Didn't get all the power behind it, Edwards, but there is Lytton Dash down at Cow now, and it'll be a single.
Take a brave captain to hold this, even a world-class spinner back for your death overs.
Well, yeah, it's a proof. I mean, I suppose yesterday there was only 5 runs needed and 3 runs left, but Pakistan had to roll the dice, didn't they? And they rolled the dice and they bowled out all their seamers and had to bowl the last 3 overs when only 5 runs were required or 7 runs were required. With 3 overs of spin, it was always going to be. Keshav Maharaj had been out there for a while. You know he can smash it as well. With only 4 runs to win it when he faced his last ball, so that was hit straight back down the ground by Edwards, very straight. He even hits one of the 30-yard markers. 30 metres, I don't know. He only gets a single though as mid-on comes to field and there's no run. 184 for 5 after 44. Edwards 68, Engelbrett 34.
I only have 1 curtain, says Jay. Too big for my shower. And whilst it is large, it is so shoddily made I can see through it. Damn the fuckers who sold me that piece of shit. Warren wants to know, I'll discharge the David Hasselhoff of the punk world. Don't we know?
Wow.
I would have thought so.
Does that make David Hasselhoff the discharge of the German electro scene?
Wasn't he responsible for bringing down the Berlin Wall?
That's the rumour. I very much doubt that.
Or wasn't it the Scorpions and their Winds of Change song?
Winds of Change. God, I hated that fucking song.
I've got a lighter I can light and just hold it.
Yeah, go on. Jay also says, Forthy's Holden's Commodore quote reminds me of why I loathe and despise all admin.
That would be about our other game.
Oh, Jay's neighbour has stopped. She's now just standing at the window staring at me.
Evilly?
Not really. I think she's gone out, he says.
Put the binoculars down then, Jay.
Yeah. Drew Cook says, for your info, Stephen Fleming advertises New Zealand's favourite air.
Oh.
Air?
Air.
The different types of air there?
Oh, goes across. See, the Fizz is bowling well. He's bowling across cutters. No one seems to be able to time them. Engelbrett goes across that time. The Fizz just goes wider and slower, and he can't do anything. Another wicket's gone down for New Zealand. 236 for 4. Glenn Phillips probably in. He can biff it, and they got 17 overs to get what, 150, 152.
I'm just looking at that on my calculator. Or is it 153 off 17?
Yes, that's doable.
That's 9 and over.
Yeah, they've got to do it. You've got to get Glenn Phillips in. He's very destructive. It's down to long off, and there's just the one run. If he's there at the end, they win, I reckon, and he'll have 100. He's a bit of a wild card though, because he can equally just score fuck all. But he's a bit.
Latham was the man out. Paul Hazelwood bowled Zampa. So it's Phillips in 4 not out, and Ravindra is 84 not out.
Okay, well Ravindra's probably got to stay there as well. These two have pretty much got to do it all, haven't they? Out! Finally! Finally they've held a catch. I think it's Scott Edwards. He's gone to drive that square, and it was Scott Edwards, 68 off 89. He's gone to drive that square, and he's hit it airily straight at point. It was a slow ball that was probably pitched up a bit too far, and he's got a little bit underneath it, and it was caught. I presume that's the guy who just missed it out in the deep, and so there's a smile of forgiveness from the bowler. But we have to say goodbye to Scott Edwards, 68 off 89, 185 for 6. Court Miraz bowled the Fizz, and we'll play him a jingle.
Every cloud, but no rain.
You silly little boy, what on
the crowd says? The crowd says. The crowd says you're out.
I mistakenly pressed a weather jingle, not a wicket jingle.
I did wonder. I was like, oh, there's going to be a wicket connotation.
No, something about clouds. I've never played that one before. I keep hearing on the Australians, they've gone through, obviously I've given them access to the archive, and of course they're so unaware of copyright infringements and strikes on YouTube, and they're not really monetising it, so they're playing all the old jingles that we originally have that we slowly kind of filtered out, because they always got copy strikes on them. It's quite nice to hear some of them, and you forget they had them. And then there's other ones that where Mog and Jeff have been so productive, they sent us in millions of jingles for the same thing that have actually never been played. Probably never listened to by me. I keep going, well, I didn't know we had that jingle. You know, but it's somewhere in our archive. The Fizz is in to the new batsman, who is Logan Van Beek. He can give it a bit of a bash. Probably didn't want to lose Edwards then, but the new man has a jingle like this.
Van Beek, I know what you're bowling. It's a hard cricket ball, so don't hit me 'cause it hurts. No.
That's an homage to the Dame Pete jingle. So that's left alone outside the off stump, and there's no run.
Some of the Twitter comments are directed at
the other match.
Wire. But they're copying us on them, so they're a bit irrelevant.
Well, because I know, because they're supposed to be using our Twitter feed as well. Because they are actually White Lion Wireless in cooperation with Guerrilla Cricket, going out on our website and using our YouTube channels.
Bastards.
No. The Fizz is in, and through to the keeper, and there's no run. It's quite nice to have a team doing something else. If I wasn't doing the highlights, it'd be quite nice to have all these days off, but I don't actually get days off because I don't have to wait for their audio files to come through. And I know they're not listening, but they're really shitty timing sheets that make my life a misery. But it's okay, guys, you're doing it, and I'm very thankful you are. It's just I'm getting a bit ratty, and I think with 2 weeks to go,
it's the dog days of the tournament, though, isn't it?
it is. You know, very much the dog days of the tournament.
It must be quite early in the morning for them out there, is it?
Yeah, the games are finishing at like 4 in the morning.
Oof.
If it goes the distance.
Oof.
So generally they're doing kind of weekends. Unfortunately, because there's 2 games today, we have to do one, and obviously England are playing tomorrow, so we're doing 2 games this weekend. But most weekends we've only done 1 or none, and they do Fridays and the odd Monday, and then Australia games. So it works out quite well. I don't mind coming here during the week. It's 9 to 5 pretty much, or this week it'll be 8:30 to or 8 to 5, 8 to 4 really. You know, so. It's like, almost like having a real job, weirdly. 185 for 6. 45 overs gone. Van Engelbrecht is facing 35 off 60. Oh, now there's a big appeal for LBW, and if he hasn't hit that, yes, he is out. He's surely out. There would have been a run out as well had he not. But unless he's hit that hit seems to fit for me. Engelbrecht's foot on the line of around about off stump, middle and off. Probably going on to hit middle and off as well. They're
having a look.
They are going to have a look. Well, no, I think he was given out. So
he was given out. The decision's been reviewed.
Exactly, the decision has been reviewed by Engelbrecht. This could be a disaster.
This is woken up the third umpire. It's the first time in 45 overs it's been used.
No, they did it for the DRS on the catch, didn't they? Behind. Let's have a look. If he hasn't hit that, I've even got that wrong. It's not even hit his shoe. If it's gone under the bat and hit his bat leg, then he's very out. Yes, I thought it hit his shoe or something, but I think it might have missed everything and hit the flap of the bat of the back leg.
I still think this. If the review is so frivolous, so if it's pitching outside leg by too much. Or it's absolutely, you know, when it's just like, well, I'll review it, and it's just like it's going to hit middle stuff. You should lose the second review. You should be punished in an extra way.
Well, no, I mean the ones that pitch outside leg have generally been quite slow. I mean they look obvious to you, but they don't necessarily. Well, he's missed that completely.
That's not hit the bat.
That's not hit the bat. It's scooted. In fact, it's hardly got off the ground. It's not hit the front pad, and therefore must have gone and no, it's not hit nothing there.
There's a little something there.
Yeah, but that would only possibly be the bat on the ground or his bat leg, but I don't think it's his bat leg. So they've decided he's not hit it. It's hit in front and middle. It's going on to hit leg and middle, and he is out. Engelbrecht has gone. He has gone for 35 off of 40 deliveries. The score is 185 for 6.
No, it's 35 off 60 deliveries. It's been painful from Engelbrecht.
Oh, it has been quite painful. Sorry, 35 off 60 deliveries. And we have yet another wicket. I'm going to play another jingle. I can't play that one. What am I going to play? Yeah, that one.
So get on your bike and take a hike right out of here. Your history, no good for me. Your history, nah.
Well, Farong says Tigers have done okay with the ball, 40% strike rate, holding on to catches. He hasn't heard the bish today. He must be down the road greeting those lovely Millwall supporters.
Oh, Millwall. That's down the road for me.
Is Millwall playing
Watford?
Watford.
There must be. If they're playing at home, don't go anywhere near it. Between about 2 and 5 or 6 o'clock, the traffic will be shite.
Yeah.
New batsman in for the Netherlands is Shariz Ahmed. Yeah, I'll go for a jingle for him. Round the wicket into the pads of Shariz, and he just works it out to mid-wicket, no run. Around the wicket. That's no, I'd appeal for that. I think that's that far out. Depends if it's turned or not. If it hasn't turned, it's probably going on to miss leg. Yeah, they're going to have a review. Why not? Because I don't think he hit it. It's been tossed up by Mahedi around the wicket to the new batsman Shariz. He obviously hasn't faced anything. He tries to smear it out on the leg side. He's missed it. It's hit his back leg again. I just think it's sliding down, and I think the umpire probably thinks that. But if it's gripped and turned, it might well go on to hit leg stump. We shall see. There will be a review. Let's have a musical accompaniment for that.
You've got to ask yourself one question.
Oh, that looks. The bat's nowhere near it.
Oh, that's not that bad actually.
I think
it's a
that
question of
might
whether it's
be.
going to be umpire's call on the leg stump, isn't it, really? Or if it's hitting
Yeah.
the leg stump. Because it's missed his front pad, he's missed the bat. I don't know why they spend so long looking at it. There's a fucking massive great gap. Okay, pass, let's go on.
No.
Right, here we go. Around the wicket, it's tossed, it's hit, it's not going on, it's not turned, that's the thing. Umpire's call on the leg stump. All it needs to do was hold its line a little bit better, and it would hit leg stump, but you always had the feeling it was going on with the arm.
No, what a smug look by the umpire as well.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, it's kind of smashing into leg stump. It's only just over half of a ball. See,
That's
I said this years ago, but I read somewhere in an article that they were bringing down the margin of error for umpires call to 25% of the ball.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, I know. I've never heard of it again, but I remember reading an article. So maybe it was mooted, or someone got the wrong information and it was pulled. I don't know. This was about 2 or 3 years ago, but it's never been like that. Round the wicket is Mahedi. It's down to long leg. No, sorry, man on 45. It'll be a single.
Yeah, absolutely no problem about. Certainly worth having a look at. And it wasn't. It might have been, like 20% of the ball difference between umpire's call and it being out.
We just had a picture of Dutchbird Kate was on the screen. Mahedi over the wickets, tosses it up, and Van Beek bashes it down to mid off. Long off actually. And it's a single.
Is Dutchbird Kate the one that doesn't like eating noises?
Yes. And lives in
She's not listening.
Lives in Holland. No, she's a statistician. I always get the impression she's an ex-city worker. So that's just clipped into the leg side, out towards deep mid wicket. I'll get 2. The man's really down at Cowan. He's probably someone at long leg. And it's I think there was a guy down at Cowan, a guy all the way down at long legs, and he hit straight out to traditional deep mid wicket. So
Didn't exactly look like there was a lot of effort going in there, to be honest.
Jay tells us that sadly his head is a mass of scar tissue and incongruous divots. It would scare the children. Then again, it could be perfect for Halloween. Bald Jay could be a breakout horror franchise character.
Bald Jay.
And the Naked Radio Fun Pornbot says Sydenham are in my visual sensors. Australia versus New Zealand coming through my auditory inputs. No ports available for the Box of Dreams.
I know they got struck, as I said earlier. Fucking YouTube.
God. Jay's neighbour's back and she's faster than ever. I reckon she must be standing on a turbocharged Roomba.
Are you sure? You sure she hasn't just got a treadmill that you just can't see? And she's actually doing a bit of exercise. That's full on the outside off stump, and we've seen that shot so many times today by so many batsmen as the Fizz bowls it across slower. The batsman, he has a big yahoo trying to smash it over cover, misses it, and somehow it doesn't catch an edge or hit the stumps and goes to the keeper, and there's no run.
Do you want to update that New Zealand are 264 for 4?
Okay, so I haven't lost another wicket. That's good.
Yeah, so Phillips is 12 off 15, and Ravindra has made a century, 102 off 79 balls.
Wow, he was going at about 70% when he was in his 30s or 40s. He's really caught up then. The Fizz is in, just dropped into the leg side. He has to field off his own bowling. He decides not to throw at the stumps. Why would he? Just waste runs, and there is a single. Score predictor has 216. Not enough, I would say, but you never know. So how many overs left and how many runs? So
it's about 9.5 and over. It's 125 off 13 overs. So if those two stay in.
Well, exactly. This is my point. Phillips is the man who is a finisher. If he could stay there till the end, you'd fancy the chances of actually winning that. That could be a cracking one to watch. I don't want to watch this anymore. I want to watch the end of that. If it gets down to 2 overs, I might just flick over for last anyway.
Just cut their feed and we'll do it.
Yeah, exactly. Just knocked into the offside. We'll take the glory, and there isn't a single. Oh, the drone is returning to get a new battery. They're quite clever, these drones now. They have auto return and all this shit, don't they?
Do they?
Yeah.
Oh, amazing.
You can get them to hover at certain heights. You can just turn them off and they'll just hover.
There's one you can get where you just hold your hand out like that and it comes to your hand.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I wonder if they get
small as well.
Is that a bird of prey?
It'll be a kestrel or a kite.
It's all gone too much for that, gentlemen.
I remember when I first went to Nairobi. There's so much rubbish around in Nairobi, and there's a market and basically a knocked out patch where a building had been. As that one is just blocked into the other side, and there's no one, and that's that. You hardly see a bird of prey in England. Literally, there's a flock of about 50 red kites, and they're all just flying around this dump, constantly just hanging there. You could just sit there and watch them all for an hour, and they're just hundreds of them. They're fucking everywhere.
No sooner had I give you that update than they've lost another wicket. So I'm just going to find out who's out. It's Phillips, Port Labashane, bowled maximum 12, 265 for 5.
That's a shame. That might be it. Who would be next in? After Mitchell. It'll be Santo, won't it? Next, I thought. The Fizz is in. To the pads, that's got to be out, surely. Yes, it is. Shariz has just missed a straight one. And the Fizz has gone over the wicket at him. His first full fast delivery he's bowled for a very long time. He hasn't got an edge on that. He's gone right across the stumps. It's hit in front of middle. It's going on to hit middle and leg without a shadow of a doubt. They're wondering whether... Well, he's going to review it because there's only 3 wickets left, but that's a complete waste of review. They're going to lose it as far as I can see. There's a bunch of happy Bangladesh fans, about 100 of them in a stadium of thousands. There's not many people there.
Every time I see the umpire do that, I always think that we're going to look around the square.
Yeah. Well, they should do this one quite quickly. Just check if it's hit the front edge of the bat. He's gone. He's right across his stump. Yeah, really. I mean, he's hit in front of middle and off, and it's going on to hit his leg stump at the worst. No element of umpire's call. It's left arm over. It's pretty straight. You can see just his leg stump behind his pad.
When you see his off stump.
Yeah, I mean that's as straight as straight can be. And we just wait to see if they can load up the fucking replay. Ultra edge. Oh look! Oh my word! There's a little scratch. I'm wrong.
Mark the time.
Well, I did say that's the only thing they really need to check.
Yeah.
And it is the only thing they really need to check because he's got a little edge. It was going on to hit the stumps, but he's got a scratch on it, and so they're going to keep their review.
They're going to keep showing us, even though we know he's hit it.
Back and to the left.
Back
and to the left.
Well, they seem to be implying that noise somehow maybe came after it hit the bat because there's a gap there, but there's a frame missing.
But where else does that sound come from?
Yeah, there you go. That's the one. Oh yeah, well you see, that's what they're saying. They're saying that noise has come after the ball has passed the bat, but maybe it's moving through 2 frames.
It's the magic. It's the magic.
It has been reversed. Yeah, it's going to be overturned, and they don't lose another wicket, and they retain the review. Well done. Well, there's a bit of a laugh. Oh, my magpie's back.
Do you salute magpies?
No, not really, but maybe I will.
Only in the morning. It's bad luck after 12 o'clock.
Oh, fucking hell, now you tell me. He tells me salute it, so I salute it, and then you tell me it's bad luck you do it after midday.
You have to salute it and say, good morning, Mr. Magpie, how are you today?
I know you've told me this before, actually, when we were doing...
Do you ask about Mrs. Magpie?
No.
He has a fascination with the gutters. Now that's... Oh no, maybe you got an inside edge on that one, because again, that would have been very close to LBW. But it's a stifled appeal from the Fizz. He's bowled out, 2 for 36, bowled very well today. That was against the Netherlands, 193 for 7 after 47 overs. Shariz is 5, Van Beek is 3.
God, I spend an inordinate amount of time when I'm out on my bike saluting magpies, saying, good morning, Mr. Magpie, how are you today? I don't know why. I think I'm going nuts. Jay says, right, I'm finally going to put that idiotic shower curtain to good use. God knows I get no natural light in here, but she's proper doing me nutting now. What's she doing now, Jay? Film it.
God's sake, don't film it. Don't film strangers without their permission.
Well, you know. It's Jay.
Well, yeah.
I think the magpie might be interested in the wasps that seem to be flying into my ceiling for some reason. As that's Hoyt out to deep mid-wicket. They're going to come back for 2 now. That's going to be close to a run out. I think the ball might have taken just a little bit too long, and Cherise might be back.
In terms of the throw, it was a cracking throw.
Just wasn't quite quick enough, was it, getting there? I think the Fizz might have even taken the stumps before the ball arrived. But we shall have a look. At least I don't have to check whether it hit a fucking edge this time. Here we go. Ball comes in. It's in. It's in. He's out. Oh, it's very, very close. Forward.
No.
Oh, he's out. The light goes on just before his bat hits the line. The line's the umpire's anyway. I think he's got 2 frames, which is what, at 28 frames, 30 frames per second.
Oh,
He's out by 2 frames on a high-speed camera. For my money.
So he's not in there.
He's in there, but the lights. Just the one thing about Zing Bales that you get is that.
Why is that? Don't show us that.
No, they're showing that because they're just checking that his arm didn't knock the bails off. His hands did with the ball in it. I think he's out. That would be my opinion of that.
The keeper literally had to move centimetres.
Well, here comes the crashing plane. Is going to give us an answer. It is out. We have to say goodbye to who was out. Cherise was out for 6 off 8, 194 for 8. They still haven't got to 200 for crying out now. Anyway, let's give them a jingle.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
He shakes his head, but hey.
Well, he's a bit unlucky, isn't he?
Well, he is to a certain degree, but they went for
like you said, 2 frames on a high-speed camera.
Yeah.
Very much a bang play at the stumps there.
Indeed. So, Arjen Dutt now comes out to bat for the Netherlands, and he has a jingle that sounds like this. I quite like him.
Coming from the depths of Amsterdam, it's Arjen Dutt. It's Arjen Dutt.
Oh, I like this. Rich Turner says, I think the Bear would approve of this Discharge classic. Ain't no feeble bastard, no fucking scapegoat. I like that as a title. Good bit of fielding, good bit of keeping. It's very, very close, but you do have to say he's out. Right. That's horrible ball. It's going to be a wide down the leg side. They will get a bye as well. So it'll be 2 runs off that delivery.
Harmison-esque. It was fielded by short, fine leg.
It was.
It went so far down the leg side.
Well, this was always a danger for the Netherlands when they lost Scott Edwards, or that partnership was broken. They've got 12 runs in the last 19 balls, but lost 3 wickets at the same time. Trying to push the score on. This is tossed up by Mahady, and it's defended back to him, and there's no run.
We've got a description, I think, of the interior of Jay's house.
Do we want to hear this?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's quite interesting. I'll do it after this ball, I think.
Oh, that's the old sling round arm action ball that was telegraphed massively before he delivered it. And this is knocked out to deep. Wide long off for a single.
A framed flower fairy picture. A map of the Hanseatic League cities. Several Moomins. Moomin.
Mahady in. Oh, how the hell is that, Mr. Stumps? It's York, the batsman. It's gone down. It's
fooled everybody.
It's fooled everybody. It's going to be 4 byes. So we'll have one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
A Chinese palm tree festooned with gnomes, many piles of books, and a teddy bear that turns into a vampire when you squeeze it.
Nice. I like that. That's cool.
That's all right.
Oh, it is. It's the ball's pitched just in line with his foot, and
just gone straight on.
It's got it's like it's grey, almost grazed the leg stump as it's gone past it.
Oh well, this one's tossed up and just defended back to him by the batsman. Doesn't go against his figures, of course. Goes against the keeper.
Yep.
Mahady over the wicket, last ball of his over. It's heaved into the leg side, no real timing, won't be caught. Bounced on a practice wicket out in the deep, which means it probably bounced nicely. They get back for 2 this time quite easily. And it ends the 48th over, 203 for 8.
Jersey Oak says, what happens if the magpie is attacking my head? Nestlers is indeed nuts. I still wish him good luck and all that. Messages says, interesting, during my break to listen to both the Sydenham and Mooney Ponds feeds simultaneously and hear the same tweets getting totally different receptions. Hattie the Mad Old Batty reckons that the greeting to the magpie was actually, morning Major, how's your wife today? Blimey. Maybe I'll try that. Jay says he wants to deter people from coming near my flat. A Glenn Maxwell cutout would only encourage his acolytes. And then he tweets about fourthly, which we don't see. This is where it all goes a bit weird. Magpie etiquette changes region to region, says Pokey Bumfinger. And Mog says, when did magpies become our overlords? Well, in Australia they attack cyclists, don't they? We talked about it before.
There's been a big thing of it recently, haven't there?
Have we reached the point where if we make a list that there are more things in Australia that are trying to kill you than not trying to kill you?
Well, it always is, isn't it? I mean, it's a dangerous place.
Well,
everything's poisonous. Everything will kill you.
Like cows are the most dangerous animals on earth, given by how many people they kill every year. Probably magpies will be up there soon.
Well, Sharaful's in. He gets pulled out to deep square leg. There is a man there. It's Taskin, and it'll be just the 1 run. Well, they got up to 200, 204 for 8 after what I presume they got there in the last over. I missed that, so it's 204 for 8 after one ball of the 48th over.
It was the buys that got them there.
Ah, it was the buys that got there in the last over. Logan Van Beek is on 6 and Arian Dutt is on 2 as Sharaful comes in. That's smashed out through to the covers where it's fielded by the skipper Shakib, and they'll just get 1 run.
Nearly cut him in half.
Well, they've got 10 balls left. You wouldn't think it's going to be a high enough score, but they've got over 200 on the board.
There is something interestingly psychological about the idea of defending less than 200 and more than 200.
Yeah. But in modern cricket, it should be done all the time. That's punched off the back foot, only as far as cover, but he's right back on the edge of the circle. It's the skipper, and they'll get 1 run.
A few quick wickets, and you start to get the willies.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? I mean, that's how they got to. That's how they did it against South Africa, and any team can foul on that score. England did it against Afghanistan.
Do you think England could beat 206 at the moment? Probably not.
They might struggle. I mean, it'd be funny if we lost to the Netherlands, considering we nearly got 500 against them in Amstelveen just over 12 months ago. That's a good shot, smash! I think that's the first 6 of the bloody innings in the 49th over. It's what's his name? It's Arian Dutt, I think. Has just smashed that all the way over long on. Oh, he's done this before, actually. The first 6 of the innings comes in the 49th over.
And even the Bangladeshis were celebrating it.
Yeah, scored by Arian Dutt at number 10. Crazy.
Shut that one?
Yeah, Sharaful comes in. That one's heaved. That's gone up in the air. It's going to be out though. Yay, that one's caught. Nicely caught. Tried to repeat the dose, but Sharaful banged it up full, wide and slower. He tried to drive it over the top, got a thick outside edge that just flew up in the air. And he was caught at backward point, and so he ended up going for 9 off 5 I didn't see who caught that out in there. I think it's a Mahedi, one or the other. And the 9th wicket goes for 212, and we say goodbye to Aryan Dutt.
All of the dreams that I dreamed were mine are going, gone.
And so we come to the last man for the Netherlands. Will be Paul van
last ball.
Meekeren. And his first ball is a slower in swinger. He defends back up past the bowler, fielded by the skipper, no run.
That's it. Oh,
no, there's
sorry.
one over left.
No.
49th over. Now we have the 50th over.
Is that, no.
That's how numbers work out.
No, I thought the 50th over came between 30 and 35. Oh. No.
David Latimer has joined us. Says had to leave the TV and get some rest before the rugger final. So happily listening to you legends now. Pleasure to be here with you all. David, it's a pleasure to have you with us. I hope the rugby final is what you want it to be, whatever that is. Been some good games in that World Cup towards the end. That I've seen.
The quarterfinals were amazing.
Apart from the result.
Mahedi is in to bowl the last over. So spinner is bowled in last over. He gets hoiked out through deep mid wicket by Van Beek, and that will be 4 runs to start the final over.
4 on the floor, and one more 4 than the 4 before. That's what 4's are for, to get funky on the dance floor.
Kieran Rosdale says, my favourite commentary is when Bear goes bash or smash. I don't know which one he actually says.
I'd say generally smash. I've noticed myself when I've been cutting highlights, especially at the end of games, if it just keeps going into the stands. There was about 4 in a row where I just went smash, and I thought,
well,
I need to find something else to describe it.
for the England South Africa game, that was the only words that you could really describe it with.
It kind of suits it, doesn't it? That's driven airily. Yeah, no, you see, it has to go into the stands to be smashed. As that one's driven out through the covers. Too wide, long off. There isn't a fielder out that wide, and it's going to be 4 more.
220.
You ask where I live, is the address I give. The phone.
Exactly. Get another 10 runs off the last 4 balls here.
Yeah. Would you describe? Did he smear that through extra cover then?
Well, he kind of. It was more of a slap. He didn't really smear it.
I don't know. There's a smear-esque.
There was smear-esque, but the bat was quite horizontal when he hit it quite well. So that's why I'd say it was. Oh, that's bashed down to long on. Pretty well timed. There's a bit of a hoik. A lot of bottom hand. Throw's not great. They get back for 2. 10 off the first 3 balls. Get 10 off the last 3. 20 off the last over. Takes them somewhere. Bottom end, very, very, very bottom end of maybe respectable and maybe able to defend at 2-3-2. Highly unlikely.
You're still in the stranger things have happened category of total, aren't you?
Yeah, I don't think so. Not with a full 50 overs. Like when they beat South Africa, they got that score of 243, but they got it in 43 overs because it was a rain-reduced match. That one, he's got all of that, and that's gone over long on. That's a good little whip with the bottom hand. He noticed it was going to sit up from Mahedi, so he sat back in his crease. He can hit a long ball. 22 off 15 for Van Beek. We've had 2 sixes. The first 2 sixes of the innings are coming in the last 2 bloody overs of the game. It's 6 more. It's a good shot.
Stephen Kelk says once again Netherlands seem to have done their upside down batting thing, and Kieran reckons this score is beyond England, so they've got a chance. Well, they're asking a question, aren't they? Don't you think?
They're asking a question. It just
asking a question.
They wouldn't. I think to ask a serious question, they'd have to have Bangladesh 50 for 4, and even then they'd have a. The thing is, it's not a weight of runs thing, is it? As that clipped down to long on, there's no run. It's like when Australia got beaten by India, they were all out for 200. They got 3 quick wickets, and everyone thought, oh, yeah. But if you've got batsmen who've got a head on them, when you only need 200 runs and you've got 45 overs to go,
Oh, that 6 went 11 metres in the air, which means, unfortunately, it's too high to be a maximum.
Under 10, the vertical height. Van Meekeren is going to now face up. The last ball. He goes for a reverse sweep, gets hit on the pad. That's got to be out. It is out. It's a full toss. Hit him in front of middle stump unless he's hit it. Is he going to bother reviewing? There's no point in reviewing it. It's just wasting my time and everyone else's time because because it's the last ball of the game and you can't get it again and you can't score a run off it. They ran. Maybe they got a single. Did they go through for the leg bye? Don't know. Anyway, that ends the innings. Van Meekeren decided not to review it. He was given out. Netherlands end on 229 for 9. Bangladesh is required.
That's not updated. It is being reviewed, by the way.
Oh, is it? For fuck's sake. Okay, it's being reviewed, so we'll just. He missed it.
It's hit him on the foot.
It's hit him on the foot in front of middle. It's going on to hit middle off at the worst. They've walked off anyway. There is nothing on the bat. It goes straight into his foot, probably just on the outside of middle stump. So come on. Roll it up. Let's get on to that bloody DRS thing.
Come on.
They take too long doing this. They really do. Here we go. Hitting middle, impacting line, pitching in line, hitting off. It's out. It was given out. It only had to be umpire's call. It's hitting halfway up off stump. It is out. That is the end of the innings. 229 all out. Are the Netherlands in exactly 50 overs. That was the last ball.
I love that the umpire had to stay there and give the out sign to no one because everyone's walked off.
I mean, it wasn't going to do his average any good because he didn't score any runs. I mean, there was absolutely no point in that. You should have just walked off, accepted your route. Maybe you want it for your stats, but who gives a shit? You're a number 11. Right, let's have a quick rundown of the scorecard, and then we can have a little break. They did quite well with that. They bowled that in just 3 hours and 45 minutes. Actually, it's not the greatest, and it was a pretty low score. These games have been very long, it has to be said. Vikramjit Singh was caught. Shakib bowled Taskin Ahmed for 3 off 9. Max O'Dowd was caught. Tanzin Hassan bowled Sharaful for none off 3. Wesley Barazi had a little bit of slap, 41 off 41 before he was caught. Shakib bowled the Fizz. Colin Ackerman, 15 off 33, one of the slow scorers, caught the Fizz, bowled Shakib. So they did each other a favour there. Scott Edwards batted really well, 68 for 89, was eventually caught Mahdi Hassan Miraz off the Fizz for 68 off 89. Could have been caught twice when he was on naught. Was dropped twice, in fact, when he was on naught. Not could have been caught. So that was a bit of a lifeline for the Netherlands, and it got them there. And he had a little stand with Basleda, who got 17 off 32. And Simon Engelbrecht, who got them most of the way to where they are now, bowled Mahdi Hassan. Mahdi Hassan for 35 off 61. Logan Beek not out, 23 off 16. Sharez Ahmed run out for 6 by a couple of frames. Aryan Dutt caught Mahdi, bowled Sharaful for 9 off 6. Paul Van Meekeren, LBW there to Mahdi Hassan for none off 2. So the bowling figures: Sharaful 10 off 51, 2 wickets, 2 for 51. Taskin Ahmed 9 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 43. Shakib Al Hassan 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 37. Mahdi Hassan Miraz 4 overs, no maidens, none for 17. The Fizz, Mustafa Rahman 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 36. And Mahdi Hassan 7 overs, no maidens, 2 for 40. Wickets very much shared around. Bangladesh will have to get 230 at a run rate of 4.6. I think it'll be quite easy, don't you, boys?
Yeah. Well, YouTube, Kieran saying maybe it's a rhetorical question that they're asking. Early wickets and Netherlands are in the driving seat.
Possibly.
Stephen Kelk says, I would have taken this score given how things were after approximately 20 overs, so there's still a chance that the Bear gets the second instalment of my reckless super chat, promised if Netherlands win. Kieran asks the question, do you prefer highlights or videos of random cats we don't know?
Well, of course, they do. Well, this is the thing. I mean, they have the gold-plated interval of. I mean, all they need is some, elevator music to go along with the cats, and it's almost perfect viewing for the internet world.
Cats and elevator music, yeah.
Perfect. But we don't have cats, and I could find some elevator music. But no, we're not going to do that because we're English version of ourselves, and we don't have cats, and we have podcasts.
You got a neighbour's cat.
Well, yeah, but you have to kind of entice them in.
You get the neighbour's cat in and just put on put some discharge on. That would be different, wouldn't it?
I think it'd then run off. They're quite skitsy, the cats, from next door and down the road. They like coming in. One of them likes sitting under the table here. But the other one, it comes in, looks at you, doesn't mind you stroking it outside the house, but if you approach it in the house, I mean, has it got that much of a goldfish memory? It doesn't remember who you are, and you're quite nice to it. I don't know, but it just runs off. So.
I'm a bit disappointed that your neighbours have got rid of the life-size pig from the garden. The fiberglass pig.
Oh, what, next door, yeah.
Yeah, I like that pig.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, well, right, listen, boys and girls, we're going to go off and have some lunch. It's 1:15. We're going to play yesterday's highlights of a very interesting game between Pakistan and South Africa. You enjoy that during a break, and we will be back probably in about 30 minutes, maybe less, because no one ever knows when things are actually happening when it comes to breaks in the World Cup. But we'll be back when it starts again. So until then, if I can find my point. Where the fuck has it gone? I've lost my pointer on my desktop. There it is. Yeah, go across there. Right, found it. Right, see you in a bit. Bye.
See you, bye.
This podcast is part of the Sports Social Podcast Network.
Gorilla World Cup, the highlights. Gorilla World Cup, the highlights. If you wanna know all the news and more, this team right here gives you more than the score. All the action, the wickets and more. Gorillas call it.
That's right, you're in the box of dreams listening to White Line Wireless, brought to you with Gorilla Cricket. We're doing the entire World Cup, and today's match is Pakistan versus South Africa from Chennai. It's set up as a very interesting moment in the tournament because South Africa and the three other teams have really been taking everything before them, particularly India and New Zealand. Pakistan desperately need to win this if they're going to make the semi-finals. They're against a powerhouse who've been smashing everyone to all parts of the ground, and it'll be interesting to see what happens. I'm Ross Adina. I'm joined with Anth Condon and Krishna at the back of the box doing socials. Anth.
Yes, as you were saying, must-win game for Pakistan, and South Africa, I think, have been my surprise of the tournament so far. I expected them to be going well, but not quite this strong. So we've got quite a number of changes for tonight's game. Hassan Ali is out, and Mohammad Wasim Jr. is in. Mohammad Nawaz is out, and Wasim Amir is in. That's for Pakistan. Meanwhile, South Africa bringing in Bavuma, Shamsi and Nagidi, and out to go Hendricks, Rabada and Williams.
Jansen's going to start. Here's Jansen. He's over the wicket to the right-hander, Abdullah Shafaq, and it's full and into the off stump. He's defending. It's a bit of hands on head, so they didn't really know what they were thinking that might happen there. A bit late and plain, but other than that looked very safe. This one's into the middle stump of Aman al-Haq, and he's played it very nicely through the mid-wicket region. He's going to beat the square leg fielder, and it goes all the way for 4. And
there's not one more for me. I must have 2 or 3. I need 4.
scored enough for 6 at the end of 2 overs. Jensen again. This one's short. Shafiq's top edge that, I think, with the pull shot. It's gone very, very high, and it is caught all the way down a fine leg by Nagidi. A good ball by Jansen. It was short, and he bounced him, and he went for the pull shot, and all he managed to do was get a top edge. The score is now 1 for 20. Pakistan lose their first wicket. Abdullah out 9 of 17 balls.
Speaking of big, possibly true, and yes, there is a second wicket here for South Africa. Jansen hung this one, full delivery, well outside off stump. Imam Haq could not resist the temptation to take a flashing blade at this one, but it hits the outside edge and flies off to about a 4th or 5th slip there, who catches it sharply above his head. It flew off, good catch. That's the second wicket for South Africa, and Pakistan fall to 2 for 38. Ooh, Rizwan leans on a slightly slower ball from Jansen. It pops up back to the bowler. Jansen flies to his right like a goalkeeper trying to attempt to save. And like a goalkeeper trying to attempt to save, all he can do is palm this away. But, unfortunately, wrong sport, mate. He's dropped a catch. Not the easiest one. As this one's outside the off stump, Rizwan takes his chances again, flays the ball outside of the off stump, and it takes a big, thick top edge. Goes over Slip's head, and one bounce over the rope for 4. A half volley outside off stump. Rizwan pushes this one firmly past cover, between mid-off and cover, and it reaches the boundary rope for an excellent 4 for Rizwan. 253. This time Rizwan is flicking it off his pads to mid-wicket for no run. That's the end of the over. 5 runs off it, single in the boundary. Markram is none for 7 off 2 overs, and Pakistan is 258 at the end of 10.
Here is Maharaj. He's got number 6 of his 2 overs so far, very economical. Rizwan is smashing that up and over mid-wicket. So there goes the economy. It's going to clear the fence by quite some distance. Falling onto the stumps, and Rizwan, a little bit premeditated, but smashes it for 6. Good see to Rizwan this time. He's edged and caught because he's trying to hook that one. It was outside off stump. He's got a little fine tickle through to de Kock, and that is the 3rd wicket down for Pakistan. A big loss for them. Rizwan out for 31 to score 3 for 86.
Oh, shit. This is really fucking bad. No.
Here is Kutsa. It's into the pads of Iftikhar. He's going to push it out to square leg. They will trot through very slowly for a single, but it brings up the 100. 3 for 100 off 19.4 overs.
As Shamsi in, and Iftikhar completely screws this up. It's hit straight in the air. There's 2 fielders going for it, and it is caught by Klaassen. This was only a matter of time, and it's finally happened. Iftikhar out for 21, and Gidi into Baba, who's on 49, and that's on the pads, and he's worked its way down to square leg for a single. That brings up to 50 for Baba, and Pakistan 135 for 4, and we get to play this.
50 yeah, 50 yeah, 50 yeah.
Shamsi over the wicket to Baba. It's down the leg side, and Baba tries to help it on its way down to fine leg. Misses. There's a little bit of a discussion on whether he edged it. Shamsi's excited, but de Kock says no chance, and they don't go for the review, and the score remains at 141.
So both sides still have all of their reviews, 2 each. And no burnt reviews so far.
There's a little bit of a discussion here with the umpires. I'm not sure what they're thinking about, but it's giving the batsman a chance to have yet another drinks break.
I think Baba Azam might be getting a new pair of gloves out there as well.
Oh, there is a review by South Africa by the looks of things.
There is.
Original decision was not out, obviously.
Ooh, it looks like it's come off his hip or something.
It was a muted appeal by the South Africans. Shamsi.
There's nothing on Snicko as it goes past the bat.
Oh, but there is gone past the glove. It might have picked up the right hand thumb.
Yeah, I think you might be right there.
Whether that's just noise or whether that's actually hitting the thumb, that's going to be interesting. I think he's going to be given out here.
Well, and then also I'd like to roll it forward a little bit as well, because I think it then goes on to hit his thigh.
Okay.
And probably not a bad shout for LB as well. That's deemed as non-contact. It's not a very big spike. It's definitely it's a definite clear spike. It's not one of those muddly ones.
Oh, and Rifle has given it out on the evidence that the DRS has provided. That's a great challenge by South Africa. And they've got rid of the dangerous Baba for an even 50. So they'd be very happy, South Africa. 141 for 5.
And this one's flicked out. It is a lovely shot. He's just leant on that. No flourish, no follow through, but just pure timing as Sold just picks this one up off leg stump and deposits it into the deep mid-wicket fence for 4. That is a gorgeous stroke. He even paused ever so slightly, and when I say ever so slightly, like for a good 5 seconds after the shot, just to remind everyone, including Kutsia, mate, I got you. Getty's sticking here with the slightly slower balls, just trying to sort of, test out the slowness of the pitch here. But this time he gets a little full, which enables Shadab to whip it down to deep square leg for a run-through single. And that takes Pakistan up to 200.
As that is top-edged, and it's in the air, and that's going to be caught and out. That is Shadab gone. It was short, and he attempted to pull it, but just mistimed it completely. And that is Shut Up God and Commentator's Curse strikes again. We will probably see the Pakistan collapse now. It's 225 for 6. That's worked on to the onside worked onto the leg side for another 2 runs. And there's a shot at the stumps on the keeper's end, and it's going up for review. That was closer.
Yeah, a better throw I think would have had him there, but it's actually been taken by de Kock about a metre.
Yeah.
Just outside the crease.
Yeah.
He had to throw it back on the subs. He did well to get it back quickly, but that extra time, I think he's actually Sage Kills comfortably home, and for 50. 51
That's 50,
on 50.
yes.
So I'm going to play this just in case it's not out.
50 yeah, 50 yeah, 50 yeah.
And he's in by a whole bat length.
And I think he got a mouthful of the Chennai dirt in his mouth that time.
As gets it in again, and that is short, and that is hit well over the third man boundary for 6 runs by Nawaz. Completely unexpected, but really well timed. So Nawaz moves to 9 off 8. Pakistan 239 for 6. Shams in again. Almost a no ball there, and that is edged by Saad and caught by de Kock. So that is another wicket to fall. Saad 52. As Shamsi picks up a 3rd wicket, and Pakistan moves to 240 for 7.
Oh, and this one's a tasty, tasty delivery which is floated up, kisses the outside edge of Afridi, and South Africa thankfully got a slip in, and it goes very neatly, very nicely into the hands of Maharaj at slip for a comfortable catch below his knees, and that's the end of Shaheen Shah Afridi. He is out for 2. Let's see if Jansen goes. Nope, this time he avoids a Yorker, puts a length delivery, which Nawaz has gotten straight under. It has skied out to point and taken cleanly by Miller. That's the next wicket to fall for Pakistan, taking them to 9 for, leaving them at 9 for 268. We see the end of Nawaz for a sharp little innings, 24 from 24. And this time, Wasim stays where he is, goes for a flash of the ball outside off stump. Looks like it's taken a bit of a tickle through to de Kock, who claims it gleefully, throws his hands and the ball up in the air, and the umpire's fingers are also equivalently raised. That ends Pakistan's innings. Wasim out for 7. Pakistan all out 270, meaning that South Africa back, needing 71 runs to win off there. Before we say and a hello to the Cats for our innings break, because I assume that's what goes on, correct, Cats? Brilliant. Do a little bit of a recap of what's happened in the innings. Supporting.
Yes, so won the toss to bat. So on this ground. So Abdullah Shafiq went out 9 for 17, bowled Jansen, caught Ngidi. Imam Hal 12, again bowled by Jansen, caught by Klasad, but amazing catch down on the boundary. Babar Azam stuck around, got himself to 50, then got himself out. Brilliant catch behind the stumps by Muhammad Rizwan in, 31 off 27, but to get him. Ikra 1 off 31, didn't really look comfortable at all. And then we had a bit of a partnership. Saad, Shakil and Shut Up 52 off 52 and 43 off 36. Took Pakistan to quite a reasonable score. And Nawaz 24 off 24. And then towards the end here, Shaheen Shah Afridi, Wasim 2 off 4, 7 off 9. And Harris Rauf yet to score, well, can't, because he's the only batter left. Of course, we have to acknowledge extras, which went for 19.
Yes. So the bowlers, at least in terms of the wickets, was Tabar Shemsi, overs 4 for 60. Marco Jansen, though, was probably altogether the pick of the bowlers. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 4.
It's because what do you do with old ladies, so...
Thank you. He took 1 wicket, 145 off 7.5 overs. 242 for Kutsi off 7, and Maharaj and Markram, no wickets for each of them. Maharaj 906, Markram 4 overs for 20.
Right, we're about to get underway. Iftikhar approaches the wicket. Right arm off spinner. Oh, straight away his radar is way off and it's pinged down the leg side. It's missed by the keeper, and we start off with. I was going to say we start off with.
He's identified that I think the best time for batting is early as he takes advantage of a shorter ball here, but it goes straight out to deep square leg. He has picked out the fielder roaming there on the deep square leg side boundary, and that is the end of Quinton de Kock. He is dismissed, caught in the deep for 24 off 14. Shaheen Shah Afridi has picked up the first wicket and given Pakistan a window. Bit of hope in this game. This one's floated up and it drifts beautifully into a half volley of Vuma. Has just punched in the gap between mid-on and mid-wicket, and we have got a third boundary of the over here, moving now hit the 50 mark, 1 for 52. The next ball from Ralph Bafuma has seen everything he's liked with this one. He has deposited, it looks like it's landed basically on the boundary rope, which I think they're going to have a look at this up in the umpiring box, but this has landed on the padding around the boundary. 6.
Van der Dussen looking a lot shaky, and this one is shorter length, and Bahuma tries to pull that away, and I think he's out here as he didn't get hold of it. He got strangled with that shortish delivery. Bahuma looking to hike it over mid-wicket and resulting in just lobbying the ball towards the short mid-wicket area, where the fielder there takes it, accepts the catch gleefully. A very straightforward routine catch, and Mohammad Wasim strikes. South Africa lose their second wicket with the score 167. Skipper Bahuma caught Saud Shafiq, bowled Wasim for 20. New batsman is Aiden Markham, no chance of a run. Gone. South Africa chasing a target of 271, a 67 for 2. Aiden Markham yet to open the account. Van der Dussen on 9. Nawaz bowls, and yes, that's the story. On the back foot he goes with his dancing shoes on, Aiden Markham, and flips this one over the mid-wicket area. Glorious shot. He picked that ball and off it goes like a rocket in the air over the mid-wicket area. He almost loses his balance, but does well not to fall onto the stumps, and that's a huge 6 for Aiden Markham. 81-meter monster, and he picked it up really well.
It brings up the 100
as well. Sorry.
Yeah, no, absolutely middled that marker, and that was a fantastic shot. This one's full by Mir's big appeal, and it's hit the leg. It's going to be given LBW.
First of Usama Mir's 4 wickets.
It was running on. It was going to hit the leg stump. He managed to get it to slide into Van der Dussen. He was on the back foot. They're actually, by the looks of it, going to review it. I think this is probably at best, it's probably an umpire's call.
Yeah, I think it's clipping, but I still think it will clip. That's my prediction for what it's worth. Very little in 1 minute's time.
Sama's greatest outcome.
Yeah. He's not true.
It's his day. I've got it in my...
There was a great explosion of relief of emotion as the umpire's finger went up there.
Well, it won't be a no
clearly
ball.
not a no ball. Why on earth are we looking at that?
Well, Shamsi got a ton of them in the first innings, so maybe we have... Clearly by the wrist, kind of top spinner.
Maybe they were checking whether it was... whether he had the stall.
Didn't really pick it. It's ran into him quickly. He's played right across the line. He deserves to be out.
He deserves to be out. So it's let's just leave
morally
it
out.
He's morally out. It's a moral victory for the bowler. There's a small possibility that it could just miss by shaving leg stump. It's just possible.
Maybe.
It's missed the bat. It's probably hit him. Actually, only hitting him on leg stump. So
and he's
on the crease.
Yeah, he's not completely on the. We're about to find out. This speculation will be for naught.
Well, the whole thing's frozen up. Oh my God! We just in the end, it's been. Well, we're not sure what's happening.
Well, confusion reigns because we were just about to find out, and then the technology packed up. Now we're going to find out.
Umpire's call, as we suspected, just the very top and the very edge.
What did we
of the
say?
wicket.
What did we say? Just shaving by a coat of paint.
So that is the third wickets for South Africa. Van der Dussen, who takes 21 off 39 balls, 3 for 121 after 18.5 overs.
And this one is quite a bit of a risk here, and yes, it is. That is the end of Heinrich Klaassen. He has gone for a pull shot, only succeeded in getting a top edge, and has flown up down towards third man, who has cupped it gleefully to his chest. That's the fourth wicket for Pakistan, sending South Africa now to 4 for 136. Still only halfway to the total. Slightly full-length delivery here on middle from Mir, which Miller then works through the vacant mid-wicket region out to the boundary rider there, and they take another single. That moves South Africa up to 150 now. This one's well and truly flighted wide outside off stump, which Markram tries to sort of flay this one through the offside. He gets an outside edge, and again this one just goes over the heads of the gully fielder there, just over again. But it rolls its way to the boundary rope for 4, which also takes Markram to a half century. He is now 52 from 50 deliveries. That's the end of Mir's over. And it's 4 for 154. Miller decides to go for a mighty hoik. He has gone for the slog sweep and timed it beautifully. This has gone for a massive 6.
2, 4, 6. And this one shortish outside the off stump. And on the back foot, punches beautifully away through the cover point area to the vacant boundary there for a boundary. Aiden Markham's off to 75 now, 203 for 4. Shahid Afridi comes in, left arm over. And this, I think he's taken the all-important breakthrough for Pakistan, as this one's clipped the bail, has it? Or is it edged? No idea, we're waiting, and Miller's not going anywhere. Loud appeal there, that seemed like it was coming in and it kept low. And David Miller is the batsman in question. It was a good delivery on middle and off, moving in. The umpire's unsure, and they've gone up to the third umpire for some consultation. What are your thoughts, gents? What really happened there?
So that looks to be an umpire-driven review that's occurred, which suggests to me that they might have some concerns about whether it's carried. Because
good point.
It didn't look like a review that was prompted by David Miller. So
that's a very good point. Very well said there, Cameron. Yes, you're absolutely right. And I think the only kind of, I mean, definitely there was an edge there, and definitely the ball is carried right into the bucket hands.
No, I think Miller
Mohamed
missed.
Rizwan.
I think Miller might have thought he missed it to hit the stumps.
No, he's definitely edged
definitely
it.
got an edge. Definitely got an edge there. The stumps are not moved, and
it's
very well
carried.
taken by Mohamed Rizwan. And that is the end of David Miller's stay. Short but eventful stay. He helped South Africa consolidate their position. And South Africa certainly lose now their 6th wicket with the score on 206. I'm going ahead of time, but yes, definitely the umpire has given that as an out. Yeah, only he will be able to say whether he played that deliberately or not, Cameron.
Yeah,
not
that
really
was
sure whether he was intentional or not. However, the end result is a boundary on the books. This one's lofted. A neat looking shot there. He gave himself room as he usually did in this innings, and he's lofted that ball on the up, lofted it way and high and majestically over straight into the side screen for a mighty 6. And Jansen is off with his long levers. This was again Jansen moving away and slicing this one towards the cover point area, and a great piece of fielding there.
It's a catch.
Out. Yes, he's out. That was hit uppishly. He was giving himself room, and he tried to play this one, slice it towards the cover area, and the ball went to aerial, and a beautiful catch there by the cover points fielder marks the end of a short but an impactful innings by Marco Jansen, out for 20 off 14 balls. And Pakistan, do they have it in them to go through with this?
Markram's decided he wants a piece of Usama Mir, but that is the end of Aiden Markram. Now this game takes an additional little twist and turn. There may only be 21 runs needed for South Africa, but they are 7 down, and the set batsman has got himself out. So what happens here? Samamir floats up a delivery outside off stump, which Maiden Markham attempts to flay through the cover region, but all he does is succeeds in getting a very thick outside edge that spoons up, and the point fielder running back to just outside the circle takes this one really comfortably in the end. And that's a strangely soft dismissal for an excellent innings.
What are they thinking? Like, at first they try and run themselves out, then he plays a kind of a hoiker shot when they're being given singles.
His first delivery is a tempter outside off stump. Flick the edge. That is the end of Gerald Kusia. Another wicket down. We are 8. And excitement here from Pakistan, excitement here from all of us in the Box of Dreams, as we might be watching a tremendous comeback here from Pakistan. There is danger afoot for South Africa. They only got 2 wickets in hand, but still 21 runs needed to win.
Oof. That's a really... We are back.
Yes, we are.
We are indeed. It's the same team as before, or someone different. Who else is supposed to be with us?
Jason.
Is it? Oh no. Yes, it is supposed to be Jason. Sorry, Jace, you're supposed to be on now with me. In fact, yes. Come on, get your arse in here. You're doing ball by ball. I'm doing socials, and Jason is supposed to be doing some comments.
Yes, he is. Do you want to jingle up some batsmen and bowlers?
I could do that, couldn't I? Who do we have coming out to bat? Lytton Das, he'll be there, won't he?
Yep.
Is it Tanzid Hassan who opens with him?
I think so.
Well, we'll give it a
He is candid and left-handed, but not standard. Countermanded, it was remanded, just reprimanded, was chanted.
It's going to be Doc who's going to open the bowling.
We'll give him a jingle shortly.
First ball, played the back of the leg, just outside the off stump.
No run.
Defended by Das, no run.
Sorry.
Good start already.
Well, indeed. Oh, I'm supposed to be doing the socials. Do you want to pass me that tablet? I shall get up the live stream. Lovely, thank you.
Dot in again. Turning towards middle stump, defended at mid wicket. No run again.
I haven't seen much of Dutt, but he looks.
What I've seen him in the tournament, this is my 3rd Netherlands game, I think. I quite like him.
Nice high action.
Interesting, starting with a spinner.
Certainly is, that one. Spins far more than any of the deliveries that we saw in the Bangladesh innings, but the undefended bat, kind of a gully in place to prevent the single.
Yep, that's most turn we've seen all game, basically.
Yeah, that could be all the turn we've seen all game. As this is again looped in, but this will be pushed to deep square leg, and that'll be the first runs of this Bangladesh innings.
Yeah. I mean, that's not to say they didn't spin the ball in the first innings. I think they were just more overspin than it was side spin. Therefore, it was going straight on more, but skidding on.
Yep. Netherlands, here we can see with a little stat there that they've bowled more spin in the power play overs than any of the team.
Well, it's generally quite hard to hit, isn't it? So, you know.
They definitely bowled very, very straight in the first innings. And no, they were just working it straight back or to the bareman wicket.
Yeah.
This one slightly back of the length again. Pushed. And it will go out to one of the 2 deep fielders. Kind of wideish, long off.
That game's getting...
Batsmen. Both games are off the mark.
That game's getting quite interesting, isn't it? Jamie Neesham's got 47 off 32. Trent Bolt's there with him.
About time.
366 for 8 with 9 balls remaining. 20 runs required.
Hang on. Trent Bolt.
23 runs required.
Trent Bolt's is at 10. Who's at 11 then? Who's?
No idea.
This one spins back a long way. Kind of tennis ball-like bounce, and Das is able to defend the ball out to point. And that's the end of the first over. And Bangladesh have 2 runs from it.
Looks like an interesting finish there. It could be another tight one. 2 in 2 days, my God.
You wait for all this time, and then 2 come along all at once.
Indian tuk-tuks in a row.
Am I supposed to be doing socials?
You are.
Over? Okay, right, let's go back here. Well, I guess the tweets at the other team. On memory, Australia have to play England, Afghanistan, Tigers. That's true. I don't know. Jay Groves says, a bit harsh, Messers. Oh, that's on the other thing. It's weird having tweets going to the same account for 2 different games. Over here, Kieran Rosedale says, are the cats pre-recorded or live? They're live, mate. If you get them. They are, in fact, everybody, listen.
Rescue
if you're
cats,
listening to us. Not only are they rescue cats and you can donate to them, but because they've been ditched on our second YouTube channel, White Line Wireless have their own channel, apparently. I didn't think you could go live unless you have 500 subscribers, but if you put cats up, you probably pick up subscribers quite quickly. And therefore, I think they can go live, so they will be able to go back live on their own White Line Wireless thing. I don't know where you find that, presumably on YouTube. If you go to White Line Wireless, it will be there.
It's going to be Van Beek who's going to open bowling from the other end, and that is pushed across the left-handed Tanzit. He defends to mid-on.
We'll have a jingle for that. We'll have a jingle for him.
Van Beek, I know what you're bowling. It's a hard cricket ball, so don't hit me 'cause it hurts. No.
No doubt. The gift that keeps on giving.
Well, my feed has jumped all over the place. I've completely missed that ball. I do apologise.
It was a dot ball.
Yeah, straight defended, out to cover, no run.
So I'm trying to do important things here as well at the same time, you know.
De Boer was working furiously in the interval, trying to make some sense of our clippings from the first half.
Well, it made a lot of sense. It'll make a lot of sense when it's put together.
My screen has gone remarkably slow all of a sudden.
Well, that was the first bashed 4 of the innings. It was smashed over long off. It was a length ball from Van Beek. And who's the lefty? That'll be Tanzin, won't it?
Yep, Tanzin just played through the line of the ball. It was bowled there to be hit, and it was hit.
It was hit straight down to wide, long off. No one down there. 4 runs.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Can you see anything?
It's very jerky. That one back of the length. Attempted cutaway by Tamsin. Looks like that will go into the deep for a single.
Do you want to restart? Do you want to carry on? Do you want me to take over or what?
If it carries on, if it doesn't speed up in a minute or so.
Okay.
Give me to the end of the over to make a decision one or the other.
Alrighty.
Oh, just for God's sake. Because my computer's doing nothing else apart from doing that.
Oh dear. There's some people, there's the coaches of, I think it's...
Bangladesh, it's Aaron Donald.
It's Aaron Donald, and he's got his South African socks on for the World Cup final.
And his rugby ball.
And he's got a Gilbert rugby ball there. Other brands are available.
Are they used?
Yep, they are used. They are the provider for the World Cup. And apparently they made them even lighter, so they go even further now. That's why they've been kicking monstrous hits from the halfway line. It's like they bring out a new football every year for the Football World Cup. And it's always
ball technology.
They're always lighter and they're harder to control, so they swerve more.
So Das is taking
Where's the cricket technology? Where's the new ball for cricket?
So Van Beek is in. And that is squared up Das completely. He's had to take one hand off the bat
That is an
to
interesting
play the
thought,
shot.
isn't it? Has everyone ever thought of that? You know, exactly. Ball technology changes in other sports. Why does it not change in?
Bear, can you let me back in about 10 seconds?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a limited number of suppliers, so there's a limited number of people developing new technology to start with. There's a bit of a monopoly, and there's an argument that says it's not in their interest to.
You should have start a startup. Can't be that hard. Get a bunch of physicists to work with a leather-wrapped ball of some description that has a seam on it. There's your starting point. How can you make it so it swings more, spins more? I don't know. Makes the seam harder, last longer, things like that.
I'll give them their due. They are trying some things, and they are trying to adapt to the plans for things like day-night cricket and whatever else.
Yeah, true. That's colour of the ball, isn't it? As that one's played out on the offside, there's no run. It is quite weird how the colour of the ball affects the movement of the ball so much. I guess these are kookaburras they're using in this.
Are they?
Yeah, the white ball is a kookaburra, always has been, because the white duke ball swung too much.
Well, I thought India used the SG ball pretty much.
Yeah, but I think white ball, worldwide it's kookaburra. Red ball, certain areas have their own balls. Like Asia has the SG, Australia has the kookaburra, obviously, and so does
England, West Indies have the dukes.
And exactly, but the duke in, I think the duke in the West Indies is slightly different to the duke in England, isn't it? Because the wickets are rougher and harder, so the balls have to last longer. It's got double layer of lacquer or something on it. Are you back? Can you see?
I'm back and I can see.
Nice.
And everything's moving. It's going to be Dutt to continue. He's going to come around the wicket this over. Tanzid will just play that out into the covers. No run.
Yeah, it's a debate which we can have about ball technology, but unless there's an incentive to do it, people aren't going to do it, I don't think.
No. That is usually how it works. 13 needed off 5 balls for New Zealand. As that one again. Bit of turn. As Tanzid plays that back to the bowler. No run.
There is 9 runs required off 3 balls.
Is it?
And 2 wickets still?
Still 2 wickets. Jimmy Neesham is 55 or 37.
He needs to play 2 of those 3 balls.
Oh, there's 5 wides in that last over.
Ow.
That's painful.
Well,
pick up a 6 and it gets really fucking interesting. And Jimmy Neesham can certainly do that.
Well, he's the finisher in the side.
Yeah.
It's about time he had a good score.
Another fielder moving over into the covers. A short extra cover in place as well. And this Dutt is in again. And this will be going down to the mid-on. Still no run.
Right. So they've got 2. So they've got 6 runs required to get a tie, 7 to win, with 2 balls remaining. That's pretty good. That's a fucking good game.
It is.
I'll tell you what. With that total and with the start the Australians got, if you'd have offered that to New Zealand, they would have taken it.
Yeah, that's absolutely.
A bit wide outside the off stump and attempted cut away by Tanzid. But there's 3 players in a very tight space in the covers, and it was the leader who managed to produce the stop.
Yeah, it's a good scrambling stop by Deleda, diving to his stronger side.
And you know what? The thing, England actually want New Zealand to win, don't they? If they want any chance of mathematically getting through. Oh, that's a good shot.
That's short and pulled away into a very safe space, open space. And will that be stopped going for 4?
Oh, I think he has.
We'll have to have another look at it.
I think that's
good relay fielding.
I think that's a really good piece of work by both of those fielders. 1 to flick it back, and 2 to get it in without delay by the sporting fielder. I don't think it's in question even.
It's definitely 3. It's just a matter of whether it's 4. And that is a great bit of fielding. Oh, now it hit his.
Interesting,
it is second hand, isn't it?
He flicked it onto his other hand, and he's touching the sponge at that point.
The sponge, that's going to be 4.
That is going to be 4.
Really, really unlucky.
That is. It's a good bit of fielding, but unlucky.
2 + 2 is our number.
So he managed to do all the hard work and flick the ball back with his left hand, but unfortunately he's flicked it onto his right hand, and it's in contact with the right hand while he's in contact with the boundary sponge.
Oh no!
But you can't fault the effort.
Jimmy Neesham's been run out, having to go for a second to get back on strike. So they need. So they get to 1, I presume. So the 383.
Need 5 to tie.
6 to win off the last ball. 4 won't be enough, so it's got to be a 6 basically, or a wide.
And Trent Bolt's facing.
And Trent Bolt is facing. Well, he can hit a 6.
He can hit it into all sorts of different areas, like Adil Rashid, just not where they put a fielder. Hopefully.
I think he's just going to step back and try and bash it somewhere.
Yeah.
Come on,
time for the perfect Yorker.
Come on.
Just to ruin everyone's day.
Meanwhile, last ball of our third over. Dutt is in.
Oh,
and
hello.
that's spun sharply. Maybe just slightly back of the length, but that's too good for Tanzid. And that is pitched on off. And it's only height that stopped it hitting the stumps. And that's the end of the over.
He's getting more bounce than anybody else, as well as more turn. That's jumped off the pitch. I don't know whether it's something with this ball or actually it's the time of day as well, because they're in the twilight period, aren't they? So this may be where things happen more.
In the twilight zone.
Yeah, do.
Oh no, Ferguson will be on strike, won't he? Because he will be at Neesham's end, so that's a bit annoying.
Picture a spinner. Run out by Labuschagne, you'll be pleased to know.
Yeah, I know, fucking hell. Sounds like it was thigh high. Maybe they could just say it was a no ball. Get him back out with a free hit. They'd still be run out, wouldn't he? Can be run out off a no ball.
Yep.
But they'd have a free hit.
So New Zealand need 6 runs from 1 ball and 1 wicket remaining as Van Beek is in. Just defended by Das into the covers. No run.
Das is taking a while to get going. I mean, he's normally a slightly faster start than this, 1 off 8, but
plenty of time though. And
he does. He's got all the time in the world to get 230 to win.
Yeah. Last ball, dot ball. Australia win by 5 runs.
Boo. Fuck! Boo!
Yeah. Evil triumphs over good.
Plucky New Zealand fail against their nearest neighbours yet again.
I know, that's so annoying. That's why. It's like India versus Pakistan, isn't it? Pakistan always beat them in tournaments. I mean, Pakistan always lose in tournaments. New Zealand always seems to lose in tournaments. Remember that World Cup final was so depressing.
And of course, we always lose to Sri Lanka somehow.
Yes.
That's speared down the leg side by Van Beek, and that'll be a wide.
Wide. Well, Brian in Brisbane says he needs he needs Bangladesh to collapse to 56 all out for his GPL to come in. Yeah, it's true.
There's quite a lot of GPLs in play today.
Target 230, so
anything up to 463 is possible.
Yeah, so the winning score would be 459, wouldn't it?
That is tapped towards mid wicket. Das sprints through for a single.
459. Oh God, that means even if the scores are equal and they got a 4,
yeah, that's in play,
then Messi just could win.
Yeah, all the results are in play depending on how badly
you just won't tell him.
Netherlands collapse. Bangladesh. Or if Bangladesh win, the only person in play is Messi Jez.
Yeah.
With a really odd thing happening at the end. They could be 1 run short and hit a 6, I think, probably, and he'd win.
Do you want some good news?
What's that?
Brentford have beaten Chelsea.
Oh, that's good news.
Van Beek in, and that is cut away by Tanzid. But great stop at back of point.
Mind you, I don't have any Brentford or Chelsea players in my fantasy team.
My West London Hiscox's relatives will be very happy that Brentford are winning.
Yeah,
because they're
like
season
Brentford.
holders.
I like Brentford. Always, plucky team. Not much.
Are we allowed to?
And they will be there.
Cliche? Is it too cliche to say that they do it the right way?
Well, no, not really. I mean, they to a certain degree they have, though, haven't they? I mean, they've played the Moneyball model, found players.
Yeah, that is a Yorker length delivery, but outside the off stump, and it's sort of bunted down towards third man.
I mean, let's face it, Brighton do it the same way as well. And actually, if you're a small team with limited resources,
it's the only way to do it.
It's the only way to do it, isn't it? And if you can get a team together, you can be reasonably successful, you know.
Well, that was how Bournemouth started out doing it when they were in the Premiership under Eddie Howe.
Yeah.
Before he got the Moneybags job at Newcastle, or Newcastle even.
Doing very well. That is again for full length delivery just outside that stump, turned to deep square leg by Das.
You kind of get the feeling that this pitch isn't easiest to score on.
Not if you bowl straight. It's a bit too paced.
Yeah. Not really coming onto the bat, is it?
Yeah, there's been no real attempt. Well, 2 shots really that have been trying to pull up some trees.
Well, the only people who've been fluent are the people who had opportunity to play the ball that's not on the stumps.
Last ball of this over gives Tanted some room, but it's a hoik, which ends up I'm sure mistimed, but it finds the gap between mid wicket and mid on, and that's gone all the way for 4.
Yep.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Tanzit's been given the order to go aggressively at the start, whilst Das has been told to play the anchor role, because that's the way that it's turning out.
Feels that way.
Well, that's fair enough, though.
To continue.
It's a shame we weren't doing that game. That was a goodie.
Australia were involved. It has to be Mooney Pond, sadly.
Yeah.
You would have got really angry in that last over.
Yeah, I would have been. I would have been really supporting New Zealand hard. And a bit upset at the end.
Dot in, turned to mid wicket by Das. Some acrobatics in the field, but a dot ball.
Bear is happy.
Well, can you imagine? It's like second to last ball, Labuschagne with the run out. I'd imagine Bear would have smashed. Bear would have gone full Hulk.
Well, he'd have gone full F-in Bear.
Well, if we win tomorrow and end up remaining second, then we'll sort of jump up a couple of places, maybe. But we'll be in the field with 4 points.
Have you just so that's all contingent on England beating India, though. That's the small fly in the open.
I don't know why.
That's in.
Oh,
catch!
An attempted reverse.
That's got to be out.
It's been caught by the wicket keeper. I thought he would have been out LBW, but he's
no, I don't think he'd have been out LBW.
somewhere.
But he's walking off, so we knew you hit it. So there's no point in reviewing it. So we have our first wicket. What was the score? 19 for none. Das was out for 3 off 11. And I'll play a wicket jingle because that's my job.
I won't look back, 'cause by the time that I do, you'll be gone.
The attempted reverse sweep, Jason, seemed to just catch the top edge.
Yeah, it just ballooned up.
Ballooned into the shoulder and then up again for a comfortable catch for Edwards behind the stump.
Yeah, Edwards really didn't have to do more than move 1 step to catch that.
Yeah.
Normally on those sort of flighty little ones off the leading edge, they have to dive at least. He could stand up there, have a fag, chat to neighbours.
Well, what that result does do is pretty much settle the semi-finals, doesn't it? Something extraordinary has now got to happen for someone to break into that top 4. Doesn't it? Australia have got to lose. Australia and New Zealand have got to lose
2 games.
2 games for anyone to have a chance.
Wow, this is interesting. I wasn't expecting this person to come in at number 3.
I know, he's become a batsman now. It's really weird. When we first ever saw him, he was a mystery spinner. Weirdly enough, dazzling ducket, probably, in about 2016. And since then, he's morphed into a batsman who comes in at number 3. Weird.
Oh, Mahady Hassan Miraz. Mahady Hassan Miraz.
Yeah, with an average of 20.
It's not great for 3, is it?
I think that's a fairly new thing. I think he's been playing the sort of power hitter role at around 7, the all-rounder role.
Well, he'd been playing at 4 earlier in the tournament, not 3. Shaki was coming in at 3.
It seems to have caught the Netherlands by surprise. There was some reading of stats and analytics as this is turned towards a short fine leg and stopped.
Oh yeah, it was a big top edge, wasn't it?
Top edge onto the shoulder and into the waiting arms of wicket keeper.
I think even I would have a chance of catching that as a keeper.
Yeah. Second slip in. As that spins into Moraz.
See, they've got to go to pace at some point, and I bet the run's coming in.
Yeah, well, they've got, what, 2-3 pace bowlers? You've got by making.
What? Well, here's a question. What side are you playing tomorrow against India? What's your 11 for England?
That's a very good question.
Give me a second. Dutt in and defended under his eyes by Miraz.
Everyone's so much out of form. It's hard to see how you would change it up and to improve it.
I know what
I would think about dropping Bairstow and putting Harry Brook in to open with Milan.
Oh no, I wouldn't do that.
2 slow batsmen to start. Not a great result, potentially.
Well, that kept a little low, that one from Dutt. Defended towards mid wicket and mid on. No run.
But the problem with
a
the
wicket maiden Dutt there. Well done, sir.
The problem with the England side is not really with the batting; it's with the bowling. Their bowling is not penetrative enough, so that their batting can't chase anything.
I know. I mean, I would put Brook back in. I would have at 5. I would have Butler at 6. Livingston at 7. I would then bring back Sam Curran. I would probably have Gus Atkinson in for Wood. That leaves me with 2 spots. Adil Rashid takes 1. Then I need another bowler of a pace variety. I'd probably stick with Willie over.
Yeah, I would.
Willie over Wokes, to be honest.
Wokes has done spent force, I think.
Yeah.
Has Cart even arrived yet?
Well, he has, but I wouldn't put him in against India. That would be my 11. Which is with bats down to number 11 as well, to be fair.
It's I mean, I'll talk about it a bit more tomorrow when I'm on, but I think there needs to be something very revolutionary about that squad makeup. As Van Beek is in, and that is defended at short extra cover for no run.
Well,
they're very sprightly in the field, aren't they?
Well, I think
they're up for this.
I think they are as well. I was about to try and find my phone and put some money on Netherlands. I don't know what I can do it on this computer, can't I? I don't even know what their. I don't know what. Oh, I can't remember what I was going to say.
What odds with the Netherlands?
It was something else completely.
Oh, let me see. Van Beek in, and that is a
hello
pitch delivery, and that's edged behind to the keeper, and Van Beek's strike, and it Bangladesh are 19 for 2.
He's gone for how many? 15 off 16. He was the only guy who scored some runs, really, because they're 19 for 2.
2 guys on naught now.
Well, indeed.
Start the innings all over again.
Well, this is putting the cat amongst the pigeons very slightly. It does mean we're getting down to the strength of the Bangladesh batting now with Mamadullah and Shakib and Mushrika. 3 very experienced players come in next.
Yeah, true. Mamadullah scored a ton in the last game, which is why I bet you. Yeah. Stupid, pretty silly odds now. Yeah, Netherlands are now at 7 to 4.
Yeah, 7 to 4.
That's crap.
Ironically, the same odds that England are to beat India.
I put it.
Wow, that's very short.
Currently, I would put England to beat India at about
8 to 1,
11 to 2, maybe something like that.
It's,
in current form,
Shanto is going to come into bat at number 4.
He's quite good, Shanto.
Still only averaging nearly 30, but he has got 2 tons and 6 50s in that.
He's got a jingle.
Nazmul Hussain Shanto, he'd be pretty good in a panto. I don't know if he can act though.
Fired across his off stump, Van Beek, and the left-handed Shanto leaves that alone. But just as what happened in the Netherlands innings is happening here, 2 quick wickets. Losing wickets in bunches is a killer for momentum.
Good surprise ball from Van Beek. It was too tight for him to really play that pull shot.
This next ball is pushed to mid-on, no run. And the screws are being tightened here ever so sharply.
And he's put the effort in for his effort ball, and he's got a result out of it. But yeah, Van Beek, Maker, and have got to do the most of the bowling to get the seam wickets, I think, on this ground.
Van Beek coming in again moved across Shanto's off stump, left alone by the batsman. And we've got one ball left in the 6th over.
I've gone under the fall of the next wicket, 42.5. It's a bit risky.
We might need to check Twitter a bit more often now that the other game's finished.
Well, yeah, I might do. Someone said Ratchet has got more ICC World Cup centuries than Martin Crowe.
Wow. Didn't he get a lot of 90s though?
Van Beek in, just defended by
Probably.
Shanto. A thought of a run, but wise not to do so, and that is 2 wicket maidens back to back.
Well, Surf Ditch Bootleby.
That's Ditch, isn't it?
No, it's Ditch. But the picture makes him look like a biker. We know much better than that. So a lot of pretty pointless World Cup games to come. The semi-final is pretty much decided already. India, South Africa, Australia, New Zealand. Be very surprised if anyone else makes it. It's true. That is true. And there's still, what this is game 28, so...
Yeah, there's still...
17 more games.
17 more games to go. The chase begins. Replies. Kevin McGee.
A lot of cricket still to be played. Might not all of it might not.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, Australia have got
highly relevant.
Australia have got a lot of easier games to come.
It does in again. Back of the length. Moraz goes back in his crease, but can only play it back to
It
the
does
bowler.
remind me of...
New Zealand have the hardest running, I guess.
Yeah, like England, they've got to play 2 of the top 3 teams, I think. But this bowler, I've just worked out who he reminds me of. It's Majid from Afghanistan.
Yeah.
You know, bowls in the power play overs, very straight.
This ball turned to mid wicket for no run.
He's got a really good loop for a tall man, and he bowls at good pace, and be able to get that loop at good pace is quite impressive, to be honest.
He has figures of 1 for 6 after 3 overs and 2 balls. Slightly wider of the crease this time. And again, Miraz can only defend it back to the bowler. No run.
Where I know he's Dutch, but where was he originally from? Or what's his where his rallies?
What's his heritage?
Well, yeah, has he played first class cricket before he came over to Holland? Somewhere?
I would imagine he's South Asian of some form. I think he
looks Indian.
He's in again. Good length, just outside the
You know
off stump,
what?
can only be turned to mid wicket.
Maybe I'll just check it up on the internet.
Cricinfo might know the answer to that one.
Is there some sort of electronic repository that would have all the answers?
There is indeed. Now,
even for associates.
Right. I hate this fucking app. It's shit.
Well, this one gave Miraz a bit of room just outside the off stump. He tries to cut it away, but Van Beek there to do a sprightly bit of fielding. And we might be on for our 3rd maiden in a row here. Although even me saying it out loud has probably cursed it to all hell.
Oh, fuck off.
That's very nice.
It's like the voice inside my head. A nice loop delivery, and this is taken. Has it taken the edge? They're appealing for a catch by the wicketkeeper. The umpire is unmoved. There will definitely be a conflab here as to whether there was a touch, and I think it's been reviewed. Oh, no.
No, they still made it on mine.
5, 4.
I would go for it. Look, you're going to win the game. No, they decided not to.
It's not been reviewed. It's not been reviewed.
There's still a maiden.
3 maidens in a row. 2 of them taking wicket.
Well, he's not in. He was born in The Hague, so.
Well, there you go.
But it doesn't tell me whether he's played outside of the Netherlands for anybody.
Well,
he's a lot younger than I thought. He's barely. He's not even 21 yet.
So you know what you need to do. In that case, you really need to Wikipedia.
The font of all truth.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
never wrong.
What am I doing? 1-1. Sorry, I'm being really dumb today.
And this is the matchup that probably Dutch wanted against the left-hander.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's Logan van Beek bowling.
Well, both sides have lost 2 wickets in the power play.
And Netherlands are comparatively ahead.
We've got a bit of sight screen moving going on. But it will be Van Beek to continue.
There you go. Good old Wikipedia.
Right on off stump. Can only be defended into the covers. No run. So we see a replay of that final delivery. Oh, it's nowhere near the battle gloves.
Yeah. Scott Overs can't see that from where he's keeping. That's not hit anything. It's
So
quite close to the gloves, but
it's
not
close
enough.
to the bat. It's not close to the bat at all, is it? Really?
Interesting. He's grown up his whole life in the Netherlands.
Oh, a little fend at a ball that's slightly more pitched up outside off stump by Van Beek, and Shanto's had a bit of a nibble at that one. Maybe a bit of pressure.
His dad's from the Punjab. I was just wondering if he goes back, to the rallies when he was young and got cricket coaching as well in India on spin and stuff. What am I doing? I haven't let a lot of people in.
Yeah, good bowling from Van Beek. He's put the carrot out there and he nearly got the result he wanted.
Back of the length by Van Beek. Defended on his toes by Shanto, but again, no run. This is 3.5 overs now.
Shanto's looking at his bat thinking, there's a middle in this somewhere. Where is it?
Well, I noticed Nessus has joined the feed, and this is kind of a bit like Mogadon after what you've been watching, probably.
Yeah, it's not the same game, is it?
This is a very mid-90s one-day international.
Yeah. I don't think to be fair, I don't think it's an easy pitch to score on.
Yeah. Van Beek again, and again, very accurate on-off stump, and Shanto can only defend again.
Is this the first match at Kolkata?
Yeah, I think we all think it is.
And they're not having several more matches there, like the semis perhaps, I think, are there.
Maybe that's why this and there's another one that's only just come into it, isn't there?
Well, the Aaron Jaitley Stadium, Feroz Shah Kotla, yeah.
Yeah, that's only come into it recently, so maybe they're more likely.
Back of the length, pulled away, and that releases the shackles from Shanto. That's been pulled away gloriously in front square for 4 runs.
Definite swing there.
Swing.
As he muscled that over the man at mid-wicket.
Nice shot.
Very good connection with that one. He's found the middle of the bat with that one, that's for sure. No, a very flat 1 bounce for 4.
Last ball of this over. And he's just fended at that as it's moved across him. Outside his off stump. There's runs, but only 4 of them. And at the end of 8 overs, Bangladesh are a very measly 23 for 2.
Okay. Farong says England since gift win by Bangladesh 215, 170, 156. Trend continues tomorrow. England 140 odd. Australia have England, Afghanistan, and Bangladesh to play.
That sounds like an easy run in.
Yeah, it does.
Afghanistan might cause them some problems though.
Well, again, Afghanistan, with the spinners, maybe, possibly. But, I mean, Australia just seem to be hitting their straps. Maxi's started to fizz at wherever he's playing.
Head is back at the top of the order.
Head is back at the top of the order, exactly. And they've managed to, although they started off horrifically, they've really pulled it back round.
And they've got Inglis batting at number 8 or 9, even.
So suddenly it all looks good for the Australians.
Dutt to come into bowlers, and Miraz has come down the track. It's not been hit.
Yeah, it has been hit.
I thought he'd hit it with the outside half of the bat, but it's gone up and out and over long on for 6 runs.
Oh, I thought they were going to check that. I thought it hit the spot. First of the game, first of the innings, isn't it?
Yep. The one thing you will say is he's hitting it into a safe area. There's nobody out there for 50 yards in any direction.
No, and it was definitely over. There was no question about it. Good shot. Trying to relieve the pressure. Oh shit! I went on 42.5, didn't I?
Yeah. Well, you're not out of it yet.
No, true.
Believe.
Duck in, and this is defended. It will dribble to mid wicket for no run.
What did I say? I said that if
Under 42. So.
Yeah, I know I said that, but I also said before, didn't I? I said if to win this game, the Netherlands need to have Bangladesh at about 50 for 4.
Yeah.
Well, that's
That
made a mess of Dutch figures.
This one just outside the off stump. Mraz will play that with some caution. Fielded in the covers for no run. Halfway through the 9th over.
Mraz looks a lot better player when he's playing a slightly more assertive role, where he's actually using his feet rather than staying in the crease and being allowed to be bowled too.
Yeah, good hitter, not necessarily a great batsman.
And he's got down on one knee and slog swept this. And is there someone out in the deep? Only members of the crowd. 1 bounce, 4 runs.
Oh, Steve Waugh would have been pleased with that. That's the archetypal Steve Waugh slog sweep.
Yeah. It would, if there'd been someone at count, it'd been a simple catch, wouldn't it? But no.
Nope. The score's relatively rocked along now to 33 for 2. Dot in again. Again, some nice turn and purchase on the ball. Defended to mid on for no run. 1 ball left of this 9th over.
Well, I think the results are in, and they've definitely Bangladesh has definitely won this over.
Yes.
1 ball left.
Oh, have they? Have they?
Swept again.
Oh,
Is
if you,
there a man in
oh.
Oh, you can't quite make the distance from a very square leg towards cow corner, and that will again go for 4.
And that just almost 6, almost caught, but in the end, not.
Just 4 runs.
The Netherlands are ahead of where Bangladesh were now.
Yeah, they caught up in that 1 over pretty much, because I think 14 came off from it.
Yeah. Well, there was a big over when Van Beek, was it that? No, who was it came in? No, it was Baresi, wasn't it?
Yeah, Baresi, no,
blazed a few floors quite quickly.
Into injury time at Stamford Bridge.
Oh, still 1-0 to Brentford.
It is still.
Nice.
Van Beek to bowl his 5th.
Our last over. Now the Leicester spotted Hendo is going to be in at the end of this over.
Technology permitting.
No, he's here. He's ready and waiting.
But he's been ready and waiting before, where he couldn't hear the...
No, he sorted that all out. That's cut down to... Oh, sorry.
Down to 3rd man. Sorry, mate.
Sorry, it's such a habit. Nestlers is coming back. And Al Hodge you're going to remain there, Al?
Yeah, I'm on for almost all the innings. Somehow.
I'm off now, and then I'm pretty much... No, I've got another bit off as well.
I refuse to commentate to a replay.
I nearly did.
You're not 40.
Or Tony.
So it's going to be Mraz to take strike. He's on 14 after those sweep shots that took on in the previous over. Square leg and 3rd man of the 2 deep fielders, but this has been handsomely cover driven, but well stopped in the covers. That looked a beautiful shot, but well stopped.
Yeah,
straight at the fielder.
Lovely on the up. If he'd been 2 yards either side, that probably would have gone through, but just unfortunate. Pick out the packed ring. That'll get the pawn bot going as well.
Calling the pawn bot.
Yeah.
Can Bangladesh penetrate the packed ring?
East Pakistan, isn't it?
Yes. It used to be.
No,
this is just defended on
until
into the covers.
71, I think that was when they changed the name.
Yeah, there was another war actually, wasn't it, between East Pakistan and West Pakistan to become Pakistan and Bangladesh. Well, there was a war there, wasn't it? It wasn't just we agreed to separate.
My history, my knowledge of the history of the area is.
I'm sure the internet will tell us.
I think that comes from watching Midnight's Children.
Well, that's
Van Beek
about.
bowls again, just outside the off stump, defended back to the bowler, no run.
Wasn't Midnight's Children about people who were born on Partition Day in 1947?
Yeah, exactly. It's all about that. So it's basically about sort of a quick run through what I presume is some sort of Indian history, which I'm not very versed in, even not adversed in.
2 balls left in this 10th over and the power play. It's just a wristy flick by Miraz towards deep square leg. That will take a single.
And I might add that's from the film, not the book.
That just reminds me is that the book was obviously by Salman Rushdie, and the last thing I remember about Salman Rushdie is being attacked in New York.
Yeah, he's lost an eye,
and I haven't heard anything since. He
went to hospital. He basically got stabbed in the eye. Lucky to be alive, survived. Lost sight in one eye, and he's probably quite paranoid about being in public now.
That's what. 25, 30 years after Satanic Verses.
Oh, nice bit of lift from Van Beek. He beats the outside edge of Shanto. Doesn't take the edge though, and at the end of 10 overs, Bangladesh are 39 for 2. And as I say, good afternoon to Hendo.
Hello, chaps.
All right, Hendo.
Shame about the Aussies, isn't it?
Well, do you mean?
Home.
It is very much a shame about the Aussies squeaking home. There's 3 of you on.
Yeah, 3 person.
3 person online. Bloody hell, I haven't had that for a little while.
3 person online. Nestlers, haven't seen you for a long time.
Hendopoulos, how are you, mate?
Are you in your riding kit?
I got me Dutch top on. Look, blue and orange.
Fair enough. It's been a pretty good start this for the Netherlands, has it not?
Indeed.
Power play yielding only 39 runs plus the wickets of the openers. 39 for 2. Miraz brought up the order to bat at 3. He's got 15. Took him 10 balls to get underway. So, I think we're looking at some pictures of downtown Kolkata, are we not? Possibly. Ooh. Looks quite interesting. The lights are on. We'll have that little moment we do in these matches where everyone holds their phone lights up and they turn out the floodlights. It just looks like a lot of bees sort of flying around. Change of bowling. Colin Ackerman comes into the attack, and fortunately we've got Jason on the jingles.
We do. Bear with me because I've been running around like mad over here. Colin Ackerman is this guy.
From Cape Province to Leicestershire, Colin Ackerman made the trip. Now he plays for the Netherlands. They like the cut of it.
And he responds with 3 dot balls to start his spell, the latest of which is turned to square leg. So although we have a change of bowling, we have much the same sort of bowler, although I think he's a little bit slower through the air than Dutt. This is tucked away for a single to deep square coming in off the fence. Score moves on to 40-2. Another good innings by Scott Edwards this morning. He's a great cricketer, he really is. He's probably getting that Aussie side actually, as someone who was brought up in Melbourne, I believe, in his early years. But he always seems to contribute something to games, and I like his captaincy as well, getting the spinners on early. Anyway, Ackerman round the wicket now, bowling to Shanto, who just prods forward and places the ball straight back to the bowler. There is no run. 1 ball remaining. Required run rate has gone up to 4.85. Ackerman in again, a little bit flatter. Turned by Shanto. He's looking for the single, won't get it. Mid wicket is too sharp for him. And that is the end of the over. Just a single from it. Bangladesh 40 for 2, chasing 230 to win. Any tweets?
Yeah, Leia says there was an ethnic cleansing and then a war in which India intervened, leading to Bangladeshi independence. A little bit of history there for you.
Little bit of history.
Little bit of history.
Politics.
Dandy Castro said it's not math, but Oswin, what a fucking match, has essentially eliminated all other 6 sides.
Well, has it? I don't know. I mean, I haven't looked to see who's got to play who. If someone could do that and then say who could possibly, if anyone, from that chaff league, as we were talking about it, the wheat and the chaff, England will be bottom again. I think if Netherlands win this game.
Yeah, there could be a titanic struggle to finish 5th.
Yeah.
Why have we got 4 people on commentary, by the way?
Well, we've got 3 people on commentary, all remote, so we have to have someone doing the jingles, you see.
Ah, I see.
Jason is just jingler, really.
He's just...
Van Meekeren is going to replace Logan. He's in, onto the back foot goes Miraz. He times this really well, but he's only going to get a single for it. He beat the infield, but there was cover on the boundary, so just a single. Here we go, next 10 fixtures. Afghanistan are still in it, aren't they?
Yes.
They've got 4 points. They've got to play Sri Lanka. They've got to play the Netherlands. Is that it? Can't see. Yes, it looks like that's it for them.
Sri Lanka have got 3 games left.
Afghanistan only got 2 games left. Van Meekeren in again. Bowls. Oh, no, drives up, and that's gone way in the air. It is going to clear the man mid off, and it's got enough on it. It's going to dribble into the boundary. I thought for a moment he'd got far too underneath that, but he's got away with it, and he's picked up 4 runs.
Didn't look like he quite got that though.
Did it? Didn't really. I thought for a moment that someone might get underneath it, have time to get underneath it. Wasn't to be. Paul Van Meekeren in again, bowls. Another more pleasant drive this time from Shanto, but it doesn't have the reward that the previous one did. He gets no run as that goes up to mid-off.
I know you're not interested, Hendo, but Brentford beat Chelsea 2-0 at Stamford Bridge.
Oh, was it 2-0? Oh.
They scored in the 96th minute just to rub salt in the wound.
I was looking at it with 87 minutes gone, and it was 1-0 to win 2-0. That's fantastic.
Under previous ownership, managers would have been fired for a run of games that Pochettino's had.
It's hilarious. I love seeing Chelsea lose. It's one of my favourite occupations. Van Meekeren in to complete the over. Shanto gets in behind that, offers the high left elbow and defends. And there is no run. Tweets.
Yes, more of them on the history of Bangladesh from Farong. Yes, sadly the Liberation War ended in 71. War was due to the rebellion of having Bangla replaced by Urdu. George Harrison in some way arranged the first aid concert to assist the Bangladeshi people. Yeah, I remember.
That's a concert of Bangladesh, yes, absolutely.
Bangladesh, yeah, I think I've got that album somewhere. Joy Bangla is the victory expression.
Oh, we might have a problem. We might have a problem here for Van Meekeren. There's a reassuring tap from one of his.
Yeah, that'll do it.
One of his colleagues that makes you think that. Yeah.
Is it something to do with the way he landed? I should say, he's still got 2 balls to go in this over. I don't know why I thought he'd nearly completed it.
Well, just because there was such a break in proceedings, I think.
We're into the 12th over. It'll be a blow if Van Meekeren can't continue. We're just getting a long shot, so I'm guessing a trainer or some such person is coming onto the ground, and we're going to have a little bit of a delay. Anything on YouTube, Nestlers?
Hang on, it's just flipped in. Nestlers says, I think the New Zealand loss actually makes the top 4 slightly more accessible. They still have to play Pakistan, South Africa and Sri Lanka. Australia has an easier England, Afghanistan and Bangladesh. Dandy Castro says, Afghanistan versus Sri Lanka on Monday will lead one of them to 5th place at 3-3. But Australia and New Zealand in 3rd, 4th at 4-2, and solid net run rate keeps them safe. It's all getting very complicated.
Yeah, yeah. Well, someone's having a drink. We're putting a bit of sawdust down to fill the hole, I think.
I'd imagine so. Maybe some sort of ankle trouble there.
Yeah, something like that. He's got long legs. He looks like a tall man.
He seems like he's walking with no problem, unaided.
Although he's now gone down on one knee, but I think that's to do with a shoelace rather than an injury. You don't want to be tripping over your own shoelaces as you're running in.
Not at this stage of the innings.
Not very helpful, is it? So instead, we're going to watch some Bangladesh fans dance. And yeah, all right, I suppose. Okay.
That's like racy, wasn't it? Some girls do.
Some girls do, yeah.
Some girls don't. Remember, you put the thumbs in the top of your jeans and do that. I don't know what it was called.
Mud tiger feet.
Oh yeah, mud tiger feet. Yeah.
Van Meeker in again, bowls a full ball, and has he got a win? He thinks he's edged that to slip. I wasn't sure whether he squeezed it down into the ground, but Shanto looks around and rather dispiritedly walks up the pitch on his way back to the dressing room. I think the woman who was just dancing has burst into tears. It's 45 for 3. Well, yeah, it was a wide ball, very full, and squeeze it. Catch.
Maybe that break in proceedings with the repairs to the pitch, and maybe a little bit of repairs to Van Meekeren has disrupted the concentration of Shanto.
Well, Shanto's gone for 9 off 18. It was Van Beek who had been bowling until this change with Van Meekeren coming on. He's taken a very good catch, diving away to his left. Not the easiest by any stretch of the imagination. So trouble for Bangladesh. There be trouble in Bangladesh.
And the bear gets his win.
Oh yeah. Whisper it quietly, but have we got a game on our hands?
Well, it's quite interesting, isn't it? That a couple of days ago, everyone was saying, "Oh, there've been no good games, there've been no close games," and I was trying to point out to people, well, actually, we've had 3 surprise results, which I think you kind of, I think that sort of stands in for close finishes. But now we've had 2 close finishes in just over a day, and we could get another one here. Shakib Al Hassan is from Worcester, but he's not really, and he's out there in the middle.
There's an all-rounder all around the cricket world. All around the world, you can watch the skills.
Jason, could you wave your hand when the jingle is finished, because I can't hear a thing at this end. As you will know, anyone who's tried to commentate remotely, the jingles are very sporadic. Full to Shakib, most experienced man out there. He just drives up to mid-on, and there is no run. Successful first over for Van Meekeren, 1 for 5 from 1. Bangladesh after 12, chasing 230, are 45 for 3. Nestlers.
Jay prints the lyric, George Harrison lyric, which he says is possibly the worst lyric ever written, which is Bangladesh, Bangladesh, where so many people are dying fast, and it sure looks like a mess. I've never seen such distress. Now won't you lend your hand, try to understand, relieve the people of Bangladesh.
Well, you know, it's to the point,
not George's finest hour, but
well, you could argue it is his finest hour, in fact, in raising money for Bangladesh's cause.
Well, not from a writing point of view, I wouldn't have said.
No, but you don't want to be too sort of you don't want too much imagery, do you, in that sort of song? You just want to make it clear what you need to do. Ackerman starts a second over. At this point, Netherlands were 55 for 2, so 10 runs ahead.
Just give us your fucking money.
He's in again. Wood bowls horrible flat one, which Mahedi sees and plays a delicate little late cut to. There's no one fine enough to cut it off, and it's 4 runs.
Just a late flick of the wrists, and it just no more than guided it, just a redirection more than anything else.
He's looking pretty good after waiting 10 balls to get off the mark. Turns this one into the onside. There's a gap at square leg, and he'll take a single. moves on to 22. And yeah, Netherlands, I mean, they've had a really good win, haven't they, against South Africa? And another win here, and they would say getting a couple of wins under their belt at the World Cup was fantastic for them. And they've looked a pretty together kind of team as well. I mean, I know they did get absolutely hammered by the Aussies, but, you know, that could happen against a team of their strength. Onto the front foot comes Shakib, plays square.
I suppose no pressure on them, is there? In a
really,
tournament like this.
No. But I mean, they would all these small teams would like to get a win or two, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
They're probably not going to win the competition, almost certainly. This one is just pushed back to the bowler by Shakib. Bangladesh still ahead on the win predictor, 56%. And I was amazed at what the win predictor was saying last night. I missed the end of this is tucked away through square for another single. End of the over, 51-4-3. I was amazed at the win predictor yesterday when who was chasing? Who was chasing yesterday? South Africa were chasing.
They were chasing, but what, was it 280, wasn't it, against
280,
Pakistan?
Yeah, and at one point they had only 4 wickets down and 90 to get off of about 20 overs. And win predictor was still 52% for Pakistan, which I found very strange. As it turned out, it was probably more on the ball, wasn't it? Because it ended up going right to the wire.
To the wire.
Yeah. 1 wicket to spare. 51 for 3. Miraz at 22. That's Mahdi Hassan Miraz. So there are 2 Mahdi Hassans in this Bangladesh side, and of course they are difficult to tell apart because they're both off-break bowlers as well. This is a Yorker from Van Meekeren, which is almost trapped under his bat by Shakib, who then picks it up and gives it to a fielder. There is no run. Van Meekeren's got a very, very slow walk back to his mark. So it's a good job he hasn't got a longer run-up, that's all I can say.
Yeah, if he was Willis-esque, they'd never make it.
Here he is again, into Shakib, up into the ribs, and he turns it into the square leg area and immediately gets his head down and runs very fast, the first one, but Edwards is out from behind the stumps to make sure they can't get back for their desired second. Score moves to 52 for 3. Shakib is on 2. And Mahdi Hassan Miraz is on 22. Target is 230. Scott Edwards top scored with 68 for the Netherlands. Here is Van Meekeren again, bowls, and that's a pleasant drive from Miraz. Maybe didn't time it as well as he wanted, but the placement was pretty good. He thought he might get back for a second, but there is a man at deep cover who closed in on that and prevented anything more. You'll be pleased to know, Nestlers, I've got my little cat sitting here beside me. I'm doing as I speak. I'm stroking the little chap.
How is he?
He's all right. He was going absolutely crazy this morning. He was climbing up the curtains, which I've not seen him do before.
Brilliant.
Which is fantastic. Van Meekeren in again. Oh, I thought for a moment he'd got through Shakib's defences and then wrapped him on the pad, and that would have been worth a shout. But I think he's just got a little bit of bat down on it and played it back to the bowler. 53 for 3.
No argument with the cause, says Jay. Proper argument with rhyming Bangladesh with mess.
Yes, that does make one sort of put one's teeth on edge slightly.
He was smoking a lot of drugs at the time, though.
Van Meekeren, and again, is it him on the pad or is it a bit of bat and pad? Van Meekeren is having a word with the umpire. He was shaking his head, and I'm wondering whether he was suggesting that there was bat involved. I think it's pitched in line edge to the inside edge, otherwise he was in quite a bit of trouble. So it's been a pretty impressive start from Van Meekeren. He's nothing more than medium pace, but he's bowling a good line. He's nothing like as quick as one of the men there in the TV commentary box, Waka Yunus. He's telling Ramiz Raj how he'd get people out, or how he used to get people out. Van Meekeren in again, bowls, and this time Shakib tucks away down to long leg. He'll keep the strike at the end of that over. Van Meekeren has just gone for 8 runs in his 2. Bangladesh are 54 for 3. Nestlers.
Farong says that George Harrison is regarded in the highest manner in Bangladesh for his time and effort in raising awareness of what was going on. Raw emotion in his song for Bangladesh. Oh, no, absolutely. George was one of my... Actually, George was my favourite Beatle.
Yeah, I quite like him. I've always quite liked George Harrison. He did a couple of really good solo albums, and then some other ones that weren't quite so good.
Brilliant guitarist.
Saved British cinema.
Oh yes, indeed. What, Handmade Films, wasn't it? Was that what he was involved with? Yep. It's Ackerman to continue. 7 off his first 2 overs. He's round the wickets, the left-handed Shakib, who props forward in defence. He's got 3 runs from 10 deliveries. There's a little bit of turn out there. He's in again, bowls. Oh, and that one did turn. He followed it, Shakib, but played it well enough. Square on the offside.
Didn't he finance Monty Python's Life of Brian?
Yeah.
Oh, did he? Did he? What was that Handmaid's film? Maybe it was. Or where? Maybe that's where it all started. This is a little bit shorter. Shakib has time to go back and lick it off his legs. He'll take a single. 55 for 3.
Yeah, but he saved Life of Brian because he was going under and they needed an injection of cash at short notice.
Oh, right. He used to live in Weybridge, didn't he? He used to live in Weybridge, I think. George Harrison. Some rather large, luscious estate. Ackerman in again. Onto the back foot goes Miraz. Tries to force the ball with some power, but can only get it back to the bowler.
Well, that guy broke in there and stabbed him, didn't he?
That's right. That's right. Yes. Ackerman in again. And watchful is Miraz as he just stoops to defend that one. Head over the top of the ball.
Yes, EMI pulled out financing Life of Brian.
Well, that would have been tragic, wouldn't it? He tries to turn this on the onside. He wants a run. Shakib doesn't. It's picked up by the man at wicket, who continues his run to a new position for the new over. Just a single from that one from Ackerman. 3 overs, none for 8. Bangladesh 55 for 3 from 15.
And yes, you're right. It was the formation of Handmade Films, which that's how he started funding it. So I think Life of Brian was obviously the start of Handmade Films.
I mean, imagine what would Western culture be like if it didn't have Life of Brian?
I can't imagine life without Life of Brian.
It's worrying, isn't it? Yeah.
There's so many quotes. I never thought about that concert much, said Leia, but now it makes a lot of sense why Imran Khan decided to do all the drugs with Jagger instead of Harrison.
Van Meekeren continues, and he's turned off his legs down to Singh, I think it is, at long leg, and they take a single. 56 for 3.
Yeah, life without Life of Brian.
It's hard. I mean, what other things would have made life even harder had we not had them in popular culture?
Yeah.
Things. Can you think
well,
of things?
Well, I suppose the Beatles.
That's true. Yeah.
So ingrained in it.
Van Meekeren in short. Oh, and he's pulled. It's gone up in the air, but I think he's going to get away with it. It's way over the top of the wicket-keeper's head, and a man at long leg can't get round. The man at fried egg, as we call it sometimes, Dutt, couldn't get there, and it's 4.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Good to find someone who can count on this programme.
Jason's miming the jingles now. This will be interesting.
It is curious as to how your luck is about where shots like that end up falling.
Yep, could go anywhere. They could go for 6. They could go straight up in the air, be caught by the keeper running back. Van Meekeren in again, bowls, and he pulls again, but once more he hasn't got everything on that. Just seems to be sticking in the pitch. There's not a huge amount of pace in this pitch. They're going to hurry back for 2 as a fielder from deep mid-wicket goes round. Miraz moves on to 29, 62 for 3, 7 runs from the first 3 balls of this over, which is something much needed to get this Bangladesh innings back on track. But he's struggling with Van Meekeren, who's of no great pace. So I'm not sure why he's struggling with the pull and the hook shot. Maybe he's quicker than he looks. Maybe he's a little bit more slippery than we can ascertain from the pictures. As settles down again, Van Meekeren is in. This is still back of a length, but fuller and straight defended, and will be fielded by one of Van Meekeren's minions in the field. And there is no run. 62-4-3.
When you were bowling, is that how you used to refer to your fielders?
Come, minion.
Minion, fetch me that ball.
Yeah, probably when I was bowling, they would have had to fetch it quite a lot, to be honest. So, it's fair enough, isn't it? They've had to have gone a long way. Fuller ball and slower ball. Miraz waits for it, picks it and waits for it, and then nurdles it away into the onside. They will take a single. 63-4-3. But some interesting variations from Van Meekeren.
I fear this is what the difference might be, is that the nurdling from the Netherlands kept on finding the fielders, whereas I think the Bangladesh nurdling may well actually create runs.
Yes, superior nurdling skills, I suppose. They've played at the higher level for longer. Here is Van Meekeren in again to the left-handed Shakib, and he's got an edge to that, would you believe? He was trying to cut it, but the shoulder of the bat has been taken. It's gone through to wicketkeeper Edwards, and that is a massive blow for the Netherlands. They've got rid of captain and prime all-rounder Shakib, and he's wandering disconsolately back to the pavilion.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
I think that's just down to a good line, isn't it, basically, because Shakib wanted to be able to cut the ball a little bit there, and it was getting bigger on him. It was too close to his off stump. Just didn't have the room to play the shot.
I would like to see the ball by ball variation in terms of pace, because that really did seem like it was the effort ball at the end of the over. And he'd shown good variation in the previous balls of the over, so it would be interesting to see maybe just how much quicker it was than maybe what Shakib had seen in that over. But it really wasn't there for cutting.
No, it really wasn't. It was too big on him, and it was too close to the off stump. And he has, Van Meekeren, a second wicket. 2 for 16. Great for him.
Leia reckons a world without the Beatles would be a better place, as it would mean we probably would have been spared McCartney's Wings. As Alan Partridge said, Wings, the band the Beatles could have been. No, it's probably a culture would have been, I don't know, probably without the Beatles you wouldn't have had, I don't know what would have happened.
You might not have Imagine, you wouldn't have had Imagine being number one.
Would you have had many rock bands and pop bands? Who knows?
The sort of the fulcrum of that is surely rather Led Zeppelin rather than the Beatles.
Well, you might not have had Led Zeppelin without the Beatles. You know, you speak to, I'm sure, Robert Plant, Jimmy Page, the Beatles' massive influence on them.
And you wouldn't have had the Beatles if you didn't have Chuck Berry and the like. So
exactly, what would we have had instead?
All goes back to Mozart, really.
Yeah. Jay Grover says, when my second cousin was sectioned, he went non-verbal. He responded to me quoting the Holy Grail, Life of Brian and With Nan and I.
Oh my word.
I've come on holiday by mistake.
Varong seems to think that Pink Floyd, along with George, financed Life of Brian, but I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I watched a program, Nick Mason, isn't it?
The drummer.
Yeah, so they both talked about how they were like, well, this seemed like a bit of fun thing for us to do.
He's got a Ferrari collection, hasn't he?
Certainly has.
Ferrari collection. That's a bit extreme, isn't it? I mean,
he's one of the type of people where Ferrari sell limited editions. Ferrari contact him rather than he contacts Ferrari.
Yep.
Well, there you go. That's something I didn't know, that you can have a Ferrari collection rather than just one Ferrari. But I suppose if you've got the money, you can you can do pretty much anything, can't you?
I think he's got a few, Bob, being in Pink Floyd.
Yeah, I'd imagine so.
You'd think so, wouldn't you? Sold a couple of records in their time, I think.
One or two.
Just a couple.
Just a couple.
What sort of sales do they have these days? Bands like that. I mean, it's
Well,
like
they
it's all
don't.
Spotify, isn't it? Spotify.
Well, the back catalogue sells still. Probably vinyl's really expensive now, and people are buying vinyl. But
Well, the interesting thing is where like hedge fund companies are buying back catalogues of artists. So
400 million, 300 million, one-off payment.
Springsteen was about 350 million.
Dylan sold.
Yeah.
Neil Young, all these stuff.
And of course, the ironic twist on that is as older artists are trying to sell their rights away, Taylor Swift's trying to get hers back.
Yeah.
Mushfiqur Rahim has come to the crease, and we'll have a jingle for him.
Mushfiqur Rahim.
Is that it? That's very short and sweet. Very short and sweet, and he is quite short and sweet. He's a diminutive character. And Baz the leader is on and bowls to Miraz, who turns this into the onside. And they take a single.
I was waiting for Jason to mime that one.
I thought it was shoulder of the bat. It looks more like it was glove.
Yeah,
but it was really... I mean, that thing about that is, if it comes off the glove, it makes it a much easier catch for the wicketkeeper. Slows the ball right down.
He's effectively punched it, hasn't he?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. 64 for 4, Bangladesh. Netherlands looking to get their second win of the tournament against full member nations. And the lead is in. Hair flopping bowls, and Mushfiqur is off the mark straight away, adding to his more than 7,000 runs in one-day international cricket.
Hendo,
5 for 4.
Hendo, at the beginning of the tournament, what would you have constituted as success for the Netherlands?
I think what they've done. I mean, if they get the second win, I think that's really tremendous.
Do you think that's overachievement?
That's a tricky one to say. The lead bowls driven in the air. Lovely shot from Miraz. He may have a few words to say about that. He's gone away to extra cover for one of these.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I mean, I think they've looked like a very, I say confident isn't the word, but they know their limitations. They play within their limitations, but they do their limitations very well, if that makes sense. Delida bowls back of a leg, defended into the onside by Miraz. I mean, you've got Delida here, and you've got Van Meekeren bowling very similar, 82 mile an hour seam, but they're doing it very well. They're bowling wicket to wicket. They're looking for the odd variation. And these pitches, or certainly this pitch, doesn't seem incredibly easy to score on. It's a bit scratchy, isn't it? It's not coming on beautifully. Oh, he's edged that! It's another one gone! Would you believe it? He's played one glorious cover drive, tried to repeat it, and Dalid has got his outside edge. Miraz goes for 35, and Bangladesh are in all sorts of trouble at 69 for 5.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Another catch for Edwards, and the leader gets a wicket in his first over, as Van Meekeren did. And you would have to say, surely Bangladesh are favourites now, Nestlers.
No, I think so, wouldn't you? My word, sport, eh?
Hey, bloody hell. 35 off 40 balls, he'd batted pretty well. Took him a while to get going, but since then he played a few really nice shots. But he just maybe got a bit overconfident off that previous drive, went for it again, and the lead has found the outside edge.
Jason,
yeah, go on.
Sorry. Would the Berlin Wall still stand without the Scorpions and David Hasselhoff? Probably not, Jay.
Have we circled back to this again?
Yeah, this has become a theme today. David Hasselhoff destroying communism in the late 80s.
I must have missed that earlier. I did see some tweets. I did see a mention of David Hasselhoff, but I didn't understand the connection.
Well, he himself said that he thought he was partly responsible for bringing down the Berlin Wall.
Right.
That's the power of Baywatch.
Power of Baywatch. People, what you mean? People wanted to see Baywatch so much. Yeah. They were prepared to destroy the Berlin Wall. Nothing else could bring it down. But that was
run, Yasmin, run like the wind.
Mamadou, who got 100 in his last game. We were watching that, wasn't it? South Africa against Bangladesh the other day. It ended up being a very dull game, but he brought some light to it. Played some glorious shots, just knuckled down.
They're not dancing in the stands anymore, are they?
Not really. No, not really.
Everyone's kind of sat down and shut up.
Yeah, let's see what Dalida can do with the final ball of his first over. He's got the slip in, and he's in. Bowls to Mamadou. Mamadou leaves outside the off stump. The end of the 17th over. Bangladesh, chasing 230 to win, are 69 for 5.
Jay informs us that bands nowadays, they don't have sales, they just bask in the satisfaction of inspiring a Colin de Grandon jingle.
Yeah, that's true.
Leia says, no, Hendo, that doesn't make sense.
What doesn't make sense?
I don't know. It's one of those things. Kieran Roseblade says the wheels are coming off the Bangladesh cart now. Well, they have a bit, haven't they?
It's a bit rickety, I'll give it that.
Gentlemen, we've got a game on our hands.
Well, we certainly have, and you'd have to say that the Netherlands seem big favourites at the moment. Still only Mahady, the other Mahady Hassan to come, and 3 others.
I just thought we were heading for a bear game, you know.
This is the opposite of a bear game.
Yeah.
It's a game.
The anti-bear game.
The Netherlands are 5-2 to win this. Sorry, 5-2 on, and Bangladesh are 2-1 to win this game at this point. Nope. Does anyone want to finish off that? Ooh, with Matron at this point?
No, Van Meekeren is in and bowls outside the off stump to Mushfiqur. Mushfiqur throws his hands up high in the air. The bat goes with them, and it's through to the keeper.
Sorry.
Very happy wicketkeeper captain taking another catch. That last over. It looks a little bit misty, doesn't it, there in Kolkata? I don't think it's going to be as misty as Dharamsala, where the fog came down, wasn't it, last Sunday, and I had to go off for fog for a little while.
Does that officially count as bad light?
I don't know what it counts as. It counts as no light. Down the leg side, Scott Edwards may be trying to fool the umpire into giving a decision, and then make him forget that it might have been a wide, but it appears as if the umpire is not going to do that. It may just have maybe just flicked the shirt as it went through. Not sure. It's not a wide, it's not a run, it's not out, it's not anything. Just gonna have another look at this actually. Is it just? I don't know. It didn't seem to flick the shirt.
Maybe he's fooled him.
Van Meekeren wasn't that keen, but the wicketkeeper was.
Just given a wide.
Belatedly been signalled as a wide. There is Van Meekeren again. Bowls outside the off stump, wafts at that, trying to chop it down to third man. Now at the same point as we are at now, the Netherlands were also on 70, but had lost 1 wicket less. So they were 70 for 4. Bangladesh is 70 for 5. So it's not all done and dusted by any means. And you've got 2 of the most experienced Bangladeshi players out there together. So if anyone knows how to get them out of this jam, it'll be these 2. Van Meekeren, 2 for 70.
Feels like that's
short, and Mushfiqur ducks under that. Doesn't have to duck very far, and through it goes. Sorry, Al.
I was going to say it's going to have to be these 2, which kind of echoes what how the Netherlands innings went. That they had to kind of sacrifice the idea of a strike rate in order to keep the innings going to the latter stages.
Yeah. Well, it's not going to be spectacular, I don't think, if Bangladesh are going to get over the line here. It's going to be ground out to a large extent. 32 and a half overs still to go, and 160 required. Van Meekeren in again. Oh, he's brought that one back beautifully, and it may have just found the inside edge of Mushfiqur's bat. It's gone down onto the off stumps, which is bending backwards, and the 6th wicket has fallen with 70 runs on the board. And, well, Netherlands must consider themselves nearly there.
Cock-a-hoop.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, he's done him with a little off cutter, really, hasn't he? Just the flick of the wrist, and it came back in a bit, but found an inside edge on the way onto the stumps. Van Meekeren has 3.
In their wildest days.
Yeah, incredible. And Mushfiqur's gone for a single off 5 balls. This is looking like it's going to be a very dark day for Bangladesh. It means that England are going to slip back to the bottom of the chat. Right to the very bottom.
Dear.
And of course they've got to play India tomorrow, which will be
easy.
Are you doing that game, Hendo?
I'm doing the second innings of that game. Yes, I should be in
ranting
involved. Well, possibly. Yeah. There's nothing really to rant about anymore, is it? I mean, England are out, and I mean, while it would be nice to be India in front of their home crowd, there's absolutely no guarantee of that. I don't think they're suddenly going to discover form from nowhere. The second Mahdi Hassan's come up to the wicket. He averages 14 in ODI cricket, and there's a lot of sad Bangladeshis with their hands on their heads. Can't believe what they're seeing. However, they do. It's amazing. This people are very disappointed with what's going on in the match, but as soon as the camera turns on them, they turn joyful, and on that occasion, so they did.
So they've lost.
Go on.
Well, I was going to say 4 wickets for 25 runs. 45 for 2 has turned to 70 for 6.
It has
and
indeed.
Is that a vape that's being given to them?
That's what it looked like, isn't it? The third umpire came out, fourth umpire came out and handed something over. I think it's a replacement bail, actually. It didn't look like a vape, though.
Sorry, the first thing that came to mind is a suspicious black object being.
I can imagine, actually, on that basis, that the bear ought to have some specially made for him, which double as bail, so he can have a puff between deliveries.
Leave it on the wicket.
Leave it on the wicket, yeah, absolutely. I think he'd go for that.
Rain's going to stop play here in the Wirral.
That's a long way from Kolkata, I believe. I don't imagine there's a lot of cricket still going on in the Wirral at this time of year, is there?
I'd imagine not. Oh, don't forget, by the way, the clocks go back by an hour tonight.
So we get an extra hour. We get an extra hour in bed.
It means the game starts earlier tomorrow.
It does. 8:30. British, GMT, not British summertime anymore. Defended the next ball back to the bowler, and there is no run. Just looking at that again, it's strange to see a batsman of Mushfiqur's experience get out to a ball like that. I mean, it was a good ball, and it did move, but it's not massive pace. You think you might have had time to adjust. Anyway, Van Meekeren is having a great day. He's got 3 wickets. A couple of Bangladeshis are off. They're wait. We've had enough. It's a long journey home. Van Meekeren in again, bowls a ball that's climbing to about chest height, which Haidi just drops down into the gully region. There is no run. Van Meekeren, 4 overs, 3 for 17. Bangladesh, after 18 overs, are 70 for 6. Nestlers.
Jay says, I missed the earlier Hasselhoff conversation due to us listening to the other game. I now have the synchronic fear. And Leia tells us that she once ran into a signing with the Hoff by accident. He had a big glass of clear liquid on the table and had to be carried off the premises with a suspiciously wet pair of pants. That sounds very suspicious, doesn't it?
Fair enough. So there are 18 overs gone. Bangladesh need 160 more to win off 32 overs, but more importantly is that wickets column. where 6 have gone. And as it was against South Africa, it's all down to Mamadullah now. And he's yet to score. The leader will take up the attack, or continue. 1 for 6 from his only over. Got a wide slip in position. He bowls to Mamadullah. He gets his first run as he leans across his front pad and tucks it to deep backwards square. 71 for 6.
It is interesting how once momentum in all of these games, once momentum seems to have started the game in a particular direction, that there's been very little that anyone's been able to do to change it. It's like once the momentum of these wickets falling, there's not a lot that these batsmen seem to be able to do.
Well, now that carried through from the leader. There's a bit more effort in that. 83.5 miles an hour, but it had steepling bounce on it. Mahedi wisely got his bat well out of the way.
Taken almost at head height, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's gone from a goodish length, hasn't it? A really good ball. There's definitely something in this pitch for the bowlers. Reflected perhaps in the low scoring. Bangladesh out for 229. Bangladesh 71 for 6. Did I say Bangladesh? I meant the Netherlands. The leader in bowls, jabbed by Mahedi. Square on the offside. And there is no run.
Some debate over on YouTube what to call the Netherlands Holland or the Netherlands, and it seems that the Dutch call it Holland in English.
Well, I don't really mind. I mean, you know, I'd sort of use them interchangeably, I suppose.
I mostly say Holland.
Well, I would have done, but they seem to be so. It seemed to be sort of in common parlance, the Netherlands these days. Outside the off stump, this one keeps a little bit low, if anything. And Mahedi leaves it again through the keeper.
Just to interject very quickly, Holland refers to the north part of the country, which is why Holland used to be used, and now Netherlands, which incorporates the north and the south, is more used.
So where are the Dutch then?
Good question. Good question.
I just want to know how they get their hands on so much yellow clothing. So orange clothing.
What's Dutch?
The lead in bowls, looking for the Yorker, very straight, and Mahedi did well to dig that one out to mid-wicket and survive. But it's just clever thinking. There's a lot of cricketing intelligence in this Netherlands/Holland team, whatever you want to call it, Dutch team, which is something that's been sorely lacking in England's approach to the tournament. Just some basic cricketing intelligence.
They've got some spring in their step as well, don't they? They're into it, aren't they?
Yeah. Very much so. Why wouldn't they?
England look like slumped shoulders brigade.
They do. This one rises. It's banged in short. Well-controlled stroke from Mahedi to backward point, who dives to prevent it going any further. It's the end of the over. I think just a single from it. Bangladesh are 71 for 6.
However, I saw the other day that Rob Andrew has taken up a position at the ECB.
That could only happen in cricket, couldn't it? Where he's sort of kind of drummed out of a county and gets a better job. It's bizarre, isn't it? It's bizarre. It's just about a name. He's a name, and
he did shite at Sussex, didn't he?
Well, I mean,
they're all happy he's gone.
Yeah, I haven't followed it closely, but certainly from what Dave Brooke was saying, membership not very happy with him at all. But anyway,
here we go. The Dutch are the people, the Netherlands is the country, Holland is a location in the Netherlands.
Yeah, I knew we'd open a can of worms by discussing that.
Dutch and English.
Van Meekeren back in to Mamadullah, facing him for the first time. Ball climbs from back of a length and he defends it into the gully region. There is no run.
It's like trying to explain to Americans the United Kingdom, Great Britain and everything else, isn't it?
I can't even explain it to myself most of the time, I have to say.
The British Isles.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about the British. I mean, I know in sort of journalistic circles, we talk about the British government, and also the UK government, and it all gets a bit confusing, doesn't it?
The Brits.
Brits, eh? Oh, I hate that phrase. I hate Brits.
The British.
Britons, I think, is a preferable word. India could go back to the top of the table if they beat England tomorrow. They've got 10 points. Their net run rate is well shy of South Africa's at the moment. So they will need that win to take over again at the top. Van Meekeren in again, bowls to Mamadou, straight ball, defends to O'Dowd, who is fielding at mid-on.
Well, I think we've got the final word on the Dutch-Netherlands thing is from Jay. He says, my friend Ben van Noort, who supports England in cricket and Holland in football, told me many years ago that he and his paternal family do not give a shit.
Yeah, well, I'm glad if they don't. I mean, that means it takes the onus off us to give a shit, doesn't it? Which is something that I'm pretty happy with. We don't want to offend anyone unnecessarily, or do we? Van Meekeren in again, bowls Fuller onto the front foot goes Mamadou, nicely timed shot, but there's keenness in that Netherlands ring of 3 on the offside, and between them they prevent it piercing them. There is no run.
I don't think I've ever offended anyone deliberately.
Really? No, you're a very inoffensive bloke.
Yeah.
I
may have done inadvertently through ignorance.
You offended me with your views on Steely Dan, but that's a completely different thing.
Oh my god.
Van Meekeren in again, bowls onto the front foot, goes Mamadou, pushes to extra cover, where a sun-hatted fielder, not really needing the hat to keep the sun off because we're under lights now. It's pretty dark in Kolkata. And so again, no run, 4 dot balls to start the over. All the pressure on Bangladesh now.
There's another thing about Steely Dan that drives me nuts is when people call them the Dan.
Oh, the Dan.
Fuck off.
Yeah, no, you wouldn't find me doing that. You wouldn't find me doing that.
No, yeah, I wouldn't.
They're at best a Dan.
And if you do, you can kill me. Pushed into the onside by Mamadou, who sees the single early. O'Dowd has to move round from mid-on and can't prevent that. Mamadou moves to 2. And Bangladesh are 72 for 6. But they're still not as bad as England. So that's the main thing, isn't it? 1 ball remaining of my stint. My little pop-in stint.
Is it just 1 ball? Just 10 overs?
10 overs, that was my input for the day. Yeah, I'm lazy, as you can tell. Van Meekeren, 3 for 18, coming in to complete his 5th over. He bowls. It's prodded out on the offside by Mahdi Hassan. There is no run. Bangladesh needing 230 to win after 20 overs are 72 for 6.
I should hear the thundering paws of the bear coming in to do ball by ball imminently.
Well, while you're listening to those hooves, Leia's sent in a tweet for Hendo, but he's gone. I am naturally revulsed by agreeing with Dave Brooke, but Rob Andrew is a proper posh twat Nepo wank job.
What?
Says Jay. Well, Rob Andrew's got a position at the ECB now, hasn't he?
He has, having previously had a job at the RFU.
Well, he was Sussex, wasn't he?
Yeah, but before that he had a fairly top executive job at the RFU doing for the professional game.
He's a bit not very successful in his cricket career so far.
So it would appear. In the absence of the bear, the leader was bowling the 21st over. The ball just played back behind square on the offside. No run. Bear is coming, right?
Well, I'll hang on until the bear comes, but it's probably best if you do ball by ball, if you can manage it.
Won't be a problem. The leader in again. Right on off stump. Defended by Mamadou.
Yeah. The bear is not sleeping, I imagine. I imagine he's still completing the previous highlights, so he didn't have to do so much work at the end of the game.
We're watching a few, all the Dutch wickets.
Yeah, 4 of them.
Wickets.
4 of them taken by Hendo.
Yeah. Come back, Hendo. It'll get boring.
The leader in again. This one able to be flicked down to long leg. Just a single.
Yeah, slightly misdirected, but safe enough to have a field on the boundary to cover that, and a guaranteed single for Mamadullah.
So what do we think, boys? The Netherlands got this.
Well, the thing is, they've only had Bangladesh have only had 20 overs.
Yeah.
You know, and if you start looking at it, it's like, well, 150 in 30 overs.
I think
it's not. It's not out of the realms of possibility. Pushed out into the offside field by Mahidi. He'll get off the stroke. No, he'll get off the strike. He'll get off the schneid. He'll move to 1 off 9 deliveries. It's just been remarkably. The bowling's been good, but the batting's got tighter and tighter and tighter. What do you reckon?
Yep, Mamadullah's going to have to bat a long time for Bangladesh to get close after this ball.
Oh, pulled and top edge. Oh, it's gone straight behind the bowl, and it's gone quite luckily for a 1 bounce 4.
Give it to me 1 time. Give it to me 2 times. Give it to me 3 times. Yeah. Give it to me 4 times.
That could have gone anywhere.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that wasn't controlled at all. It's a good surprise bouncer. Delayed as not particularly quick, so he has to use his bouncer sparingly.
This one again, just outside off stump. Fielded by the bowler. 6 off the over, 78 for 6.
Oh, there's a lot of chatter on YouTube about places and names. Brian in Brisbane, I work in a local authority taking marriage notices, all confusing with the difference between UK, England and Wales and Northern Ireland off on their own. There's different rules for each place. But Kieran says, trying to explain to the British that Ireland isn't part of their empire was hard work too, or the British Isles for that matter. Yes, Holland is a region, but it's okay in English to use Holland for the Netherlands, says Dandy Castro. As long as people don't mind.
Yeah.
I've always found the Dutch a lovely race of people when I work for them. Many a fun time there.
I was checking. The bear is on his way, just very slowly. And
Jersey Oak says, surely the only the Dan is Norcross. Dutch friend of mine many years ago called herself a cloggy and called the Dutch the cloggies. Yeah, where I worked for them, we used to call them the cloggies, and they were quite happy with that. George Smiley would take 4 novels to reveal Nestler's weakness. Hendo reveals it in an over, says Joe.
You did kind of fold under questioning.
Oh, what was it about? The Dan?
Yeah, you just went, oh, don't talk to me about the Dan.
Oh, not the Dan.
Not the Dan.
A couple of songs of them I quite like. But overall,
right. Okie dokie. Aaron Dutt's back into the attack. And that one turns quite a long way from outside the off stump. There's no run. This is quite crazy, isn't it?
It is.
That can't be far.
Well,
Hendo came on and it went berserk. Getting back.
Well, I mean, the crazy thing is the Netherlands and Afghanistan haven't played yet, have they? I don't think.
No, they haven't.
In which case, if the Netherlands would win one of these, that's worked into leg side and there's no run. I mean, obviously, sides like Afghanistan will be looking at the Netherlands and that's saying that's, although they want to be confident, they'll be going, that's possibly one definite in the bag, and they want to win at least one game, right? You get another win, for 2, that's good. But if both teams have won 2 and they've still got to play each other, one team's definitely getting 3 wins at a World Cup.
The logic of your maths is infallible.
Well, it is. That's only if they haven't played each other. And I really should know these things, but I've watched so much cricket I can't remember the last day from the next. That one goes straight on with the arm. Beats the outside edge of Mamadullah, who's propping forward. Of course, Mamadullah's off the back of a ton in the last game.
He's an impressive spinner,
He is.
Isn't he?
He is. He's very good.
He'd walk into England's team. He really would.
Well, you don't know what he's like at a longer form of the game, with what he's been like in a test match, and he does have the disadvantage of just being a right arm normal. He doesn't have that many variations as that one's defended on back down the track and there's no run. I mean, on a better batting tap, what does he get? You know, this is quite useful. This track has a bit of turn. It's not particularly pacey. That one is just blocked square on the offside and there's no run. And Bangladesh look a bit discombobulated to me. 79 for 6.
He gets good because the spin's coming from overspin, isn't it?
Yeah, a lot of the dip will be coming from overspin. Top spin.
93 kph for a spinner.
Well, exactly. That's and to be able to get it down as well is pretty good. He's quite tall. That one's straight, but just works into the leg side out towards deep mid wicket, and it'll be a single. It's another overdone. 22, 80 for 6. What do they need? They need 150 in
28 overs.
So the run rate's up towards the high fives now.
Yep.
And they've only got 4 wickets left. Interesting.
Jay says the bear sounds more awake now he's not on socials. I will assume coffee, though thousands would not.
You would be wrong. No,
have you been editing?
I've been editing, but I can't. One of the audio files just doesn't seem to have come through. I'm missing a wicket, and I don't know how that's happened.
Yeah.
And it's confusing me greatly.
It's not a big one. It's not a big one, is it?
It's the 4th wicket. It's just not there. An audio file didn't come through for some reason. The 5th wicket came through, and I've just done the 6th wicket. But where's the 4th? Can't find it anywhere. I've got the 3rd. That one is played out behind square, down on the offside. And there'll be a single out towards point.
Leia points out that at this point she would walk into the England team.
Well,
possibly,
yeah. There's a picture of a smiling Joss Butler, probably something you don't see that often. They'll be glad to get home. And some of them will have to fuck off to the West Indies. Mind you, that might not be so bad if you just sit by the hotel. But you can't. That's left alone outside the off stump and there's no run. Ooh. Surely at the end of this World Cup they just jettison all the people who aren't going to be here at the next World Cup. If there is to be one. I mean, you've got to do that, haven't you? I mean, you've got to churn the cycle.
I mean, the average age that the side against Sri Lanka is 33. And I think at a certain point you have to turn around and go, you're out the squad. Thank you, but no.
Yeah, especially if you've lost that badly. Oh, no, that one's angled in at the stumps by the Lader. Just about jabs the back on it, Mahady. And it goes down to mid-on. There's no run.
I would rather start almost completely afresh with a team that has 4 years to be able to kind of understand how to play.
Well, yeah, but then the gamble will be exactly that. Is there going to be any fucking ODI cricket in 4 years' time?
Well, if you listen to Mark Nicholas, he doesn't want it.
No, Basilada. Oh, fished that. And I don't know what that ball did. It must have come back because Mahady played an awful shot over the top of it. And then it it looked like it swung in quite violently.
That's knuckleball, doesn't it? Off the pitch.
Something like that. It's gone a lot after the pitch has gone through. And Edwards has taken it quite far down the leg side. And there's no run in the end. But good delivery from Deleda.
Yeah.
And he's in again, and that's into the pads of the batsman, Mahady, and it'll be no run. There's Kate. There's a big close-up of Kate, looking a little bit older, a little bit wiser. Oh, that's her as well. Crikey, she's changed.
Yeah. Is she actually Dutch or English?
No, she's English, but she's been out for ages. And then she was tutoring maths, wasn't she? And she come over here a couple of times before the pandemic. And then she loves her cricket. That's square out to point. There's no run, and she sort of fell in with them and doing statistics for them and data and then scoring. And now she's their official scorer. I don't think she gets any money for it, and she's independently wealthy, so they probably love her.
Joe reckons that Owl looks a wee bit like Alec Guinness's portrayal of George Smiley.
You're most kind.
Yes, okay. These are not the droids you're looking for.
If you'll strike me down.
You're going to give him the fear now.
Started watching Apocalypse Now on the TV yesterday. I haven't seen that for a while. Then I fell asleep.
That for ages.
Yeah, it's good. Not good enough to keep me awake, but
I watched the latest Mission Impossible film the other day. I really enjoyed it.
yeah, it's something I think I'd enjoy. I quite like the Mission Impossible films.
It's really good. It's really entertaining.
Yeah, you see, that does it for me. Entertainment, that's what cinema's about really these days. I like a bit of action nonsense. As long as there's a vague plot. I mean, they always lose at the end. The problem is, everything tries to go on too long these days, doesn't it? It's defended back down the track and there's no run. The amount of films I watch now, that 2 hours, 20 minutes, 2 hours, 40 minutes. It's like, you don't really need to be that long, did you? There's this whole bit of it you could have cut out and it's a much more enjoyable film.
90 minutes is long enough.
Yeah, exactly.
You'll like this one. It's part 1 though. There's part 2 coming up.
I know, I've heard, yeah, exactly. Arian Dutt is in, and Mamadou just tries to run it down third man. Too much on the ball, no run.
Tom Cruise is going to hurt himself, isn't he? Because there's at least one stunt in those films that has to be better than the big stunt that he did in the film before.
He rode a motorbike off a fucking mountain in this.
Oh, that's what. So what's coming in part 2?
God knows.
And he's how old? He's 60 odd, isn't he? Tossed up by Aaron Dutt, bit of turn into Mamadou, gets inside edge onto pad, no run. End of the no, that's not the end of the 23rd over. It's only halfway through the 23rd over.
He'll probably just kill himself in the next film as part of the stunts. You know, that's part of it.
I mean, I downloaded. I saw. What have I seen recently? So I quite like the John Wick movies, but I watched the latest John Wick movie. It was just too long, and there were just too many scenes where somehow he didn't get killed and killed about 90 people in the process. It's just like it's just one of those into another one for like 2 hours and 40 minutes or something, 2 hours and 30. So that's a bit too much. Arian Dutt arrows that into the pads, and Mamadou just clips it down to long leg, and they'll get a single.
There's quite a bit of humour in this film.
Yeah, I like that.
From Tom Cruise himself and obviously from John Sims.
I just can't get past the idea that I'm watching Tom Cruise trying to be somebody else. Tom Cruise is Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible.
No, yeah, Arian Dutt is that's just defended. Well, Mahady out to the offside. There's no run.
They've not figured him out at all, have they?
They haven't. He's going very slowly. 82 for 6. They're going nowhere fast. Much like the Netherlands did this too. To be fair.
Sorry, the reason I was laughing, I was watching someone in the back of the Netherlands dugout just smack the back of the head of someone row in front. Sorry.
Down the track comes Mahedi. Doesn't quite get to the pitch. Just knocks it down a long on. It comes Jits down there, and there'll be a single.
Just a.
And the other one I watched was Guardians of the Galaxy 3 or whatever. And that again, that just went on too long.
Number 3 was that?
Yeah, it was, and it just went on a little bit too long. There's too many strands that were unnecessary.
You've given Jay the fear, Al, by your impersonation of Smiley there. Did you watch the Redux version, Bear, of Apocalypse Now, asked Leia?
Well, the one on last night was Final Cut, which I presume is that one.
Don't know. And she also says, you forget that Tom Cruise is an operating thetan and a big being. Slappy Miscavige said so himself, so it must be true. Yeah, it's the Scientology thing. It's a bit weird.
The leader is in, and I think it's Mamadou just defends that back down the track. Looked like he was shaping to maybe try and pull it, but decided not to. That was a poor shot by Shaki, wasn't it? It's just too close to his body.
Yeah, showing it in relation to the dismissal against South Africa. It's the same shot. It was a bad shot those times he got out.
Well, yeah, left-handers often get out to that shot, but I mean the one against South Africa was actually, I think, was a better shot. He's got more room to play it. He's just got it wrong. That one is just worked down to third man for a single. I mean, look where he is today. Look, at least against South Africa.
Well, he's all crunched up today, isn't he?
Yeah, it's well too close to him.
Jay has joined in the film conversation.
Oh, what's he telling us?
I'll tell you after this ball.
Van Beek in and just defended out on the leg side. There's no run.
He says, I'm sure Killing of the Killer Moon is jolly good, but I've read the book and it's incredibly depressing. I'm not sure I need 3.5 hours feeling like shit, no matter how artfully the narrative is constructed.
What's that one?
It's the new Scorsese.
Oh, right.
It's going to feature heavily come award season. I'm almost sure
well,
of it.
Of course it will. It's Scorsese. Is that the one with? Is it Leonardo DiCaprio?
Yeah.
Yeah. Looks like it. I like Scorsese though. It's quite good.
And De Niro.
And De Niro. That's punched out into the offside and there's no run. Of course. Although I didn't really get on with The Irishman.
Oh my god, it was awful.
It was terrible.
I saw it in the cinema and my arse was aching. It was 3 hours long. It was just...
Have you ever walked out of a film?
No.
In the cinema?
I've never walked out. Have you? I've never walked out of one of that thing.
What have you walked out of?
What was that science fiction film with the blue people in?
The Smurfs.
Aviator, not Aviator. That one's worked into the leg side and there's no run. Sorry, there's one run. There's probably two runs, in fact, as it's chased down into the deep and there's no run.
There's 2 runs.
It was 2 runs.
Avatar.
Avatar.
It was in 3D. I just couldn't stand it.
Yeah, I wouldn't have watched it in 3D. I didn't see that till it came out on DVD. I quite enjoyed that actually. Haven't seen it. And then again, you know, Avatar 2 is what, 3 hours and 30 or something. And the first one was 2 hours. I mean, it's just unnecessary. Who's breathing heavily into their mic? Someone's got their mic too close to their mouth or their nose. That one's just knocked out in the offside and there's no run.
Can you still hear me?
Yes. Do it a little bit higher.
How about
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? What's that? That's Pink Floyd, isn't it?
Tom Cruise is such a tiny runt, they had to put him on a pedestal to face Kurt Russell in Vanilla Sky, says Leia. He's a little man.
He is a little man, he's short.
Yeah. The good thing about Halloween, says Jay, this season is the horror movies I binge rarely exceed 90 minutes, possibly because their budget is a tenner and a Greg's pasty.
Yeah, something like that.
I had Greg's for lunch yesterday.
Greg's can be occasionally good.
What did Greg have?
Good value. I got a sandwich and a sausage roll.
You can't beat a Greg's sausage roll. Who's coming into the chat? Shariz Ahmed. He looks very young.
Oh, we're just getting older.
I know you can get me through the night.
It's like someone's giving him the big up. You can do this. You can do this. Seemed to me.
I like that.
Yeah, I do as well. It's a bit of experience.
They've been traditionally positive in the field. I mean, it's nice to see. You can see them talking to each other. There's plenty of movement.
Well,
in the field.
he's a leggy. And that was actually quite a filthy start. It was a googly, but it was too short, too wide, and it was slapped. We haven't seen one of these for a while. Out through the covers for 4 runs.
1, 2, 3, 4.
That was a nice shot.
Talking about age, I figured out I'm the oldest person in my new job by a country mile, I think.
That's another googly. So he predominantly bowls googlies, it would seem. And that one turns back into Mamadullah. And
He's getting
slapped
maybe
out,
he
but
needs
can't beat cover.
Maybe he needs an over or so to get his arm in, but it's funny how he's got far less turn than what we saw previously.
That was another googly that's cut behind square. They'll probably get 2. They think about 2, but they don't actually take it. So it's not so bad. He's got away with 1, got hit for 4. If he can get into his rhythm, get a line and length, all is good. as Cherise comes over the wicket. Reverse swept. Can't beat the man at short third. I wouldn't mind if I was the bowler. They're looking to get after him, and they haven't really. Oh look, one of the Dutch coaches is a vapor. Nice, I like that.
So Nestle boy, have you got? Is Avatar your unpopular opinion film? The film that you don't like that everyone else does?
Oh, I don't know. Does everyone else like it?
It's all right. The first one was quite good. Reasonable story. I mean, it's sci-fi. You got to like sci-fi. Oh crikey! Mahady goes back, goes to force it out the offside. It doesn't. Can't have missed his edge by much. It's taken by Edwards behind the stumps.
No. And this is weird. There's a film I've never been able to get on with that everyone loves and I should like, and it's Blade Runner.
Not the original?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good film. Why don't you like it? That's cut out to presumably a man out in the deep at cover. It'll just be the one run. And that'll end the 26th over, 93 for 6. Mahadi's on 7 and Mamadullah is on 16 of 26.
I can't explain it. I like science fiction. I love Harrison Ford. Ridley Scott. I just don't like Blade Runner. I don't know what it is.
It can be a bit slow at times, but the more you watch it, I think it's like one that kind of grows on you.
I've watched it so many times and I just kind of...
Blade Runner 2049 on the other day on the TV. Did you see that? I've seen it before.
Seen that.
Yeah. What do you think of that one? You like it better or worse?
No, I don't. I don't know. I just don't. I don't know what it is. You know, something you just don't like something, like cucumber. You know, you just don't like it.
Yeah.
I just don't like Blade Runner, and I should. You know. I mean, my favourite film of all time is a science fiction film.
Through the keeper and there's no run. It's wide.
No, it's good. It's gonna be away.
We might creep towards 100 for the Bangladeshis. Where am I looking at? Extras.
Wide.
So what is your favourite movie then?
My favourite film of all time is Alien.
Right.
That was on the telly the other day. I watched that too. That's good. It's a good film.
It's perfect. But yeah, I just don't know. I don't know what it is about Blade Runner. I can't get my head around it.
Van Beek comes in what is ostensibly his first ball of his over, because first ball was a wide, and it's just defended back to him and there's no run.
And it's not like I can't get my head around Blade Runner. I can't get my head around the fact I don't like it. Leia says, I like sci-fi and I thought Avatar was absolute dog shit. Blade Runner was alright. The atmosphere was good. Jay says, Sean, didn't you say we're the oldest person in your new job by 23 years? You're basically the dad who crashes the pool party in mid-90s teen comedy.
Yeah.
That is harsh.
Van Beek is in. Thrashed. That's a lovely shot by Mahady. There is a man out in the deep. It should only be one. Ooh. It is only one. Good bit of fielding out there in the deep. Gets it in sharply. You know,
they've been so much better than Bangladesh in the field, haven't they?
Yeah, they have. And you know, they're giving themselves a chance. They've got 25 overs and they're still only 145 now. It's closing up on 6 and over. Only 4 wickets left. These two have pretty much got to do it, you'd have thought. Mamadullah's got to be there at the end. Very similar to the Dutch innings. Very similar position. Defended out to the offside and there's no run.
Although I impressed one of the staff members, a young lad who came up to me yesterday, and he was wearing a Bad Brains t-shirt, and I just went, oh, good band, mate. And he's like, oh, he looked at me, and I said, yeah, when I saw them, blah, blah, blah. He said, you saw them? Because he's too young to go and see them. I get them, you see. When it comes to hardcore punk rock, mate, that's it. No contest.
Nice. Can we have? Who's got the footy scores up, by the way? That one's played out on the offside and there's no run. What? Give me a rundown.
Chelsea lost 2-0.
Yeah, I know that. That's good news.
Arsenal are 1-0 up.
Again?
Good.
Bournemouth and Burnley are drawing 1-1.
What about Liverpool? I thought we were playing 3.
They play tomorrow.
Oh,
they
okay.
played on Thursday.
Oh, of course they did. Yeah, Thursday, Sunday. We're in the Thursday, Sunday routine.
Yes, we are. Any other games you want to know about?
No, I wanted to know if Liverpool were playing, what the score was, but clearly not. That one is defended, back down the track, there's no run. Are there any games that are only 3 o'clock kickoffs?
There's only 2 3 o'clock kickoffs.
Wow.
Yeah, there was a game last night.
Yes, that was Tottenham.
There's a game tonight, which is Wolves versus Newcastle United.
Uh-huh.
And then all the other games are tomorrow.
Christ. So it's a 3 o'clock kickoff, eh? That's pulled. Well, no, it's not pulled actually. It's an attempted pull. Or no, he pulled out the pull. In fact, did Mamadou to end that over? No run. It's amazing, isn't it? I think aren't they moving towards trying to televise a 3 o'clock on a Saturday afternoon game now?
If I was in charge of the Premier League, I would set up my own TV channel or TV channels, and I would look to create my own network and not to be able to show the games. Do it yourself.
Well, it's them that stops it from being shown at 3 o'clock.
No. But rather than, I know this. I think they would get more money if they turned around and went to a subscription service. So you could for £200 a year could watch all the Liverpool games on television.
Yeah,
irrespective of when they were played.
Yeah, but as a football fan, you watch other games too, as well, don't you? It's not like you just want that. And currently, Sky charge more than £200 a year.
No, I know, but it.
And the other, I mean, this is the thing. I mean, it's not like they don't. I mean, obviously, clearly every game is shot. So that's another googly, tossed up, and just defended by Mahedi out to the onside. There's no run. We require 5.191 now. It's not clearly it's not out of the realms of possibility.
Doesn't feel that way.
No. Tossed up again. That's gone over the top. It's a good shot, Mahed. He's got 4 runs out over extra cover. We'll give him one of these.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Great shot.
Do they need Shiraz to bowl his 10 over?
I don't know. I wouldn't have thought so. It's tossed up and just drops into the offside. They go through for the quick single. Ooh, there's a throw at the stumps. It was miles off the stumps.
Nice bit of footwork.
Well, yeah, it was, but it could have been a waste of a run. There was a guy out long on. So 100 runs up for Bangladesh, 100 for 6 in the 27.3 overs. Mamadou's on 16, Mahedi's on 13. And well done to them for getting there. Still a long way to go, though. As Mamadou faces up. It's tossed up, worked into the leg side, and there's no run. Sorry, 1 run out to deep square. Fielded by mid wicket. What are we on? Comparisons, but the Netherlands are 108 for 5. Bangladesh is 100 for 6.
I need to disappear just for a couple of minutes.
Okie dokie.
Can Jez spot me for a couple of overs?
Can you do that, Jez? Are you awake? Has Messer's been on yet?
No. I won't be a minute.
Okay, cool. Well, if Messi turns up. Oh, now that's hit up in the air with no great timing. Fortunately, it's hit very straight. Vikramjit Singh is a long way down on the boundary. It lands in no man's land. And there's a single. Alright, Messi, that was quite an exciting game earlier, wasn't it?
It was great. Although I did get a bit sweary in the last over when Mitchell Stark bowled 5 wides.
I can imagine. Was the run out close for Neesham?
No, it wasn't.
No, he had to get back, didn't he? I mean,
yeah.
Worked down to fine leg, short fine leg, but there's a man on the 45, and there's only a single. It's only 7 off the over. It's not so bad. Looked like a cracker. I kind of wanted New Zealand to win.
It was great to have 2 really close games in 2 days. Although I went to bed and missed the climax last night because I thought it was all over.
Wow.
Shows what I know.
Yeah, indeed.
I've got to say, I'm with Nestlers. I reckon Blade Runner is bloody slow and thinks it's way more important than it is, if you know what I
Well,
mean.
Jay says, I fucking hate Avatar. Not liking Blade Runner confuses and disturbs me. And to think I bought a US Outpost 31 in Nestle's honour. But that's the thing. Different film now. And he also says, oh, who are Arsenal playing? I'll just check. Bother. Fuck you, Nestle. Obviously he's a Sheffield fan, obviously.
Obviously, yeah. Oh well. Yeah, that's the other thing. Avatar, I fucking hated Avatar. I'm not even interested in seeing the second one. Fucking awful.
I don't know what's going on here. There's all some umpires making some shapes. Van Meekeren's coming back into the attack. He's got 3 for 18.
There's a sinkhole.
There's a sinkhole.
He wants some more sawdust put down, I think.
Somebody's brought some drinks onto the ground.
Cricket finding a way not to play cricket. As someone once said in a Scottish accent.
Yeah. They're back.
Are they back?
They're back?
No, they're not back. No.
Who? What? Huh?
No, they're not. Calm down.
I don't know what the stop is here.
I think they were deciding whether or not to have some drinks.
He was looking at the ground where he put the sawdust before. I think he might be asking for some more. I'm not sure.
Maybe they're getting the thumper.
Yeah, the pounder. What's happened to the
Mound pounder.
Jay says Messer's sweary explosion was glorious and made my entire day better.
Thank you, Jay. Yeah.
Who are some of these guys? Who's Cameron? On the
Cameron, he was very good. It's the first time I've seen it, but he was.
He is very good. I mean, obviously, I ended in the highlights, and I kind of pick up who's better, and as that's defended out up to mid-off, and there's no run. He was very good, but when I first heard him, I thought it was Mark Taylor. I thought it was Tubby. I thought it was Tubby Taylor.
Was he the very
he's a lot smarter
Australian?
than Tubby.
Was he the very Australian sounding?
Yeah, he's
commentator?
very Australian, and he sounds like
Yeah.
Mark Taylor, and it was all a bit weird. We seem to have slowed down to an absolute snail's pace in this game for some reason. Van Meekeren is in again. Driven, aerially! Half stopped by Backward Point, who hares after it to try and stop them from getting 2. Are they going to get 2? No, they're only going to go for 1. And, oh no, it wasn't. It was into the ground, first bounce. Still a good stop. Diving to his left. Brain's a bit fuzzy by this time in the afternoon.
I know that. We were playing Eden Gardens.
Outside off stump, cut back into the ground. Oh, there's a bit of a mix-up. Thrown at the bowler's end. There was a bit yes no. It was hit hard into the ground. Backward Point had to jump to kind of parry it, then fielded it after parrying it. Whoever was, presumed Mahedi at the bowler's end, basically called it through. Mahmadullah seemed to stop, start, and so there was a throw at the bowler's end, missed the stumps, and it ended up being a fairly safe single. And Maker in again, short once more outside the off stump. Goes so slowly through to the keeper, sort of balloons up to him. It's not slow, it's 83 miles an hour. But there's no run. Scott Edwards is a very odd looking bloke.
He is, but he's a bloody good captain.
He is.
He really is. He's done a fantastic. The spirit of this team has been really inspirational, I reckon.
Yeah. As I was saying, Messi, though, you know, if the Dutch win today, either the Dutch or the Afghanistan can win at least 3 games at a World Cup. It's pretty good going, isn't it? Short over the top of the batsman and too far over the top of the batsman, therefore it's a wide.
Wide.
The other thing they've done really well, I mean, I know they've had a few fielding fuck-ups, but generally speaking, their fielding has been really good. And they put in an effort, and there's been some teams that have just been lackadaisical with it. They've been just so keen on it the whole time.
Yeah. Van Meekeren is in, and it's off the outside half of the bat, and it goes down towards third man. And there is a single.
This is like it's a bit of a war of attrition at the moment, isn't it?
It is. This is it. You know, the Netherlands are in a very similar situation. It was a couple of partnerships. Scott Edwards at first with Van Beek, who only got 17, but it kind of steadied the ship, and then with whoever came in after Van Beek. What's it, Engelbrecht? He got 30 odd. It wasn't a great score, but it was enough with Edwards to kind of push it up to something that might be defendable, and it was always going to be about wickets, so that's driven up to mid-on, there's no run. 29 overs done, 106 for 6. Mamadula is 18 off 34, Mahidi is 16 off 35.
Jay, after the t-shirt he bought after my my fashion advice, excellent caller that he is, I don't take fashion advice from Cameron. The man only wears brown.
What was the brown thing?
Well, he reckoned it was purple, and to us it all looked like brown, so he was getting up stroppy.
Who was?
Oh, yeah.
Who was this?
Cameron, this jumper.
Oh, right.
It was a shirt. It was a shirt.
You know what it's like on Gorilla.
Yeah,
we always
exactly.
get distracted by something.
It always gets confusing. Oh, Tony Bishop has emailed us, tweeted us even. He's watching the Horns take on those lovable scamps from Millwall.
Lovable scamps, my ass.
at Millwall.
Well, Colin Ackerman, has he bowled any overs today? It's his first over. He's bowled 3 overs. We'll give him a jingle because I didn't hear his jingle earlier. Sounds like this.
From Cape Province to Leicestershire, Colin Ackerman made the trip. Now he plays for the Netherlands. They like the cut of his jib.
Well, he's over the wickets. Oh, there's a peel for LBW. I think it's hit him outside the line. Might have been a bit of an inside edge onto pad. It bounced up towards backward point, but it bounced before it got there, and there is no run.
No, it's Watford, and it's 1-1.
Well, his first 3 overs only went for 8 runs, Ackerman. So
yeah, pretty good going.
Hoping for sport control, I'd say.
Yeah, that's just worked into the leg side. They go for the quick single. They're going to get there easily enough.
Bit of pop trivia for you.
Yeah.
Ackerman, Jan Ackerman. Who is he the guitar player for?
Jan Ackerman. Rings a bell, but I can't think who it is.
Bit of a one-hit wonder, but a pretty big hit at the time.
Bananarama.
Too short. No. That's a long on. There's no one. Jan Ackerman. One-hit wonder. No, I haven't a clue. Tell me.
Focus with the song Hocus Pocus. Do you remember that?
No. That's completely
you would
slipped
do
my mind.
if you heard it.
That one's turned in again. It's taken. Oh no, it hasn't been taken by Scott Edwards. You wonder what would happen. Oh, there's a throw. Oh, that could be out. Oh my word! They've gone through. It's a direct hit. Whoever came across from backward point or slip or something, hammered it down to the bowler's end. Presuming Mamadula's got to make it. He's not the quickest. He doesn't look very happy, and I think he's short. I thought it was going to be a catch by Scott Edwards. It turned into the pads of Mamadula. It kind of came off, went behind. Scott Edwards went to take it. I thought he'd taken it and they were going to appeal, but it squirted through him as they changed the camera angle. Someone was at slip who's thrown the ball in, and he's miles out. He's out by about a yard. It's gone down. It's a fantastic throw, and Mamadula has been run out by a good yard, and suddenly everything turns in favour of the Netherlands. Fantastic stuff for them.
The crowd says, you're out.
108 for 7. Mamadula goes for 19 off 35. Oh my word. They could win a second game as well.
Well, talking of records and dodgy 70s Dutch bands, Mark Zipper's just tweeted us. He'll know Focus. Right, lads, hitting the road for tomorrow's Binghamton record show. Let's make the end of this game a good one. It's a long, desolate drive. Don't forget, GC discount is operational tomorrow. So
if you want to go to Mark Zipp's record store, where is it again?
Binghampton Record Fair.
Binghampton Record
Where
Fair.
the hell is Binghampton? I've never heard of Binghampton.
It'll be somewhere in New Jersey area. Isn't it New Jersey that he lives in?
It's Broome County Farmers Market.
There you go.
100,000 plus LPs, CDs, 45s and DVDs.
There you
Free
go.
admission at 10 a.m.
He's a big man with the music. It's our Zip.
Have you got any Focus LPs, Mark?
Focus.
It's got yodeling in the middle of it.
Fucking hell.
Jan Ackerman was. It's got a great guitar riff in it, but it's one of those 70s hits that you just was everywhere at the time.
Binghampton is the county seat of Broome. It has a population of 47,969 people. There you go.
Bloody hell. Leia's just said, I'll never forgive you, Nestlers, for bringing that yodeling abomination to my attention.
Has he gone and listened to it?
Sounds like it. And Jay says, I'd love to have seen Tony tooled up for Watford versus Millwall back in the day. No family seating for Big Tone. I can't imagine Tony getting tooled up. Really.
No, never. So who's in next then for Bangladeshis? It'll be... we've had him. Can't even remember who's playing. We've got Sharaful who's still to play. The Fizz is still to come. Taskin, maybe?
It's probably Taskin, yes. He's certainly listed as next.
Well, give him a jingle.
If you get to the ground by night, you can see this fella shine. He starts his run up looking real mean. If he ever gets annoyed, he's got himself a brand new ploy. He loves to get at batsmen all day, and he'll be tasking care of business every game. Tasking care of business every day. He's been tasking care of business. Double whites, tasking care of business. Rolling super fine.
It's a fantastic throw, that, isn't it? I mean, he's come across from short third man on the ring and just thrown it on the move and managed to hit the stumps down at the bowler's end. That's a fantastic bit of fielding.
But also really easy to throw it to the wrong end in that situation, because he was really near the other stumps, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Quality.
They really deserve this. They've fought back right through this game, haven't they?
They have. I mean, they were going very slowly in the middle overs, but you thought, in this World Cup, it seems to, if you can put pressure on the opposition and you can get a couple of early wickets, you can always try and force the result. Hit down to long on for a single. I mean, they're a long way off now. They got really, Mahedi isn't a recognised batsman. Taskin isn't a recognised batsman. You wouldn't want. I mean, this is the one thing that South Africa managed yesterday, is to pretty much, when Markram was out there, they needed 21 or 23 or something to win, and even a bunch of tail enders when you've got Keshav was the last kind of person. He can get 21 runs. You knew that Keshav could guide them through 21 runs if someone could just stay with him and had enough time. But it still made it really tight.
Mamadullah's got 4 ODI centuries.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. Mamadullah was the man that could. Oh, Mamadullah still does shit. Sorry, I thought it was Mahedi. I thought he was the one who was run out.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay. Shit, I got that all wrong. Oh, well, the highlights will prove that I was wrong. Al's back. Is that the end of the over? Win the 30?
It is.
It is.
30.
So 30 overs done. The score is 109 for 7. And I'm going to hand over to Al, Nestlers and Messers.
Well, Jersey Oak says, hocus pocus, I've got that. Are we going to get some Dutch yodeling? No.
Or indeed any yodeling.
There's a lot of love for focus on YouTube from Dandy Castro. Jay Grover says, laughing at your own jokes is bad form, but I can't get the image of a tooled up Tony out of my head. I just did a sketch.
He's like that every Monday.
Yeah, indeed.
Someone's typed in from the Gorilla Cricket account some yodeling.
Is Stephen Kelp busy on YouTube? He should be, because
he is. He has been.
He is good.
I don't know. Yeah, he's there.
Because I mean, Stephen.
It's going to be Van Meekeren who's going to come back into the attack.
You do know, Stephen, that you've set a precedent that if the Dutch win, then you're going to have to make another huge super chat.
He's mentioned that.
Short pitched from Van Meekeren, swayed out of the way by Taskin, no run.
Yeah, he mentioned that earlier.
Well, it was worth it.
They've had their chances, Bangladesh. They could have restricted the Netherlands to a far lower total.
So I wasn't watching the first innings. Did they drop a lot of catches, did they?
Edwards made 60 odd, and they dropped him twice on North in the same over.
Oh. Yeah, that's not.
But really, it's been all about how they've just been more positive than Netherlands in the field. It's been actually really nice to see.
Yeah, and this from a team that got absolutely hammered by Australia in the last match. Fantastic they come back like this, isn't it?
It certainly is. A very straight delivery, which Taskin defends back to the bowler, and there's no run. So this will move them on to two wins.
Well, they've got to get there yet. Don't let's jump too far.
I mean, the crazy thing about it is that there's only 30 overs been bowled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
120 runs from 20 overs sounds perfectly reasonable target. The fact is they're 7 wickets down, which is a slight problem.
That's the only tricky bit, is this ball is defended into the covers for no run. There's been. It looked for all money that all they needed to do was not do anything silly, and yet, there's been just really good, sharp bowling and fielding, which is done. As this one is driven out into the covers, deep cover there will limit this all to a single.
Well, I must admit, for the last couple of weeks, I've had Bangladesh as my favourites to finish bottom, because they really haven't shown a lot of.
Well, unfortunately, my favourites to finish bottom. My favourites to finish bottom will play tomorrow. And spoilers for anybody who's been living on another planet. That's not India.
I'll be back in a minute.
All right.
But England did so well against Bangladesh.
As this is just tapped into the covers for no run. Just the one single off the over so far, one ball left. It's just. It just becomes. There's a. This has been a long time waiting to be sown, I think. This has not been sudden and overnight. This has been 4 years in the making. As this last ball of the over, a bouncer outside the off stump, Mamadullah leaves it alone, and so at the end, that 31st over only goes for a single, and Bangladesh are Nelson for 7.
When you say it's been 4 years in the making, you mean the Dutch success or the English?
No, the English failure. 4 years in the making. How was the first game in this Saturday double header?
It was a very exciting game. Australia took off like an absolute train with Warner and Head just going crazy. But then it slowed down dramatically during the middle overs. So from 12 and over, they went down to an overall rate below 8 and over. And
Ackerman's first ball is just defended to extra cover for no run, and he's very quickly about. This ball's on the leg stump, but that'll be turned to deep square leg, and they're going to come back to 2. So it all kind of slowed down in the second half of the innings.
Yes, very much so. Although Maxwell provided a bit of excitement towards the end, but yeah, generally speaking, Australia's very top order has held them together throughout this World Cup.
Good dive at extra cover to prevent a single for this third delivery. And it's just another example of how sprightly the Netherlands have been in the field. This one defended back to the bowler for no run.
They're very much up and about, aren't they?
There seems to be almost more than 11 of them out there, as this is again just defended back to the bowler.
Oh, that's just the trick of the orange. Makes them seem everywhere. It's very clever uniform colour.
Absolutely. This one, last ball speared in, defended at backward point. Just the 2 runs off the over, and at the end of 32, Bangladesh 113 for 7.
Well, there's not a lot going on social media after the everyone chiming in about the band Focus. But just to annoy Jay, I see that Arsenal have scored a second.
Excellent.
Sorry, Jay.
Well,
no, you're not. You're not. You're a
You're not
gunner
sorry.
After all.
Well, it's our man.
You're not sorry.
Our man who's replaced Gabriel has scored them both. So,
do you feel the loss of Jesus? The leader is going to come into bowl, slower ball just on off stump, defended by Mamadullah.
Not today, because Eddie has stepped up to the plate as he often does.
Nketi, are you?
Yeah.
Oh dear, Wimbledon have fallen behind Morecambe. It's bad news for all of us.
He was on earlier.
Yeah, he was. 10 overs. 10 overs, came on, took 4 wickets and left.
Right.
Yeah. The leader in again. Oh, an attempt at a more expansive shot by Mamadullah, but it can only play into the ground right in front of him. No run. Just the 38 runs off the previous 10 overs. And a disastrous run out.
Yes. Well, they just can't afford to keep pottering. I mean,
back of a length, and that is out. What a catch that is.
Wow.
At mid-wicket, the bare position of all positions. And Mamadullah has gone, and you would think with that the Bangladesh hopes have gone as well. Back of a length, tried to pull it, only flicked out the fielder straight down his throat. Great catch.
Jason is miming Messi. He does signals to us now with the jingles.
Oh.
So Mamadullah goes. Caught up. Bowled the leader. 20. I've never seen anyone walk off a field slower.
Oh.
That was
Marnus
very...
Labuschagne can show you how to do it more slowly.
Yeah. That was
Jason Roy can show you how to do it in glacial style.
That is just about it, though, isn't it?
There is not a lot to come.
Leia has just sent a picture in of her new T-shirts have just arrived, and they're 2 Bangladesh T-shirts.
That's unfortunate.
They're very nice, though, Leia.
Yeah. As we can see, some people who are leaving and seeing themselves leaving.
And most of them got Shakib written on the back.
Yeah.
Spelled in several different ways.
Yeah, I was going to say that might indicate the level of counterfeit.
Well, that should make a massive difference because I need to get half the runs with two wickets remaining.
It's the Fizz who's going to come in. Mustafa Zura is going to come in and bat at number 9. Well, number 10. The leader in slightly back of a length defended. More out of protection than anything else.
So,
As we see a...
sorry.
I was just saying this... Go on. Go on, Jess.
I was just going to say he's got a batting average of 7.21 ODIs and a high score of 18 not out. So
both of those will have to improve. Bouncer and been played with no conviction at all by Mustafiza. If there was a short backward square, then that would have gone straight down his throat, but unfortunately there wasn't. So Edwards runs and does the fielding, prevents a single. Got to be careful here, got to be watchful about bowl. Either set the field for that sort of bowl, or just bowl as you have been bowling, and they'll get themselves out. Last ball of this over, and that is just run down towards third man. So Mustafiza will retain the strike. The leader has 2 wickets now, and at the end of 33 overs, Bangladesh are 114 for 8.
Wow, let's have a look on the socials, shall we? The one on the right is a Sri Lanka shirt, then. This is the one on the right. Oh yes, sorry, the one on the left to me. Sorry. Jay says, "Oh bother again! Fuck you twice over, Nestle. At least they're not playing outside my flat today." What a goal for Arsenal, says Suter Who. I thought the first goal was very good as well, but it's quite quiet on socials. I don't know if many people are tuned into this one.
Do you think the second?
They should be.
Sorry, it's 3-0 now, Nestle. So maybe that's what he's talking about.
What time does Sheffield United kick off? About every 15 minutes.
Is it 3 now?
Yeah. It's 3.
Oh, and it's Nikita. He's got a hat trick. Well done, lad.
Eh? I hope they'll put him in his fantasy team, although I doubt it. It's going to be Duck to come back into the attack. He's going to bowl his 8th over. That one backs Mustafiza up and just defends almost in a French cricket style into the covers.
But on the other side of that equation, Wimbledon are now 2-0 down.
The goals have just started flooding in once you've arrived, Jess.
Yeah. I don't even like football.
That third goal was a cracker.
This second ball defended straight back to the bowler. No run.
Jesus who?
What a friend you have in Jesus.
Yeah.
Jay's getting the arse.
Wouldn't you think if your parents called you Jesus, they'd set their expectations a little high for you to achieve?
Ooh, that one spins away from Mr. Fisker. He's too good for the outside edge of his bat.
I don't know. Played for Real Madrid, Brazil, and Arsenal. It's not bad.
Oh yeah, but I mean, I think if I'd been called Jesus, I'd think, oh Christ, what do you expect of me?
Christ.
This one more fired in towards the leg stump. Defended to mid-wicket. 4-dot ball so far.
Yeah, Jay says Suter can fuck off and all, and Al.
You're a good loser then, Jay.
Yeah, that's the spirit.
You and Hendo have something in common.
Yeah. Turned around the corner by Mustafiza. It'll dribble. No more than dribble to deep square leg for a single.
I hope this hurries up and finishes because I'm really looking forward to my baked spud with cheese and baked beans later.
Oh, you were
cheese
and baked bean person on your spud.
Oh, yeah. Or chili.
Yeah. The spaghetti hoops.
Ooh.
Rather than beans.
Oops.
But then again, I'm a 10-year-old at heart. As that is taken the outside edge of Taskin's, gone down to third man. And that will be just the one run off the over.
I don't see the point of this. You know, they might as well try and start bashing it rather than just stick around for one run on over. It's absolutely pointless. they're going to get out doing that, but they might as well get out trying to score.
Well, yeah. I don't know, Al, if you remember the first Life on Mars. Did you ever watch that?
Yes. I'm having oops.
It's Thursday night and I'm having oops. That was brilliant, that first series. Very clever.
Yeah. The second one wasn't too bad.
Yeah, it's just the first one was better, I thought.
Yeah, I think the novelty had kind of wore off, hadn't it, by the time we got to Life.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Ashes to Ashes. Deleda's going to come into bowl again. Mustafa's tries to play a bit more expansively, only finds the fielder, no run.
Suter, who says, "Fuck you, Jay, and I'm not even an Arsenal fan."
What is it about football that brings out the worst in people? We can all put up with all sorts of things in cricket. When it comes to football, it's fuck you this, fuck you that.
Tribal.
I don't know.
Feels that way.
It is.
A short pitch delivery. Maybe Mustafa gets down on all fours to be able to get underneath that short pitch delivery. I think it would have hit him, therefore not a wide down the leg side. Got ball confirmed.
Jay says he's less worried about the Sheffield result than the Wimbledon one out of concern for Hendo's mental health.
You just become used to it, I think. Back of a length, defended out to point. Yeah, and we might see every one of these 93 remaining deliveries. Just 115 runs needed. So the total is halfway there. The 8 wickets, though, just too much to overcome.
And just 15 overs and 3 balls left.
But
So,
make no mistake, this has been a great display. As Deleda has come around the wicket, and is this a chance? Chipped just over mid-off. Maybe if he'd have tried to catch it over the shoulder rather than try and turn around and take it, then maybe that might have been a better opportunity. But very much just chipped up by Mustafiza and just over the outstretched hand. Maybe I'm being a bit too harsh. Maybe that was always going to be over the top of the fielder's head. 2 runs come from it, though. That one has taken an edge, and that one will go all the way, very fine, very quickly, and that will go for one of these, Jason.
It's Nissan She. It's Nissan She.
Now the runs flow not from the middle. Though.
Yes. Yeah. Oh well, I mean, this has been their most successful over for a very long time.
Yeah.
Yes, this Friday, Afghanistan and Netherlands play, and one of them ends up with 3 wins as long as it doesn't rain or they don't have a tie.
Short pitch delivery by Deleda. Mustafiza again. I'll be kind and say he hasn't got good technique in order to be able to deal with the short pitch delivery, and that's the end of the over.
Jay says, to be fair, I don't need a football match to tell people to fuck off. It's my default setting.
Fair call.
I think if you were invested, Jay, it's according to the BBC, it's going to be a long half hour for Sheffield United as Arsenal look rampant. Rampant. They always use that in football journalism, don't they?
Yeah.
A rampant Manchester United beat so-and-so or something. Really messy. After your verbal rampage earlier, yeah, you're talking about football fans getting sweary, messy.
Oh yeah, well I wasn't abusing anybody else around here. I was just abusing cricketers, which is fair enough.
Dot into bowl on the leg stump, defended by Taskin.
You know I love you all.
Hopefully this will be over soon so that we can go and recharge our batteries ahead of tomorrow's game. In inverted commas, this one defended back to the bowler, no run.
Yeah, I fear for England tomorrow, to be honest.
Well, I was going to predict that they were going to come back because India would be complacent, but I predicted a massive England victory over Sri Lanka and see how that went. So probably better not to predict.
Yeah, lots of loop and drift. And that ball from Dutt lands almost on the toes of Taskin and plays it out into the covers. No run.
He's bowling very well, Dutt, isn't he?
He's bowled brilliantly all the way through the innings, considering he started at over 1. Bowled in the power play.
Now what's going on?
Is there an appeal? It's been reviewed. Obviously, there must be a feeling that this has hit the pad before it's hit the bat, and if it has, then I think this might be very adjacent indeed. Or this could be the worst review in the history of reviews.
I didn't even see
the appeal. Again. You've already had 3 of those today.
So here we go. No, it's hit the bat. It's hit the absolute middle of the bat.
What are they?
Absolutely.
It's a great. We've seen rocking forwards and backwards. I can't believe they're showing ultra edge of it hitting the middle of the bat.
Now, hang on, go back a bit. Hang on a minute.
No.
It's nowhere near the pad. It's nowhere near the pad.
But I didn't see them appeal.
Someone's done it.
Not I.
Yeah. Bizarre.
Quite who's convinced who there. Because the captain is the wicketkeeper.
Yeah.
That's just bonkers. That one's taken an edge towards backward point, or out half of the bat. Someone's managed to turn around and go. I love the way that their energy, even after they were breaking out of the huddle, was
I can
very
think I can see what happened though. The bat did hit the pad, and the wicketkeeper probably thought that it just brushed the pad before hitting the bat because he wasn't in a position to see it. Clearly.
You're being very gracious. That was awful. This one in a similar sort of vein, Taskin playing sort of inside out, not good enough to get his leg out of the way to be able to put the bat through it. Plays it back to the bowler. There's been no run from the first 5 deliveries. Dutt has been right. This might be some of the best spin bowling we've seen. As this goes back, as this is defended back to him, he's bowled 9 overs and he's got figures of 1 for 25. He's been absolutely magnificent.
Jay, more from Jay on his neighbour. He said he's not joking now. That woman is still walking up and down. I fear she's having some kind of episode.
I told you ages ago to draw your curtains, Jay, so you don't have to put up with her behaviour.
Yeah, fancy having your neighbour just walk up and down in their own house.
Mayank says after 2 straight close matches, order has been resumed.
So, well,
it's not over yet.
No, that's true. The leader is in, and this is driven on the up by Mustafiza, but can only find mid-off, and there's no run.
But the other thing is that this is still quite exciting, even though it's not close anymore. There's something about the underdog really getting up that adds a certain vim to the whole thing, doesn't it?
Yeah. He's happy.
Van Meekeren, getting a close-up. He plays 3 wickets. Oh, a short pitch delivery. Mustafa is got down almost to limbo style depths to be able to try and avoid the ball, but has left his bat in the way, and it's hit his bat and gone down to a short third man for no run. But to say that he's in full cognizance of what he's doing up there is pretty strange. This one is bunted away, and that's a missed catch by Van Meekeren, maybe too caught up by the cameras. He's come in, lost sight of the ball, and he hasn't even put an arm up to be able to even try and catch the ball. But it was absolutely just chipped down to third man would have been the easiest catch, and no.
That's catching practice, isn't it?
No, he's backed out of that.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Right at the last minute, he's decided he didn't want to bat. And whoever's in charge of that camera should get the living bejesus away from him.
Yep.
Much more fuller length delivery.
In fact, we've got a jingle for that.
Clipped to mid-on for no run. If you were the leader, you'd be pretty unhappy about that.
Even with that boundary, they've still only scored 12 runs off to the last 5 overs. It's all a bit pointless at the moment.
Yeah. Van Meekeren points to the lights. It's not the lights. That one is a bouncer, which again, Mustafa's almost gloves or edges behind to the wicket keeper. Sadly though, at 84 miles an hour, too quick for him. And there's just one ball left of this 37th over.
Yeah, I think the sooner this game is put out of its misery, the better for everybody concerned.
Well, if Mustafa's is batting like this at 10, who's coming in at 11? An ungainly defensive shot will end the over. The leader has figures of 2 for 25 off 7 overs.
Stephen Kelk is suffering. He says, goodness, this is a bad time not to be able to follow the cricket. Come on, the Netherlands.
Shariful Islam is number 11, whose average is also 7.6.
Oh dear. Jay says, fancy having me as a neighbour. It swings and roundabouts. Leo reckons this Dutch team will prove a stern test of England's ability to play a game they invented. I thought it was invented by the Chinese.
Playing it badly has been perfected by England in this last couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's true.
Dutt will bowl his 10th and final over. Lots of loop. This ball pushed by Taskin to a short cover. And there's no run.
Chief Wardo reckons you sound like an absurdist, Messi, because you said it's exciting and pointless.
This ball turned sharply from just outside off stump. Tasking reaching forward, groping for it, but couldn't find it, and it's past the outside edge. Lovely bowling.
You think it's inevitable rather than pointless?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, cricket is pointless inherently, isn't it?
Well, everything's pointless when you
Everything's
get around to
pointless.
it. There's lots of loop and drift again, pushed from inside to out by Taskin, fielded in the covers.
So I'm happy to wear the absurdist badge with pride. Yeah.
Fourth
I have a
ball
blog
of this.
that. Sorry.
Fourth ball of this 38th over. Dot in around the wicket. This one short, quicker, flatter, and it will be pushed into the covers for a single.
I have a blog that I write in about twice a year, maybe if I'm lucky, which is called Pointless Beauty.
No. Stop signing autographs and try catching the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're still fucking around on the edge of the playing arena, and it's just silly.
Oh, dear,
Concentrate.
dear. Exciting and pointless can certainly coexist. This is why I wank. Enduring image.
Thank you, Archbishop, for those weighty issues. Mustafa goes back in his crease and defends into the covers. No run. So good to see the Catholic Church speaking out on deeper issues for a change.
I had a lecture every Sunday about how that was a mortal sin.
Last ball of this 38th over. Dutt's bowled beautifully. And this one will be fielded at mid-wicket. No run. One run off that 10th over. 1 for 26. Dutt, take a bow, son. Take a bow.
That's pretty good going, isn't it?
You get pugs, 3 maidens, 48 dot balls. That's pretty good going.
Only the 1 wicket. That doesn't seem fair.
Yeah, he managed to extract lots of turn, even if it was quite exaggerated turn on quite slow bounce. But even still, it was very, very impressive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Bed, did you get your bet on the Netherlands?
Nah, the odds were too low. It was only 7-5 at the time. Yeah, I wanted about 3 or 4 to 1 really, but they weren't offering. I probably would have done it if I'd have got it on the ball before the wicket had taken. It was the second wicket, just got taken at the time.
Leah, it wasn't me, it's Jay you've got to refer to as owner.
Van Beek is in, and this is wide outside the off stump. Taskin swings, but without footwork, he is nowhere near the ball and misses. So we see some highlights of the 3 Van Meekeren wickets.
I think he needs a dirt in his name.
Van der Meekeren.
Yeah, it just sounds more Dutch.
Possibly.
Yes.
Van Beek in.
Yeah.
Taskin takes a step towards the leg side. Van Beek follows him. I always worry about that. Just bowl at the stumps. Defended out to the offside field, no run. This game ebbs and well.
No, it doesn't.
Well, and it's death. It's in its death throes now. It's well and truly swung away from Bangladesh, but it's just drifting, limping along. Van Beek is in. This one is pulled away by Taskin. Will this find a fielder? There are 3 of them converging, but the ball bounces safely to the ground. Good relay throwing back in, but that'll be 2.
So this partnership has been of 13 runs off 35 balls.
Yep.
15 runs of 36 balls. It's just, yeah, definitively pointless.
It's been quite the difficult pitch to bat on, to be honest. As that one is a slower ball, which Taskin fails to make contact with, and it just grazes over the top of the middle stump. Quite how that hasn't hit off stump or middle stump is, I'm still trying to get my head around.
It's interesting, isn't it? They appear to have 3 number 11s in the same team.
This is it wouldn't inspire you with an awful lot of confidence.
No.
About that might be a wide on height. It is. Bouncer too high for Taskin.
Wide.
So the Netherlands will join the log jam for 4 points, but they are 4 points behind Australia and New Zealand. Slower Yorker length delivery from Van Beek. So repeat of the 5th ball is defended out into the covers by Taskin. Taskin's on 7, but has taken 27 deliveries to get there. Mustafa is 12. Really should be out though. That was a horrible bit of fielding done by Van Meekeren.
You've set Jay off. I'll read it out after this over.
Last ball of this 39th over. This might be a wide as well down the leg side. No. Everyone just wants to go home, I think. End of that over, 129 for 8.
Jay says, Catholic Church, have you got to Al and all messes? Opus Day's Western Australian tendrils reach further than I thought. All my wanks are healthy Anglican onanism. It's all kicking off on Twitter.
Oh dear. You're going to re-traumatise me. Nah.
Just when I thought Jay couldn't hate himself anymore, he's a member of the Anglican Church. Please.
One of my favourite lines is from Dorothy Parker, who called her canary Onan because he spilt his seed upon the ground.
Dear me. Ackerman's going to come back into the attack, or the last ball of our spell.
Oh, Lord, I've done 3 in a row.
Yeah.
Well done. That's well done.
I need a cup of tea.
Speared in
Well, it's-
towards the leg stump, which Mustafa defends. Back to the bowler. No run.
It's been good to be on with you, Nessus,
Yeah.
because normally you and I alternate on the tweets, so it's made a nice change.
This is back of the length, and it's been pulled away, and it's got Mr. Visser has got all of it, and it's rather remarkably gone to deep square leg for 6.
Surprise.
Yeah, he's picked that up really cleverly.
This is now his highest innings in ODIs.
Defended. Oh, it's gone through short cover, and long off will have to come in and do the fielding, but they'll take a single. And like you said, 19 is his highest ODI score. Well, halfway through this 40th over. Ackerman in again. This one defended back to the bowler. No run. Ackerman's coming to the end of his 6th over. Figures of 0 for 21.
Well, the required run rate just ticked over 9 and over.
No, showing no real sign of that. Although this is pushed through the covers, and deep extra cover will only manage in taking himself and the ball over the sponge, and that'll go for 4. Great effort. It's the second time that's happened in this innings that the Netherlands fielder has taken themselves and the ball over the sponge. Ackerman in, and with the last ball of the over, Taskin defends. He's on 11. Stafford is on 19. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm taking a break. Bangladesh are 140 for 8.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Al. See you, Nestlers.
Yeah.
The next one is Jay about my short straw.
Okay, thanks.
Right, we are in the last 10 overs. Jason is going to take us home. We really want it to be over rather than going the whole fucking distance. Can't they just throw it away somewhere? They're not going to get 90 runs from 60 balls with Mustafa.
They shouldn't. There's an awful lot of climbing to do if they're going to do that, but they really shouldn't get home from here. Not with the batting that's left in the side.
Well,
if they had a major batsman left, you'd say they have a
possibly.
punching chance, but really they should have no chance.
No.
Anyway, they've just signalled the power play 3, so 5 players outside the ring possible. Not that they need 5 players outside the
I
ring.
don't think they're going to either, are they? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like 6 inside the ring, including the bowler and the...
It looks like Van Beek is going to return. 1 for 28 from his 8 overs so far. To Mustafa. Is this going to be short? Yes, it is. There's definitely a plan going to Mustafa. He doesn't like the short ball. He tends to duck away from it. And that's short, outside off. And sails harmlessly through to the keeper.
It's slightly comic watching him, isn't it? Just crouching as if...
It's miles away from him as
something's
well.
gonna
It's not going to get him out.
No, they've been better directed generally. They've been normally on leg stump. Like that, in fact, but that's too high, I think. That's going to be a wide, and it is.
It's too short.
The problem for Mustafa is he's not played the first one well, which means he's going to get lots more. It's a known thing. And there's a change up. That's a slower ball on the stumps, hoping that he's going to be ducking into it and not playing on the front foot. But Mustafa drops his bat on it with no aggressive intent, and it dribbles out to cover.
That must be quite painful for New Zealand, that loss to Australia. They didn't get humped, and they were so close.
Yep, their bowlers did pretty well after being savaged early on. Van Beek in again, another rinse and repeat, short ball. aimed at his shoulder, must have his ducks, and the ball sails harmlessly through to Edwards.
How do the semis work? Is it 1v4, 2v3?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. So South Africa big. Wow. Probably gives South Africa a better chance. Probably now New Zealand go fourth and South Africa at the top.
Yes, I think so. I think they're behind as Van Beek pushes the ball past the cover into the offside to the man on the boundary and trots through for an easy single. 1-4-2 for 8 after 40.4.
And but South Africa.
As things stand, New Zealand is still ahead of Australia. On
Oh, really?
run rate.
Okay. Oh, well, of course, the net run rate would have hardly changed, would it, in that situation?
Both of them, it went down a bit, yeah.
And the other left-hander, Taskin, is in now, and playing the same plan to him as well. That's short, and I think he's now getting the signal for 2 for the over. Taskin at least has an aggressive shot in him and tries to hit it over square leg, but fails to connect. But this is all very quite negative bowling, really.
Yeah, exactly. Try and get the wickets and get it over and done with.
Yes.
It's not like to get the runs, but it's. I mean, I suppose it's the safest way to
That's
get
ball
there.
the over, and that's on the length, on the stumps, and they think about a run, but think better of it, and that's the end of the over. 41 overs are gone. Bangladesh are 1-4-2 for 8. Mustafi's on 20 and Taskin's on 11. And
Jay says, I think Nestler's drew the short straw having to read out all my ecclesiastical wank tweets. Chief Wardo says, Netherlands with a good chance for 2 more wins, although Afghanistan could be challenging. Yeah, they could do that. That would be amazing if they came away with 4 wins. Sudahu says he needs a Zampa update. Well, I can tell you, Zampa took 3 more wickets, bowled reasonably well, I suppose, and conceded 75 odd runs. But he is now the leading wicket taker in this World Cup by 2.
And Ackerman comes in.
Surprising.
Bowls his flat darts round the wicket to Mustafiz, who all he can do is cover up and punch it gently out to the offside. And Ackerman's in again, much the same, but this time it's a tiny bit straighter and straight back to the bowler.
Well, I think you have to give credit to Australia, and I hate saying that because obviously I'm an Englishman, but after their first 2 results they looked fucking shot, but you know, they pulled themselves back.
Ackerman very much bowling to a straight at the stumps plan, and it's exactly the same again, defended out of the offside.
I mean, they could have quite easily done what England have done.
And that's the one that turns and beats him all ends up with an absolute beauty there. Flat, fast, grips in the deck.
Yeah.
Very much a kind of Jadeja ball.
Yes.
And tries it again, but that's more of an arm ball, a bit more round arm. Glides into the batsman who can't get it away. Another danger of another maiden here. There seems to be an awful lot of maidens in this game.
What are Bangladesh playing at? Are they trying to play for run rate? It's not really going to make much difference. You're fucking done anyway.
And they need to score runs if they're going to do that.
Well, yeah, well, I presume lasting 50 overs also helps.
No, it doesn't.
And that's another. Well, I'd say it's a Jaffa, but he's just played down completely the wrong line. It's turned a little bit, but not very much, and it's just knocked the off pole out of the ground. Taskin has gone for 11, and they're 142 for 9.
That was a good ball, as you said. He just played down the wrong way. Grip though, didn't it? Beat the outside edge.
And not only was it maiden, it was a Waden.
It was a Waden. Fuck me, how many times do you see a Waden?
I think we've had 3 Wadens in this match.
Well, there you go. Not an easy pitch to bat on. Clearly not a high-scoring pitch.
I think, I think batting second on this, starting your innings at the commencement of sort of dusk, where the ball does a bit more for the first hour or so, maybe the first 10-15 overs. I think people are not quite recognising that tactical opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you could be right. And it's weird because everyone's played in most of these teams got people who played in IPL games, I know exactly what happens at dusk.
It brings this man to the wicket, the last man standing for Bangladesh.
Was it Sharaful?
It is the man himself.
Sharaful Islam. Sounds like this.
Stephen Kelp said yes!
He's wonderful, so cultural, so touchable, as flavorful as chlorophyll. He's savioral, he's
Another left-hander, Shoreful. He's going to face Van Makeren, who's come back into the attack. Has an almighty hack at the first ball.
That's genius.
Now we know why he's batting at number 11 ahead of...
It's better than this shit. More entertaining.
He's decided he's going to be there for a good time, not a long time, and that was a big smash across the line. And he didn't time it at all.
Isn't this Taskin? Isn't this the new over?
It is. The last ball of the last over was the wicket.
Yeah.
You're right, actually. It is Taskin facing. And then back to plan A. Is that going to reach the fielder? It is. That's the end of the game. A short ball from Van Makeren. Taskin has flapped at the ball and he hasn't got control over it. He's gone up in the air, and the fielders on the boundary have just run in 10 yards and taken an easy catch. Bangladesh have been defeated. The Netherlands win by 87 runs, and that won't be good for Bangladesh. It'll be very good for Netherlands. And I think I had checked before as I was doing the studio on previous stint that nobody's in the GPL, because I think there's a massive gap between the late 200.
Oh, that's a good point. How many runs in total were scored then?
I think we're on about 350, 360. There's
229, 329, plus 42, plus 40 would be 69, 371 then, you reckon? Is that
yeah,
right?
but
That sounds
there's
about
nobody
right.
between 280 and 420, I don't think.
Yeah, 371 is completely out of everyone.
So no winners today.
46 quid tomorrow.
Oh, nice. 371. Set the score. Lovely jubbly. We're done. Okay, so I'll give you a quick rundown of the scorecard.
Yes, please do.
And then we'll be out. What time is it in the Weather Cave?
7 minutes to midnight.
That's not so bad, is it? That's
You
pretty
can
good.
have a lie-in tomorrow.
Go and watch some TV. Put your feet up for an hour or so.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Bangladesh came out needing 230 runs to win from 50 overs. Lytton Das was caught Edwards bowled duck for 3 off 12. Tanzilatan caught Edwards bowled Van Beek for 15 off 16. Mahedi Hassan Miraz was caught Edwards bowled Deleda for 35 off 40. Najmal Hussain Shanto was caught Van Beek bowled Van Makeren 9 off 18. Shakib Al Hassan caught Edwards bowled Van. He got a fair few catches, didn't he, Edwards? Bowled Van Makeren for 5 off 14. Mushfiqur Rahim was bowled Van Makeren for 1. Mamadullah caught duck bowled Deleda for 20 off 41. Mahedi Hassan he was run out. Deleda 17 off 38. That's a cracking run out. Taskin Ahmed caught Deleda bowled Van Makeren for 11 off 35. Mustafa Rahman bowled Ackerman for 20 off 35. Sharaful Islam protects his average, naught not out of naught. And they were all out for 142 and 42.4 overs. 42.2 overs, sorry. Crazy stuff. Bowling figures for the Netherlands: Arjen Dutt 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 26. 3 maidens is pretty impressive. Low mind.
Well, I think
at the end there as
two,
well, didn't he?
I think 2 of them were Wadens as well.
Yeah, well there you go. Well, he can't. He only got 1 wicket, so he can't have
Ah.
2 maidens. Logan Van Beek,
Fair enough. Yep.
9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 30. Colin Ackerman 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 25. Paul Van Makeren 7.2 overs, no maidens, 4 for 23. Pick of the bowlers. Bas Deleda 7 overs, no maidens, 2 for 25. And Shariz Ahmad 2 overs, no maidens, none for 13. Interesting. Who do you think gets man of the match? Is it Scott Edwards for his innings?
I would give it to Scott Edwards, because I think the bulk of the win of this was done in the first innings, where they ground out a score that they could defend.
Yeah, possibly true. 4 wickets for Paul Van Meekeren is possibly the other one.
I think
It's
they're the
between
only two
but
that are
I
in the
think-
frame.
Yeah, I think they are the only two in the frame, and you're probably right. You give it to Edwards, high scored a game, 68 off 89. Not an easy pitch to bat on.
And 4 catches.
Yeah, and 4 catches are true. Actually, that tips the balance, doesn't it? Well kept as well. Well, that about runs it up. Wraps it up even. Saturday afternoon is done. It's World Cup rugby tonight. I'll be black. I'll be
in black.
I'll be in black. Yeah, hoping that the All Blacks can beat the Saffers. And yeah.
Yes,
that's it.
we want New Zealand to win one thing today.
Yeah.
Farewell tweet from Jay. He says, "Thank you all very much, especially Jeremy, who's done above and beyond today. I will buy him a lame clock and a box of chocolates."
Nice.
Thank you, Jay.
you can imagine if
Have
you're a
fun with
Kiwi,
you,
you'd
Jay.
rather win the World Cup tonight in the rugby. Well, big Kiwis, of course, they'd rather win the World Cup tonight than lose to Australia in the cricket in the afternoon. I can't imagine that there's any Kiwis who would rather it the other way round, to be fair. The way that rugby is lauded down there.
Stephen Kelk is legitimately flooding our YouTube channel with orange hearts. And most people will get banned for that, but he won't.
Well,
and he also says, "Wonderful celebratory super chat incoming next time GC1 is on air. Now I have to entertain the vicar." Not really, but you know what I mean.
Well,
yeah, good on you, Stephen. It's lovely to see.
Yeah.
Well, just to finish off, what do we know? They've given the award to Paul Van Meekeren for his bowling.
Well, I guess you had to get the wickets to win the match, didn't you? It wasn't a great score, that's the thing. It was kind of a very average score, to be fair. The fact that they took the wickets put the pressure on, and maybe that's the reason they gave it to the bowling. Anyway, we're done. Tomorrow's the big one. It might not be. It might be a damp squib, the way England are playing. But it's England versus India. I'm not in tomorrow. I've got to fucking get Tony to get on air and remember to do shit. It's going to be entertaining. So they might, if I'm just warning you now, if there is no highlights podcast tomorrow, that's because Tone was in here and couldn't get it together.
Has he been trained yet?
Look on the positive side.
Has Tone been trained on podcasts?
Yeah, of course he has.
I mean,
you know, he's got a brain
a
like a sieve, and ask him to do more than 2 things at once, and he fucking freezes. You know.
But is he hendophobic? Is he hendotechnophobic?
No, he's not as bad as Hendo, but Hendo is like the bottom of the barrel when it comes to technology, isn't it?
Yes.
The problem is, at least Tony has some patience, whereas Hendo, you know, if you can't do it in 1 second, he's lost patience already, and then starts screaming and ranting at people.
The thing is just not to get flustered. Don't
Well,
get flustered.
exactly.
I mean, Hendo, one thing goes wrong and suddenly it's an absolute catastrophe.
Well, yeah, there is that. Unfortunately, I don't think he's listening to us now. He's gone off to cry over
Stop
Wimbledon.
it, boys. Stop
Well,
it.
well, both those guys are probably not having good times. One at
Andy Ward's going to be in with Tony. So
Is he?
That might help.
Oh, that might help. That might help a lot.
because I've been to I've got off at South Bermondsey to where my train got stopped, and it's a very intimidating walk out of South Bermondsey to get towards the new den with 10-foot high barbed wire fences basically for the away team.
Fair enough. Right, that's it. We're out of here.
Okay, thank you all. We've had a lot of fun.
Indeed.
Thanks for everybody who worked for today. Thanks to Tawid, to
Nestlers,
Al Hotch,
Messi. Turned up. You had a double shift today, Messi. Mind you, you had a good fun with the first game.
I've had good
imagine.
fun on both of them. Brian Barish was on too, wasn't he?
Yes,
was,
and
yes.
Brian was on. Yeah, thank you for Brian. He got up very early in the morning to help start the show, which I'm very grateful for, Brian. Right, tomorrow, India versus England. Can't see anything with an India win, but you never know.
Can the English minnows get a result?
Where is it being played? Do you know where it's being played?
Lucknow?
Lucknow.
Is it
that's
Lucknow?
right.
Yes,
Lucknow.
it is.
We haven't played there yet. That's the other thing. You don't get used to the pitches. You're playing everywhere different every time. Anyway, fuck that. We're out. Bye. See you tomorrow.
See ya.
Bye.
Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla crickets. Whoa. Guerrilla. Take large man the barricade. Brigades patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin, guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than red counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian, guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. Would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien